Well, good evening, and for anyone who's on the East Coast, good
Good
night.
night.
You're probably going to bed, or you're going into the late night gaming hours, and that is the perfect time to have a high school League of Legends tournament. It is our grand finals for the Hawaii High School Athletics Association. One best of 5 left. We got 2 dynamite teams ready to bring it down.
Yeah, we got one of the perennial favorites here in Hawaii, Punahou High School, coming at it once again. I believe they've made it to so many of the finals here for all of Hawaii, and everybody knows that they've been super, super strong. But going up against them, we have Iolani High School coming in, trying to take them down. And Mark, as we start looking at these, it's always interesting to pay attention to what kind of strategies different high schools are actually going to be bringing to the table, because they don't necessarily have the same kind of coordination as the professionals.
But see, that's what makes the PlayVS tournament so exciting. And where are my manners? First of all, I want to give a warm welcome to Mr. Joshua Joshi Howard. For anyone who has been watching all of the PlayVS finals, normally it is myself and Smacks, but Smacks, he is on the East Coast. It's a little too late for him. He's going to bed at this point. But Joshi, thankfully, we're both on the West Coast, so we can stay up all night, and if it goes the full series, the full distance, we'll be ready for a Game 5 banger.
Oh, absolutely. I can't wait to see how it goes. I know, even on the West Coast here, it's already getting started. It's about 7:20. Out in Hawaii, you got a little bit more time to play, and it really brings a lot of interesting stuff. And one of the things that makes a lot of esports really cool for everybody that's been playing recently has been the ability to play online and have these remote things going through. And so everybody who's having an opportunity to play right now, just know that they're going to be able to have an opportunity to play against people all across the country all the time and really show what it is that they've been made of.
Now, most of these teams, and Josh, you might be familiar with, how certain, leagues might come about, is just because what we see in professional play and in what is regarded as kind of like the meta or what is the best, it might not always be reflected in tournaments like these, because comfort picks are such a huge premium for rosters in the PlayVS finals that we have observed. I mean, I think a couple days ago, Smacks and I observed how insanely powerful a Seraphine support was for one of these players, because that was the main champion that they spammed all the way to 500 LP as a Grandmaster. So, and then just playing Enchanter supports. Even if the other team had prioritized primarily tank supports and just looking for picks and engages. But, going into our draft soon for both of these teams, we'll be shortly finding out what type of composition styles both of these teams will be wanting to prioritize, and then seeing how it adapts throughout the series.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite things about watching this level of League of Legends plays, because teams have such strong identities. Like you mentioned, some teams, they only play enchanters, some teams have a really strong jungler that they'll play around, some teams have all kinds of different strategies, and that's something that really makes every single one of these finals feel unique. And I'm excited to see how it is that Punahou and Iolani are actually going to be playing, because they are going to be coming in with very different strategies. And I do have to, kind of reiterate that Punahou, in the past years when I've watched them a little bit, have had very, very strong top laners and mid laners they have played around. And I think this year is unlikely to be any different.
So what are you telling me, Josh? We're getting some split pushers, maybe some assassins, because, they just nerfed First Strike a little bit, but I know assassins are running rampant right now. Items like Axiom Arc and all the lethality changes as well, making things more exciting for things like the Zed, the Kiana. In fact, we had a PlayVS finals yesterday where it came down to a bunch of Zed and Kiana 1v1s as well. So, come on, Josh. You gotta spill the beans here.
Gotta spill it a little bit. I'll be honest, Mark, while we do see Punahou coming out with a lot of these strong solo laners with these assassins, it has to be something that both teams have to opt into. You have to hand you, because yes, we are going to agree that the better mid laner is going to win this series, because right now, with all the cool lethality that comes out, we also have to remember there's a lot of cool defensive options as well. And for those who are a little bit less familiar with the game, there's a lot of items right now, in particular Crown of the Shattered Queen. It's going to be giving your your character a yellow aura, and while you have this up, it's basically impossible to die, because 70% of the damage that's going to be incoming just completely removed from the game. It makes it a lot harder to play some of these assassins. So while things like Victor and Cassidy likely to remain some of the strongest picks, if both teams want to opt into assassin matchups, I'll tell you what, Mark, I am here for it.
Oh, baby. Well, now, my question is, when you mentioned the crown, it sounded a lot like a mini Malzahar passive. Have you experimented with that interaction yet? Does like what gets popped first, the void shift or the crown passive?
I believe they actually get popped at the same time.
No.
Yeah, it's unfortunately
Oh
not quite as good
man.
on Malzahar because it's not like a spell shield where it only interacts once. It is still hitting the champion, and so it ends up pulling it off. And so Malzahar, while you think it's really good with this champion, it still is pretty decent because you have all that burst reduction. They're oftentimes on different timers, but when they're up at the same time, that can be quite as effective. And now we're going directly into it between Punahou and Yolani Team Black. And perhaps not going to be paying as much attention to the mid lane as we're seeing a lot of top lane focus already with Irelia, Yone, and Fiora taken off the table.
I'm not gonna lie, Josh, and I know we're casting League of Legends right now, but apart from the Yone ban, those Aurelia and Fiora bans really kind of remind me of, yeah. Dude, that's exactly what I would ban. That's what I would ban too right now. Wild Rift Kale, get rid of that champion.
And Teemo, is that a Wild Rift champion as well?
I mean, for my mental, yeah. Then because I don't want to deal with it on the Rift. Man, Teemo is oppressive. But Graves also makes sense here. Now, in the scope of League of Legends, you know what? I wonder if they're flexing the Teemo ban just to be like, haha, haha,
got
you
him.
know?
Haha, you thought. Nah, instead look at this. Look at all the top lane focus. Even the Graves and Irelia, which can be played in multiple positions, definitely something that you can play at top lane. But the Cassiopeia, one of the strongest champions on the patch. A lot of movement options. Crown the Shattered Queen makes you very safe. Instead, they're going to be pivoting directly over to the Vayne, who a lot of people have been looking at as one of the strongest damage carries in the entire game right now with the changes to lethal tempo.
Yeah, the win rate for her right now is pretty insane. And she escaped a patch with no nerfs whatsoever. So if you are able to pilot Vayne to great success throughout the early laning phase, which is normally where she's weakest at, then she is one of the hardest scaling laking carries that you can play.
And in order to counter it, I really like the response coming in from Team Black because Vayne really thrives on situations where only one person is diving her. And she's able to get away from them, not going to be taken down by a lot of different people all at once. But when you have a lot of point and clicks like both Leona and Talon, where you just put your mouse over the enemy champion, you press a button, and suddenly you're on top of them, it becomes a lot more difficult for characters like Vayne who rely on not getting clicked at all in order to make these big plays happen. It gives Team Black a lot of opportunities to shut it down before it becomes a problem.
Lux gives some long range options, so if the assassination doesn't work, then you at least have a way to attack the Vayne from afar, as you know, Vayne does have to get up close and personal with that short range relative to a lot of the other marksmen that you can pick in this game. But we still haven't seen a marksman answer for Yolani High School quite yet. So, and already the ban phase, you see Punahou are trying to limit those options.
They're also limiting a lot of physical damage options kind of in general. And right now, I already like the fact that Team Black has opted to pick up a little bit of physical damage coming in from what is presumably the jungle. Talon, the second character you see there, looks a little bit like a ninja for anybody who's just watching these people play for the first time, is going to have a lot of it's called physical damage. And in League of Legends, there are two different damage types that you really have to pay attention to, right? You have the physical damage, which is done by a lot of people who are going to be hitting you with swords or just general weapons, whereas magic damage is going to be done by just about everything that looks a little bit more like a wizard, right? And then you have your tech wizards like Victor, and then your light wizards like Lux, and making sure you have a diverse damage profile
Mages
makes it really tough for the other team to itemize against it. And Team Black already going to be able to pick that up, so it's not as important that they pick up one of the strongest marksmen coming through.
Now, Xayah kind of, for me, is a little bit of interesting champion to mix in with this composition, because there was the other marksmen that Punahou banned away were things that could either aid in the long range department. That's why Jin sniper rifle can always attack from a couple screens away, and in Misfortune, great AoE damage. Xayah is more so when you're trying to avoid an assassin or some type of burst damage coming in, and I guess that's kind of what they want to do, considering that Punahou have a lot of burst damage already from this Victor, as Kane also wants to get onto the back line, but then Team Black are going to be lacking in options to help take down this Vayne.
I do really agree with that. The Xayah feels like a little bit of an odd man out because you have a number of characters that want to be going in at really close ranges in order to do the damage and take down the members of Punahou with the the Talon, the Leona, and whatever it is that they end up locking in here with the Shen. These characters all are melee range. They need to be right on top of their opponents. The Lux, really long range, does not want to be close to the enemy champions whatsoever. And Xayah kind of functions in the middle. They like to be close where they can do a lot of damage, but they also need to create some range so they're not getting hit by all the enemy champions on Punahou. Whereas Punahou, they know where they want to be. They want to be right up close and personal with your team pretty much the entire time. And even Victor, who is one of these mages who wants to stand a little bit farther back, very happy to be really up close to these champions.
Yeah, Victor can kind of facilitate a role in both either aiding in with the front line or helping the back line kite out any of these threats, such as this dive combo between Talon, Shen, and Leona, who are all just going to be gunning down for this Victor and this Vayne. And if they can land a lot of their crowd control right on top, get the burst down, it will shred through this back line in seconds. And Punahou really have some interesting options here. We didn't even get a chance to mention the Mordekaiser or the Nautilus that locked in. Now, Nautilus, great at peeling away threats. Mordekaiser, you literally just teleport them to another dimension.
Yeah, you're just out of there. It's like going into Narnia, right? You don't have a whole lot of opportunities to do anything. And we also have to note that it has a really good matchup into the Shen that was selected for Iolani's top lane, right? It's not going to be able to get away. It's not going to be able to ult out. And Mordekaiser can kind of keep you in that lane and prevent you from using the ability to affect the entire map that you would have in most matchups. Now that opportunity is just kind of gone. And so I really like Punahou in general. And on the other side, Iolani really has to pay a lot of attention to how Talon is pathing. They can get this guy off the ground. They have a real win condition, but if they can't do that, it's going to be very difficult for them to really try and find some win conditions.
And I'm also a little concerned about how much early game agency that Iolani has to work with this Talon, because Talon did receive some nerfs, right? At first they pushed Talon towards being this super mobile assassin in the jungle, trying to make it so that he could be a viable jungler. But then with how prominent he was at Worlds and how prominent he's been in solo queue ever since, Riot are now starting to say, you know what? We realize that idea might have been a little too much, and we kind of want him back in the mid lane, or want to take him out of the jungle. He's a little too strong right now.
Yeah, it is worth noting that the only change he received on the patch is he does 20% less damage, which is, not nothing, but it doesn't really change the fact that this is a character that wants to snowball anyway. So we're actually seeing that with the first strike coming through, should be very able to do that, get a lot of damage all at once, potentially go for some of these assassinations and just entirely 100 to zeroing an opponent on the other side. And, I was kind of curious, Mark, as we're looking into this, right? A lot of these teams, when they're coming in, they have these very clear identities on what they want to do, and neither team is yet going to be going for anything super aggressive in the early game. Instead, just going to be covering all the entrances and making sure that the opponents don't go for anything cheeky.
This ward will spawn out Lucian Too Sexy.
Too Sexy.
Gonna take a recall. Yeah. Too sexy for the ward, man.
Oh, okay. Wait, see, this is the thing about getting that ward super early on is even though Talon got stopped in the back, he still would have had time to back away, pick up the red trinket, and go towards his first starting camp. Instead, he's going to choose to stay on the map, but he had plenty of time in order to actually try that once again. And here we see both junglers going to be starting on the bottom side of the map. So for those who are new to League of Legends, Mark, I feel like we probably want to give a bit of a rundown on how League of Legends is actually played and what is the objective of this game.
Yeah, so basically, you're going to look on your bottom right of the screen. You got two giant bases called nexuses. The goal is for each team is to be able to march through and destroy the other team's base. That seems pretty simple. However, there's a bunch of these things called towers that are in the way, and those towers are very difficult to take down, and everyone pilots a champion that will try to work together to take down those turrets. But there's things that you got to do in order to get strong enough to take down those turrets in the first place.
And so what we're going to be paying a lot of attention to right now is along the top of the scoreboard, you have a couple of numbers. The small numbers with the yellow circles next to them represents gold. That is how much gold the entire team has accrued in the game so far. That gold is spent on items. Oh, we'll get back to that in a moment. We got a big fight in the bottom lane.
Kanekaji getting locked up. She's going to be able to walk out safely. A couple summoner spells were burned there to make the exchange a little bit more friendly between them, and they'll go back to form.
Yeah, those are not exactly the friends I would like to have. They're going to be punching me in the face over and over. But again, the gold, the small
builds
numbers...
character, Josh.
You know, school of hard knocks, right? Not high school. It's a different age. But along the bottom, you're going to see a scoreboard which has a lot of items and different pictures where you get to see a lot of what they're actually building. The team that has more gold generally going to be winning. But again, you only get these items in order to become strong enough to take the enemy structures and eventually the enemy base.
Obviously, since both teams want to do this objective, they're going to try to stop each other as well, which
Crazy.
is why they will scrap and fight, sometimes to the point where they will send each other back to the fountains.
It's okay. They're going to respawn in a second, right? It's just like real life. Whenever, you know, your HP drops to 0, if you haven't had a Pop-Tart in long enough, you're going to be just, you know, waking up the next day and you're going to call it good. But as we're already seeing right now, we already set Punahou a little bit of the Titans here of Hawaii coming out to a decent lead in the top lane immediately, getting a cheater recall off from Ready Claw, and now he's going to be coming back into lane with an extra item. If you look at the scoreboard, you know, they both have that brown circle, which is called a Door and Shield, and now Punahou's top laner gets to come in with a struggle book. Struggle book.
Mako might be struggling right now. He's going to get a surprise visit from Yoisaki. Flashes being both exchanged here. Lucian Too Sexy on the right side of the map might be able to make a surprise visit and save
boy, no
Mako
way
from certain catastrophe, but it's going to be a double that goes over to Lucian.
Oh god, we already said at the very beginning that we're going to have to pay attention to how well Talon is going to be doing in this game, and because we saw Punahou really wanted to give that over to Very Angry Duck on the Victor, Lucian Too Sexy is able to come in and find 2 of these kills immediately. Watch how Yoisaki actually plays through this thing, because you can tell they don't want to take the kill away from Very Angry Duck. Ends up going forward, and even though they can get another auto attack off here, chooses not to actually do it, forcing Angry Duck to be really aggressive, while Lucian Too Sexy comes in, takes down the first kill, and now it's going to be coming in, has a lot of extra gold after finding both of those, and now we'll have an opportunity to potentially snowball a lead.
And notice here how Mako was keeping a very substantial CS lead over Very Angry Duck. It had to burn both the summoner spells in that flash and the teleport, whereas Very Angry Duck only burns the flash and keeps the teleport. But because both they and Yoisaki in their jungler are having to burn summoner spells just to get that takedown, Lucian Too Sexy comes in, doesn't even have to burn his own flash. And now he has a substantial lead on the map where you already alluded to. This Talon is going to have the opportunity to start snowballing and accelerating the game tempo.
Yeah, as you start to kill all of these minions and start to take down, you know, these monsters in the jungle, as they're called, the wolves and the chickens, as, you know, a lot of people think about them as, you start to get experience, which translates into levels. And as you get levels, you get to put points into abilities. And at level 6, most characters get access to their ultimate ability. Talons does a lot of damage, which means that suddenly, as he has a lot more experience, as he's going to be really close to level 6, he's going to be able to start doing that to the enemy champions and continue to get more of these takedowns, which will in turn give him more golden experience in order to allow him to take down the structures.
About 6 minutes into the game, which is where normally a lot of the solo laners will be able to hit level 6 and have their ultimate ability ready.
Oh.
The jungler's not quite level 6, however, just off of the primary exchange that we saw in the mid lane, where 2 champions went down, Lucian Too Sexy kind of coming out with a stronger trade against Yoisaki, but he has some abilities that allows him to sustain back up, also taking a drink of the couple of potions, giving him a little bit of more uptime while in the jungle.
It's also interesting to compare, you know, who actually came out ahead of that, Mark, because Yoisaki is playing a character called Kain. Has a unique mechanic which, as you hit enemy champions, you get these orbs. Once you have enough orbs, you can choose one of 2 different forms to turn into. A one that is a lot harder to kill and also is going to be sustaining quite a bit. The other one that does a lot of burst damage, whereas Lucian Too Sexy has first strike, so every time he fights, he gets... Oh my god,
Whoa!
that killed him!
Mako! Now, what you just saw, folks, is Mako using the power of their champion Lux. It's not that great in close combat, you know, hand-to-hand combat, but it is a mage, and it can fire out long-range spells, and by catching Very Angry Duck when they were very low on HP, throws out that ultimate ability, the Final Spark, and that is going to give themselves another takedown lead, giving them more gold.
Oh.
And Lucian Too Sexy might have found Yoisaki in the jungle as well. He's going to have to pop that Umbral Trespass, tries to buy himself some time, but Lucian Too Sexy can also traverse the walls. He's got the parkour flips. It's going to be super close. We're going to come in with reinforcements from Catalyst, who uses the Stand Unite, giving the shield to save the day for Lucian Too Sexy, smiting the Krug camps, giving him a little bit more life, and everyone is going to get out scot-free.
Absolutely crazy, Mark, coming through. There's not a lot of champions that could have followed Yoisaki there, but Lucian Too Sexy is playing one of them. Talon just pops the wall immediately after Kane does, and it's going to be a big win coming in for Iolani, right? 3 takedowns already going over to Lucian Too Sexy, continuing to snowball this early game advantage, and the rest of the team looks very good at their ability to actually follow it up. And even in the top lane, Catalyst, who we were saying was playing Shen, who's going to be struggling to affect the map, able to have an effect on the map once again. Teleports down for the fight, teleports back up from the lane, and even though they're down in CS, Rediclaw wasn't able to prevent that kill from going over to Iolani.
And Rediclaw does walk away from this ordeal with more of a CS lead, as Catalyst did have to spend some time aiding in the fight over on the bottom side of the map. It's a substantial amount of gold that Rediclaw does have already, working their way towards that first item wake up in, it's called a
Rift Maker.
Yeah, Rift Maker. I was about to say Omnimaker. I was like, wait, that doesn't sound...
Not quite, not quite. That does sound like a Marvel character, though, if I'm going to be entirely honest. And so does Riftmaker, as I think about it. But we'll also have to look right now at some of the trade-offs that are being made. Because Catalyst is playing the Shen, a more supportive character that wants to move around the map, give his teammates shields, he doesn't necessarily have as much brawling power. And we're seeing right now, he's going to be taking a really rough trade, and if the ultimate goes through...
Talk about rough trades. He's taking a rough trip to the next dimension in the Death Realm. And that's exactly where Rediclaw has sent Catalyst.
Look, this is not an isekai that I want to be a part of, Mark, if I'm actually be playing for Catalyst. Not going to be having a great time in this other world, and we're already seeing that number 86-33, really big lead going over in favor of Rediclaw, but it is being traded a little bit on the rest of the map, so the overall game state is still relatively even, with different parts of both teams being very strong. Rediclaw really wants to continue pushing through the top side of the map, whereas Lucian Too Sexy needs to continue finding these takedowns in order to snowball their advantage to prevent the members of Punho from becoming strong, and they're doing it right now by picking up this Rift Herald in order to crash into a turret.
Lucian Too Sexy definitely wants to use the advantage that they have thanks to that first item completed in the Yuuma's Ghostblade. You see in your scoreboard option, little purple item next to Talon's icon there. Gives him a lot of movement speed, gives him a lot of lethality as well, which just amplifies the damage that he has at this point in the game. It's making it so that whenever they go for these assassinations, they're going to be far easier to execute, which is going to continue that snowball that Iolani desperately need, especially against the composition of Punho, is more reliant on letting the game stall out and scale up for their carries.
I also want to kind of address that a little bit, because remember how we were saying that the Xayah was going to be a little bit awkward with the way that they were trying to play? That was very true when I thought this was going to be a more traditional Xayah build, right? With, you know, an Immortal Shield Bow or a Gale Force or Kraken Slayer or something like that. We have to auto-attack quite a bit. Instead, we're seeing a newer Fangled build coming through from Reld. They are going to be going towards the Eclipse, which gives them a lot of lethality as well. It gives them a lot of opportunities for burst, and it means that they don't have to be as close as they normally would. They can throw out the Q, press the E, and as they throw feathers and call them back towards themselves, it becomes very, very difficult for characters like Vayne to deal with that, because there's not a lot of interaction that you can go for.
Yeah, you just throw out a feather, and then boom, boom, a chunk of damage off of your HP. And normally, Vayne can get in range and trade auto for auto with Xayah, because I'm pretty sure that they both have the same auto attack range. But a feather has distinctly longer range, so you can always just throw it out and then poke Vayne off of waves or any type of scraps that they would like to take. As you already saw, Rift Herald being spawned by Lucian Too Sexy, taking out the first tower of the game, gives a large amount of gold thanks to the first brick bonus that you get. And that is going to put Iolani at a nice gold lead here in this mid game. Lucian Too Sexy definitely wants to get on top of Yoisaki.
Definitely an interesting spot. Lots of members on the bottom half of the map. Potential dive coming through as Lucian takes away one of the camps from Yoisaki. And we're also seeing a number of members of Punho kind of getting pushed off. It's very dangerous for Namji, Very Angry Duck, or Luxon to try and come up and try and defend the structure because of how strong Mako is.
Light Binding lands, Final Spark. Just limit testing right now, how much damage they can do onto Luxon. This is Nautilus, this is a bit more durable foe to take down. But Mako getting a chance to kind of experiment how much damage they are doing, especially with that first item in the Ludens. And already, Joshi, we're seeing a lot of first items completed, so when this next dragon spawns, I imagine we might get a bigger brawl.
We're going to see right now, we have to pay attention to the fact that Catalyst has the ultimate. He is allowed by the game to try and teleport out, give a teammate a shield, and appear next to them immediately after. But remember, look at how far ahead Red Claw has actually become. He has the opportunity to either, one, deny Catalyst from going to the fight, or just going to the fight himself and saying, hey, I am way stronger than you are at this moment. And because of these combined factors, we're seeing Punho is going to be taking this dragon completely uncontested, because they know Mako had to back away, it wasn't going to be there for the fight, and when potentially the strongest member of Iolani is not there.
Well, but if they're all split up, Lucian Too Sexy can find the 1v1 assassination on the Yoisaki. A flash away might guarantee their escape. Dodging out on the final spark, still trying to use the movement speed. They're in the fog of war, but Lucian Too Sexy still gets a chance to find the last backstab.
Ooh, super sexy. Okay, going in.
Luxon getting rooted up here. Namjae cannot assist anymore, too low on HP. Reld is the one is able to just look for the final blow, taking out that Nautilus. And Iolani, they give up that dragon knowing that they were not able to fight at full strength and capacity, but they start taking out members one by one, isolated.
You have to also feel for Catalyst this game as well. You have to look at him and you know you're not the main character of this anime this time. Catalyst is definitely a supporting character. He's trying to, you know, be a comic relief, do something to make everybody else feel a little bit better, simply because Lucian Too Sexy and Mako have been so strong. They're able to come down and separate Namjae from the rest of the fight. And Catalyst, I mean, he's just trying to live.
Catalyst is down 2 levels as well. Red Claw doesn't have access to Death Realm, but considering this is a substantial lead that Red Claw has built up, and Catalyst has only given up 1 death in that solo lane. Josh, you and I talk a lot about, you know, unnecessary structures. We also have to talk about unnecessary deaths as well, because by giving too many of those, you give too much of an advantage back to your opponent. But Catalyst might be setting up for more plays here. Red Claw now on the run. Has the flash available, is going to burn both of them, as Catalyst is also trying to look for the lockdown as well. Soul Flare going a little bit wide, Red Claw dodging out in the 1v3. Can they find the burst damage to take him down? They finally will, but man, it was looking rough.
Red Claw was looking pretty good, dodging out almost everything, but there are a couple things you can't dodge in League of Legends, and one of them is auto attacks, and Kanekaji has one attached to one of their abilities. They just have a stun where you hit that, and suddenly everything else is going to be guaranteed. So Catalyst, even though they haven't necessarily been doing great on their own, has been setting things up for the rest of the team, and yes, we have to ask ourselves, is this just Red Claw being a stronger player?
Lucian Too Sexy sees that Yoisaki is trying to clear out.
Oh, what? Okay. Well, that is a little bit of an awkward spot right there, as we do see 4 members of Iolani moving towards the top side of the map in order to try and create some space for Catalyst, but mostly they just want to be here in order to find another opportunity to pick up a second Rift Herald. This is the second one of the game that will spawn, and the last one of the game that will spawn, that will shortly be replaced by a new opportunity, by a new you know, neutral objective that you can pick up called Baron Nashville, which will make your minions, all the little red and blue guys marching down these lanes, to be a little bit stronger and help to allow you to actually take down some of these structures. At the same time, while we do see Iolani picking this up, it's generally considered not as strong. The second Rift Herald isn't considered as strong because there's a little bit more gold available to the teams early on before the 14-minute mark. If you crash them into turrets, not only are you going to be taking a significant chunk of the turret's health points away, but you're also going to be picking up some gold because for the first 14 minutes, these health bars are divided into 20% marks. If you take it below one of these 20% marks, you're going to be getting an extra little chunk of gold for your team. With that in mind, though, the major objective that we have to pay attention to is going to be the dragon, which is on the other side of the map from the Rift Herald. In the top left of your screen, you're going to be seeing that's going to be spawning here in 45 seconds. And, you'll earlier, they're going to be taking control of the vision, clearing out some of these wards, which are allowing Punahou to actually see into this river, create a lot of space, and make it a little bit more difficult for Punahou to actually walk in because of how much burst damage EDG Mako can actually do at the moment. Already has a Luden's Echo completed and is already in control of the river. It's going to be very difficult for Punahou to walk in, and that's why you're seeing them reset and try and find the opportunity. But right now, we're seeing Luxon getting taken down almost immediately as Mako going to be finding his 4th takedown of the game. That's going to be making it basically impossible here for Punahou to really do anything.
I believe I'm back.
Welcome
However,
back.
I see 2 screens at the moment.
Two League of Legends.
And I also hear you twice, Joshi. So,
Ooh.
and that's exciting. I have an echo in my ear. But now we're back. And
This Arcane?
not echo from Arcane. Not quite. Iolani, though, being able to take away a huge fight from what I was able to gather in the aftermath, and that does put them at a 4,000 gold lead. Now, not to say that Punahou are out of the woods quite yet. There's still ways to come back in this game. They still have these 2 carries in Very Angry Duck and Namjae, who can be very powerful the later the game goes on, but Iolani are right in the spot where they want to be in terms of snowballing this game and looking to close it out before Punahou can come back.
True. For people who are watching a little bit newer, when we talk about the gold numbers, the big thing that we have to pay attention to is the absolute number doesn't generally matter. It only really matters as a percentage difference. And so, it's currently about 4,000, which is about, 10-ish%, which means that it's a pretty substantial advantage. Now Lucian Too Sexy trying to use it.
Lucian Too Sexy already getting the flash out of Namjae. Now that leaves Cleanse as the only other defensive summoner spell that they can use the next time they are in a sticky situation.
And that, unfortunately, that doesn't really help them against a lot of these characters. They can tend to burst you really, really quickly. But with all the advantages that Iolani have already picked up, we have to remember they picked up the 2nd Rift Herald. It's sitting in the inventory of Lucian Too Sexy, and with both outer turrets taken down from Iolani already, they're going to be trying to come in and pick up this 2nd mid lane turret, or to continue opening up the map and allowing Lucian Too Sexy on the Talon to continue to roam around and take total control of all the fog of war that Punahou will have to walk into.
Using this Rift Herald as well to take further control of the map. It's going to be even more difficult for Punahou to fight for control, at least safely. And because we're on the Chemtech map as well, you see this ring. You're always in fog of war whenever you step inside it. Now, if you're the ones that are using it, it's great. But if you don't get there first, and then there's something like Lucian Too Sexy or EDG Mako waiting in the wings for you to walk in, and then you just get blown to bits, it is definitely not the most exciting prospect as Punahou right now.
One of the things we talk about, Rafa, as you're mentioning, is control of these different quadrants. Who's able to walk in? Who knows who's in there? Who's going to be able to control this space? And the thing that this particular rift does is it makes that super, super binary. Normally, it's something where you have a little bit of control and people can fight over it and the vision goes back and forth. But this is a situation where whoever is strong enough and whoever is currently there absolutely controls it. And there's really not a lot that the other team can do about it, because if you can't see your opponent, you can't hit your opponent. And Iolani are really, really good at being the first ones here because they're currently stronger and making it difficult for Punahou to come through. And importantly, one of the fastest ways to get to the dragon, which is coming up in a minute and 40 seconds, is through one of these sections where you really need to have some vision.
Because otherwise, you'll have this talent who is currently 4-0-2, very strong. In fact, we can even show you the individual gold leads of these two teams and what their champions are looking like right now. Lucian Too Sexy has about 2,500 gold worth of difference in stats versus Yoisaki. So it makes him an incredibly formidable foe to deal with right now, considering that no one is even that close. Maybe Namjae and Rediclaw, but they're still down about 2,000 gold worth of stats. So Lucian Too Sexy is the one that is holding a lot of the power right now between them and Mako, who's also rocking a similar gold lead right now.
But the thing we got to pay attention to, Rafa, is even though Lucian Too Sexy is very, very strong at this point in the game, he doesn't have a lot of great targets, right? Ready Claw can use his ultimate to steal a lot of Lucian Too Sexy's, damage and HP, making him much more resilient to this burst. Yoisaki playing the Kayn can go invulnerable. It can become impossible to burst. We're seeing that very Angry Duck with the Crown of the Shattered Queen takes a lot of reduced damage initially, so is going to need to have that peeled off with a different damage source. And then Namjae can just go invisible. So there's a lot of tools that Puno have to limit the effectiveness of Lucian Too Sexy at the moment. So he's going to take somebody by surprise, or use the threat of just potentially doing these things instead of actually doing these things. Because look at this, potentially getting caught, but still has control of the dragon as it spawns.
The Crown passive has been popped thanks to a nice Lucent Singularity from Mako over the wall. They have vision of this pit, so they can always look to contest it from long range, but the rest of Punahou want to be able to get in melee range and brawl. Luxen starting off the engage with a beautiful dredge line. Catalyst trying to set up the backline with a taunt. Final Spark gets a lot of AoE damage, and here comes Lucian Too Sexy straight through the front line, trying to pierce through the heart of the battlefield before they can continue the rest of the fight. Catalyst coming now back to the backside thanks to the Stand United giving a beautiful shield, but Lucian Too Sexy has been taken out by Very Angry Duck. It's going to be up to Mako and Relt to see if they can clean it up, but Namjae, still a formidable foe that will be able to escape the fight.
And crucially, yes, Punho picks up a couple of these takedowns through that fight, but just as importantly, they are stopping this dragon from getting picked up. And as we take a look at this once again, you're going to have to pay attention to a couple of crucial things. One, remember at the very beginning we were saying that Iolani's team composition was a little bit incoherent. There wasn't a lot of opportunities for them to fight at the same time. And here, when it becomes super, super chaotic, that becomes really difficult for them to really leverage. When you do have a lot of these diving tools, and there aren't going to be going down onto the same targets all at the same time, things can become super chaotic, and as their health bars go low, they don't necessarily have a cohesive game plan to fall back on. But luckily for them, they're going to be back to this dragon first, which means that we're going to get a repeat of what we just saw, except this time without a lot of heals.
Deja Vu. Teleport is also coming in. Rediclaw will be able to make their appearance once again. It's going to be a 5-on-5, but Iolani are being pushed out of the river control right now. They're going to have to regroup through this choke point, but you have to be conscious about how Very Angry Duck uses the Victor ulti here. Mako not going to throw out the Final Spark. Solar Flare goes a little bit wide. Final Spark comes out, but only hits once, so not that much burst damage. This fight could be going to Punahou's way, just based on how the initial spells and the engagements has been made. Look at Yoisaki getting so much work done in the backline, takes out Reld and Mako by themselves with a little bit of help from Namjae, and that potential comeback is starting to make a reality here, Joshi.
We're seeing already that, yes, we already have some very strong players coming in from Iolani, but they aren't necessarily going to be playing something as coherent, right? Remember what we were saying previously. You got to pay attention to how they're actually going to be fighting, and the fact that you're trying to play at 3 different ranges, whereas Punahou knows exactly what they want to do. As they start to get pushed out here, they don't have a strong front line. They don't have a great way of blocking these fights. And Hanekaji tries to go in. Catalyst tries to have some kind of effect, but they just die super, super quickly. They don't have the health bars. They don't have the resistances to make it safe for the rest of their team to actually hit, and allows Yoisaki to basically zone Reld and Mako all by himself. And we already had to know how strong Mako was, so the fact that Yoisaki is now in a spot where he can threaten not just one, but 2 members of the backline by himself suddenly puts Punahou in a spot where the gold lead isn't telling the whole story. Yes, they're still behind in gold, but I'd say at this point they're firmly winning.
Punahou have eclipsed the portion of the game where Iolani had a massive advantage and opportunity to snowball the game, to really just close it out before Punahou had or would have had a chance to restabilize the game. But now they've got it back in control. And for Punahou, who are content for letting this game go longer and longer, we're getting away from the point where Iolani can firmly take these outer structures and march down into Nexus and close out the game before it gets too close, because they had ways to assassinate and burst out targets, and now it's not going to be as easy. They found a pick on the Luxan. Final Spark is going to come out. They're going to commit a lot of resources to this, but Luxan still walks away scot-free. Yoisaki is going to be dealing with a bunch of members all by himself. It's a 1-on-5 at the moment. Umbral Trespass is going to get a lot of health sealed right back through. They managed to shut down Yoisaki, but now the rest of the reinforcements will be coming in for Punahou. They're going to try to lock down one more. Luxan does fall, and now Namjae has to work with Red Claw and Very Angry Duck to try and win out this fight once again. Kanekaji going to get locked up by that grass, but it's going to be enough to push them back.
We're seeing the difference between the two squads, right? Punahou really is very strong when they're going for a lot of these group fights, when you have all members really able to participate, whereas Iolani really rely on finding situations where there aren't as many members of Punahou grouped together, and at that point they can burst them out really effectively. However, as we're starting to see, even when Iolani is going for a lot of these fights, if they aren't winning them convincingly, if they aren't winning them quickly, it allows the members of Punahou to come back and actually group back up and create new threats because of how strong Red Claw has actually become. And normally, fights around that part of the map, Rafa, that's in order to set up for the Baron. But Iolani, they got the 2 kills, and that was it.
Iolani are still able to take these fights when Punahou are isolated from each other and it's all individuals, but as a 5-man unit, it becomes much more difficult in those bunch of fights around pits, around objectives points. Now, Iolani still have to build upon the success of finding those picks, and that is coming down to the vision control, which you already see Mako and Kanekaji trying to gain control of right now.
Still a minute out, so it's going to be very difficult to maintain control of this part of the map for long enough that it becomes actually relevant. And as they are starting to split up, giving opportunities, just because Punahou is really good at fighting when they're all together, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily weak if Iolani isn't together. So as they start to move around, you're going to have to pay attention to who is in control of this part of the map in about 20 seconds. And still Iolani right now, but it can very easily change as members of Punahou are starting to come through. But again, as their vision wards start to deplete, it's harder and harder to walk into this. Look at how they're already starting to throw abilities out just to see if maybe it's going to hit someone.
I think the other elephant in the room we have to address, Josh, is what's going on. Not Josh.
I'm not fat.
Okay. I'm not calling you the elephant in the room. I'm talking about top lane, and where Red Claw is continuously battering down against the structure, and Catalyst is falling further and further behind. Oh, a taunt will stop it. Now Red Claw might bait Catalyst into a situation that they do not want to be a part of. The Mace of Spades is already dealing a ton of damage. Catalyst is not going to be able to join in this fight. Dragon has been secured by Iolani, but the rest of Punahou are going to try and see if they can collapse. Catalyst has already been taken down in the 1v1, so Red Claw will now be able to make their appearance in the show. And Lucian, too sexy, suddenly realizes, wait a minute, there's a Mordekaiser here. They're not going to even get out.
Ooh, that was a really rough spot. Catalyst trying to be effective in this game, but going for that fight ends up getting himself taken down, as well as allowing Red Claw to have enough health left over to come down and participate in the actual fight. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to League of Legends, this right here is Baron Nashor, the big boss of League of Legends. If you're able to take this guy down, he's going to be giving you an aura that all of the minions around you are going to be taking a lot less damage and be doing a lot more damage on their own. And now that Punahou have picked that up, it makes it really easy for them to push onto the opposing side of the map, start to take down some of these structures, and get closer to taking down the enemy pieces.
And this is for the first time in the game where Punahou have a gold lead. And the later the game goes on, it might not be the most important thing in the game, but when you're already seeing the state of the game starting to tip towards the way of Punahou in their ability to split push effectively with Rediclaw, making sure that Catalyst does not get a chance to use their powerful utility and being able to turn the tides of battle on opposite sides of the map. And now the late game carries and Very Angry Duck and Namjae are starting to win out these fights against the carries of Iolani. This is where things are starting to collapse.
It's going to be really difficult at this point because one of the things that was a little bit weak coming out from Punahou is now going to be turning into one of their strengths. This Mordekaiser that Rediclaw is playing, normally not super useful in team fights, not necessarily super useful grouped, but they are super, super strong in these isolated situations. And when Punahou wants to get a lot of pressure on the map, when they want to make it difficult for Iolani to play, they are going to be in all three lanes at the same time. And when Rediclaw is able to, go for this isolated 1v1 against Catalyst, we've been seeing over and over, they have been able to build massive advantages all on their own. And now, the only thing that Punahou needs to do is create pressure on the rest of the map so that the rest of the members of Iolani aren't going to be able to attack them on their own.
Yoisaki is also in a formidable spot to be able to match up against Lucian Too Sexy, despite the advantage that they had as the talent for the first 25 minutes of the game. I mean, we saw successful assassinations and roams and invades from the jungler for Iolani, being able to get so much pressure. Rediclaw is forcing themselves to finish down this tower, but now is behind enemy lines. Mako, Catalyst, and Kanekaji will be closing on in. Lucian Too Sexy gets a beautiful shutdown, securing gold for themselves and Iolani. But the rest of the members of Punahou are now rotating on over to the bottom side of the map where they can look to do the same thing.
Look, Rafa, I was so scared in that situation because I'm very confident that even though he had basically no health left, Rediclaw would win the 1v1 against almost any single one of those characters and come out with more health than he started with. But now there's an opportunity, 30 seconds where Rediclaw isn't alive on the map, and that's going to give an opportunity for the other team to try and find something, but they're not able to find any engage. Catalyst needed to go ahead and back away for the HP, and Punahou are just going to be able to pick up a second structure with the Baron buff. And with 15 seconds left on the buff, they're not going to have enough time to pick up any more structures, but they are continuing to grow this gold lead, and that gives Iolani only one win condition left.
It's going to be that Chemtech Soul. It's coming up in the next minute. Now, if Iolani were to secure the Chemtech Soul for themselves, that would give them a substantial combat advantage. As the Chemtech Soul, whenever you die, you briefly respawn in the same place where you are on the battlefield, and you'll be able to continue fighting as if you're like a zombie. So,
yeah,
World War Z is going to occur on the Rift, folks.
Yeah. It's a very, very strong soul, which you get by taking down 4 of these dragons. And on the scoreboard, if you're paying attention, beneath the gold, there are a couple of icons. There are 2 for Punahou and there are 3 for Iolani. So Iolani pick up the next one. That means that they're going to be picking up their 4th dragon, which means that they are going to be receiving the Chemtech Soul. And as Rafa already explained, allows you to be very strong in these combat situations. But it's something that's going to be heavily, heavily contested. Catalyst is, again, going to be getting pushed in really, really heavily. Punahou, the rest of the members are going to try and create some space in order to actually contest for this dragon. The teleport comes through, a double teleport comes through. Punahou's already ready to fight.
Yeah, Rediclaw is going to be here before Catalyst gets a chance to make the grand appearance here. Stand United was already used. But you already see that Kanekaji, one of the main front lines, is already gone. Reld is getting routed off by Very Angry Duck, and just before we even get a chance to look at how the fight even devolved to that point in the game, Punahou have already won it. And Lucian Too Sexy is on the run, will be able to escape, but the Chemtech Soul will not be secured for Iolani. Punahou will secure their 3rd dragon of the game.
And that's not going to give them the soul, but it is going to be giving them a huge lead with 30 seconds left before some of the members of Iolani come back alive. It's going to be very difficult for them to defend anything. Lucian Too Sexy going to be having to back away, and Punahou will be taking down one of the first inhibitors of the game, which gives the lane that it's in really powerful minions that are themselves going to be able to create pressure on the map without the members of Punahou being there themselves. They're going to be able to back away, potentially go for another fight here very shortly, because in 50 seconds, Baron Nashor is going to respawn. That can be giving Punahou another opportunity to try and close the game.
We saw how much work that Punahou were able to do with the Baron buff last time. They took down 2 turrets, one on the top side of the map, one on the other side of the map. But before we get into the implications of a second Baron buff, we'll get a chance to see how this fight went down in favor of Punahou.
Well, the big thing, again, we have to pay attention to is the targets that Lucian 2 actually has. And look at where he tries to run around. He gets exhausted, so he doesn't do quite as much damage, and he never really goes in on any target. And he's one of the main people that we were looking at to have a large impact on this game. But when your assassin's not able to go for any of these targets, not necessarily have enough firepower left in the tank. The front line for Iolani not able to stand up any further. And now Iolani firmly in control of the Baron. And a very angry Duck. He's upset. He had a long period this game where he wasn't able to do much of anything. But now he might be the largest damage source on the Rift.
Yeah, between the 4 items that he's completed or just a little bit of a component. Oh my goodness, Reld might just go down. Baron is secured by Yoisaki despite an attempt from Mako to try and steal it away. And that Chaos Storm is just running amok in the backline of Iolani, dropping everyone like flies. And just like that, all 5 members of the squad are gone. Punahou are able to push in this minion wave and take game 1.
Duck really coming back with a vengeance in this game and just controlling a lot of that fight, controlling so much space, playing one of the best mages on the patch. Going to be coming through with a clean fight. Punahou going to be taking game 1 in this best of 5 with a dominating comeback. After what looked like an easy potential win coming in from Iolani, Punahou was able to rally the entire time, stop a number of these objectives from coming through, and find themselves an early lead in this series.
Yeah, it shows great composure from Punahou to be able to withstand and weather the storm that was the first 25-minute snowball of Mako and Lucian 2 on the Lux and Talon, respectively. So many assassinations came through on that bottom half of the jungle, but you also have to attribute a lot of the success to why Punahou were able to stay in it for so long to Redclaw in the top lane. Constant pressure, battling down onto Catalyst, forcing them and the rest of Iolani to make a choice. Do you want to give up your base, or do you want to give up pressure on the other side of the map? And a lot of the times, Iolani could not get a proper solution for either or, and that is how they lost a lot of their momentum in that mid game.
So next time, as we start looking at game 2 of this best of 5 series, remember, we need 3 games to win. The biggest thing that I want to look at from Iolani is they picked a couple of burst champions between the Talon and the Lux, and there were a lot of champions on the side of Punahou that were very resistant to burst. It's very hard to take them from 100% of their HP to 0% of their HP in one quick go. You kind of had to grind them down, and with the Eclipse Xayah coming through, they didn't really have a good way to take down any of these members.
Not that much damage once the game got later and later and that first match. Now, we're going to be moving on into our second game, but we're going to be taking a quick short break first to give the players time to talk over with their coaches, get their battle plans ready. When we come back, it'll be game 2 of this series. Boom! What's up? It's time. Game 2 is back on the way, ladies and gentlemen. And what seems like a very solid game that was going to be closed out by Iolani, Punahou held on to their britches, and they made it all the way through the mid-game, and they closed it out for a Game 1 victory. And so now this puts us in a situation looking into the Game 2 draft where Iolani, they may want to return to a similar style that they had that was working for them in the early portion of the game, Game 1, but they need to find a way to close it out as well.
And you also know it's serious because Rolf has taken off his jacket. It's getting too hot in here.
That's right.
To keep that up, you gotta stay loose, gotta stay cool. I know it's winter, but for most places that aren't Hawaii, that really means something, right? It's a little bit cold around here, so we're just getting warmed up. But yeah, we did see Iolani. They had some success early on in the game. We saw that EDG Mako in the mid lane and Lucian Too Sexy in the jungle. They had a lot of early success, but they just weren't able to continue it because their composition didn't necessarily play well into the enemy composition. So there's still ways that they could have won. Composition isn't everything, but it is something you got to pay a lot of attention to. And wow, I thought that just said ban Punahou. It's like, no, they were just the team that happened to be banning at the moment. They are not getting banned from the tournament, as far as I know.
That could have been their their taunt or their battle cry. It's like, yeah, ban us because we're going to win this whole series. What do you got? Nothing.
What you got? Feels like The Rock a little bit, but we're seeing very similar bans this time around as we saw in the first game, as Iolani going to be on the blue side of the map this time, which means they're in the lower left. I imagine there's probably going to be a continued Jax ban. Sometimes this tool gets a little bit wonky with the way it actually shakes out, but we are going to be seeing that the Vayne taken away from Iolani this time. They do not want to be giving that over to the other side.
Yeah, Namjae, despite not necessarily being a huge presence in the early portion of that game, because Punahou were able to hold on for so long, and they recognize what a Vayne late game can do. Now Iolani, they're gonna immediately snag one of the 80 carries that was denied them during the second ban phase, and Misfortune right now offers a lot of teamfight power and ease of execution with her ultimate ability.
Not necessarily quite as strong as Vayne on the patch, but we also didn't see the Vayne have that much power in the previous game. And instead, we're going to be seeing a little bit of trading back and forth. Punahou going to be picking up this Talon once again, and as it going to be going over to the red side because the Misfortune was picked up by Iolani. And the Talon, we already saw, has a really big opportunity early on in the game, and when they hit level 6 in order to try and blow things open. We're also seeing the mid lane going to be continuing to play this Victor.
Yeah, Yoisaki had the cane for their control, but this time they saw how much damage that Lucian Too Sexy was getting out with Talon and said, you know what? Let me take that. Let me take that champion real quick. Let me take it for a spin. Now, Iolani gonna go back with the Leona for Kanekaji. Still powerful lockdown, great combination with the Misfortune, but the Camille is going to give us a little bit of different flavor for the top lane.
Very, very surprising coming through, considering how far behind Catalyst ended up in that last game, and that was when they had counter pick. This Camille coming through, very different style, much more aggressive than the Shen typically is, and with the Morgana actually getting locked in for Punahou is going to be in a bit of an awkward position, since it now means that Iolani gets to ban 2 more champions away from Ready Claw's top lane pool, which is going to really limit the things that are good up against Camille.
Punahou are going to be trying to limit the jungle pool while Iolani look to take away the top champion pool, because Red Claw got a lot of pressure down with that Mordekaiser in game 1. But I guess the other option too for Iolani is to try and deny options for Namjae. Caitlyn, great long range option, especially combined with something like the Morgana. Lux also taken off the table.
We're also getting word that Catalyst, who was playing in the top lane for Iolani in last game, is getting subbed out for Cyan with 7 ends. there you go. Going to be coming in into top lane. That's going to be really shaking out how they're going to be playing up in the top lane. And it does mean that hopefully Sion can have a little bit more play up against Ready Claw, who basically took control of that game almost by himself for the first 20-30 minutes, only later to be giving over to Very Angry Duck to have a little bit more opportunity. But as Ezreal comes through for Punho in the bottom lane, not necessarily going to be having the same kind of early priority there. Instead, it looks like they're just going to be trying to farm it out and instead play towards the top half of the map.
Now, normally whenever you have something like an Ezreal that is locked in the bottom lane with you, you have a little bit of agency given over to the support to say, hey, I'm good
You're
here.
good, right?
Yeah. I'm going to roam. I'm going to try to find some pressure on the other side of the map, get some vision control, link up with the jungler. And Morgana is one of those champions that if you are able to get a Dark Binding from Frog of War, that is a great pick opportunity.
And this is also very interesting to me, considering that we're seeing this Wukong coming through. I'm wondering if that's pro draft being a little bit wonky once again, because Camille and Wukong are typically both top lane champions, but it is possible to play both of them in the mid lane if you want to. You do have opportunities to be very aggressive against a lot of these mages, and with the Senna coming through, it has to make me wonder what is going on here for Iolani, because this looks not like anything I've seen in a long time. Is it possible this is an AP Misfortune mid? What? I'm getting confirmation. Okay, 5th pick Kassadin, not Senna. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, we're a little bit saved. Okay.
I was like, is this the legendary Senna mid that Pastry Time was talking about? But at least Senna mid, that was for Wild Rift, so I was really ready to start throwing hands and pulling my hair, just trying to figure out what in the cabobulation that Iolani was trying to put together. I'm really, what in tarnation, you know?
What in tarnation?
See, I took tarnation, but added
combustion.
Yeah, well, I was thinking more of like something of a term from Hawaii, and I think of
spam.
Konoha, I think is the term. I'm not
Let's
sure.
not get into this before they realize we have no idea. Everything we know is from our producer, Kate Dad. He sends us, he talks about spam musubi a lot and all kinds of different food, and it all looks really delicious, but...
Aloha, mahalo, sup cuz, sup bruh, that's it.
Sup bro, Island time. Alright, anyway, as we start looking at this right now, we are going to be seeing Mordekaiser going to be the pick once again, and it is typically fairly good into Camille for the first half of the game, but once Camille gets a couple items underneath their belt, as Sion starts to ramp up the damage, it can really turn on its head super suddenly when Camille starts to actually win those 1v1s. So we're going to have to pay a lot of attention to how Punho is going to be trying to get that set up in order to push back that deadline even farther, just like you do when you email your professors.
That is pretty relatable for a lot of students right now, as it is finals week for a majority of them, and if it's not an exam, then it is a final paper. And I definitely remember being in the position where I was studying super hard for exams, and then I'm thinking, oh, okay, that's my last final. What else? Oh no, I never started my paper and it's due tomorrow. Oh no. And then that's when you're like, hey, Professor Kailini, I really loved your class and I learned so much. I just wanted to let you know that this semester was so enlightening that I also wanted to take my time to figure out other classes as well, and it took up a lot of my time, and I will not be able to make the deadline tomorrow. Is there any way that I can push back the extension to perhaps next week?
See, that's one way to do it. You could also go with the other direction, like, hey, Professor Kailani, or, teacher, I failed my reading test, meaning I thought the due date was next week. Is it okay if I turn it in a little bit late?
Are we just showing students, these high school students, excuses to get out of exam deadlines right now?
All right, look, as long as they're like real excuses, like if you're actually busy, like if you're busy playing in a League of Legends tournament, right? That could be an opportunity to say you're pushing things back, but do your homework, kids. It's important. You do want to have opportunities to do things.
Do it on
League
time.
of Legends is a lot of fun. Do it on time. more than anything, it's just more about like the habits that you build, right? You got to make sure that you are creating good habits because they will carry you through to college, they will carry you through to the rest of life, doing things on time. And if you do need an extension, because you were busy, it's okay to ask for one. You don't necessarily have to do it right then and there. I don't have it's very rare that a job that I've had will be like, okay, it needs to be this date and absolutely no later. Most of the time they're like, all right, well, yeah, as soon as, get it done as soon as you can. Like, don't push it off, but just keep working.
Yeah.
People tend to be pretty understanding.
Yeah, the world, while can be harsh in certain realities, it also can be very forgiving and understanding. And that is why
Unlike
in the best
League of Legends.
Yeah, if you overextend and the enemy team finds you, they're not going to show mercy.
They don't have time for that email.
Yeah, no. No mercy in this dojo, Josh. It is all about who can be the better player and the better team on the Rift. And you got to show and throw everything down on the line for this grand finals here.
Yeah, you're not going to be Daniel-san from Karate Kid. It's all about making sure that you're Cobra Kai. You got to take them down very, very quickly. And again, so thinking about it, this time coming in for Iolani, you got to pay a lot of attention to the fact that the Senna that you see on the screen actually going to get replaced with a cast-in when you actually load into game, which means that Iolani is going to have some tools late in the game to actually win some of these team fights, whereas before, they really didn't have anything to really fall back on. They were all in on trying to win the game early on. And eventually, Max can go with that, crane stance and probably take down a few members in the audience if he's not careful with it.
I had just watched Shang-Chi recently with my dad because it was his first time watching it, and I always love the little stance move where he takes the back foot and he twirls it around, makes the semicircle. Yeah. Now, that's Kung Fu, though, or if I'm not mistaken. So it's not karate, not the same thing.
Not quite.
Not quite. Different regions. Now, going into this game, too, and kind of taking back a little bit of the lessons that we learned about both of these teams in Game 1. For Punahou, they weathered the storm. They've shown their ability to maintain strong composure even through a disastrous early game or an early game that is very difficult for them to try and maintain an advantage. But Joshi has said before in our games that we play that, if you got to let this turret fall, you let the turret fall. As long as we're not losing the game, we can manage to give away some of these structures if we're always trading something in terms of map advantage or just time as a resource as well.
For sure. It's something that we're going to have to see Iolani come through, and I think that they already showed that they do have some of this early game advantages that they are going to be able to leverage, but it's not enough to just get these advantages. You have to continue to build them. It's got to be like compound interest, right? You got to continue getting larger these advantages, or, as we were already saying, the percentage difference in the gold is what matters more than the absolute numbers. If you have 5% of a lead now, you need to continue building that 5% of a lead so that it grows and grows, and hopefully it can grow even larger to that 10%. But 5%, if you have 100 to 105, it's still 5%, but the difference between 100 and 105 is nowhere near as important as the difference between 1,000 and 1,005. You got to continue to build a lead, because otherwise you stagnate. You're not going to be able to leverage the same kind of lead later on in the game, and that's what Iolani needs to be able to do in this next game.
You were mentioning a lot of numbers right there, and I looked down at my notepad, and I was like, should I bust this out? I feel like I need to keep track of this, because I need to keep all my numbers and checkbooks together, Just got to make sure that I'm keeping track of everything. But the other...
Is there a punchline?
I had one, but just like my pen, it broke, so... It happens. Now...
You're a cringe, but you are free.
Just like Genie. I'm free.
All right. Free. Anyway, with all those numbers coming through, what's up?
We got to talk about this casting, Josh. I think that is probably the most exciting development. Apart from, of course, Cyan. Make sure.
Cyan.
You got to extend out, because that's how they wrote their name. Cyan not only answering back with a split push threat that can potentially match up against Reticlaw's pressure, but also you now have a time bomb in this Cassidy.
Yeah. So one of the big things that we're going to have to look at with this is, first off, Punho already going to be mixing up, going down south to potentially find multiple members of Iolani, and we'll see if they actually run into it. Reld and Kanekaji are a little bit tough to crack.
Uh-oh. Watch out for the Dark Binding.
Oh!
Oh! Kanekaji dodges out on the Binding, but unfortunately the wall is too thick to flash over, and Punho are still going to pick up first blood. Oh, what?
Oh.
What?
I guarantee that Rediclaw, that was not on purpose. They went to go put that in the chat, but they didn't hit enter beforehand.
Oh, they were trying to mark
100%.
Write down Leona Flash, and then oh.
That is a little bit brutal, but they did get the first blood going over to Rediclaw already, and we already saw how aggressive they were up against the previous top laner. Now Cyan is going to have to be going into a difficult lane matchup down a kill. However, we want to get back to the casting a little bit. This is one of the picks that has typically been very, very good into a lot of these mages because they take reduced magic damage and also are very difficult to punish early on. Victor's got a pretty good early game for a mage, but he's not necessarily going to be able to build a large lead up against EDG Mako, who we saw have a really significant CS advantage basically on their own in game 1.
Yeah, and you've been really loving the Cassin recently, thanks to all the mage changes and just giving you so many safety tools to bypass through that early game and getting to the point where Cassin really is a 1v9 monster. But to kind of steer direction over to another strange but exciting addition to the roster of both of these squads is Lucian2sexy busting out a jungle pick that we haven't seen in ages, Josh. Years. Yeah. Wukong jungle.
I have not seen Wukong in the jungle in quite a long time, and I can't imagine it's necessarily been something that's tearing up the Wild Rift either, the mobile version of League of Legends. And the big thing about this champion is, once again, it doesn't necessarily have a great late game. It's going to be this big, what we tend to call stat stick. It just is a ball of damage and tankiness, and hopefully your ball of damage and tankiness is larger than the opponent's ball of damage and tankiness, because this champion just goes in, does quite a bit, and yes, there's a little bit of tricks that you can play with the clone in order to create some space and outplay your opponent, but it's mostly just, can I stick to you, and do I do enough damage to kill you?
The other thing, too, that Lucian2sexy will be bringing that is vitally important is the knockup. The Cyclone is probably the most signature part about this Wukong. Does not have access to it until level 6, but if Rediclaw is low enough, Lucian2sexy can just go in, get some burst damage down. Rediclaw already did not have flash before, but Iolani don't know that. So Iolani potentially are thinking to themselves, man, yeah, Nerves of Steel not flashing right there.
Oh, true. They didn't know that the flash wasn't there. That's actually going to be something that I hadn't really thought about. It's just that information that one team does or does not have. But the scary thing that you have to pay attention to right now is potential opportunity for a dive coming through. This was quite a large wave, but it doesn't look like Iolani are going to actually be committing to it. And Lucian2sexy standing on a ward. I don't know if he realizes that just quite yet. Going to be going in anyway to try and make sure that this wave gets underneath the turret so that Rediclaw doesn't have an opportunity to prevent Cyan from farming in the near future.
Rediclaw still maintaining a nice freeze, though. And Cyan not going to be in the best spot, slightly overextended, but Yoisaki is on the other side of the map, farming up a storm, taking away some camps. And one of the things about Wukong is he doesn't have great clearing speed, but he doesn't have great gank prowess either before level 6, which is why we don't see Wukong that often. Yes, once you get level 6, then you do have one of the best team fighting crowd control abilities in the game. But it does take a while to get to that point and ramp up. And Yoisaki is reaping the benefits as he's able to just parkour his way out of the jungle.
I feel like there's a bit of an interesting interplay here that we're already looking at, right? With the Wukong, as you said, not being particularly fast at clearing, but really just is good at fighting a lot of the time against a lot of these champions, and is also going to be fairly resistant to some of the bursts that now Punho is actually going to be bringing out, but is also going to be struggling to potentially interact with them, right? Not necessarily going to be dying quickly, but not necessarily going to be taking them down quickly either. Going to be really needing to brawl it out over long periods of time. And this could be good against Namjae on the Ezreal and Very Angry Duck on the Victor. But the problem is, it's really hard for him to stick to either of them. The phase rush on the Victor is going to be giving him a lot of movement speed to disengage from the Wukong. And of course, Namjae just leaves the fight. He has an Arcane Shift. He goes backwards and makes it very difficult for Lucian Dusexi to actually stick around long enough in order to find the kill.
So far, with how the early game has played out, along with the first blood that Punahou were able to find, it's about a 1,000 gold lead, so nothing too drastic here. That's always something that is nice for Punahou, who want to be working towards the later stage of the game. But they also have some agency that they need to start accelerating a bit. Kanekaji making a visit in the mid lane, helping out Mako look for a potential blow onto Very Angry Duck. He's going to burn the flash. Now puts them in a spot where they cannot safely step up in lane as often.
There's a potential argument coming in that Very Angry Duck didn't need to flash there in order to disengage from the fight, because Mako had just used the whole rotation. Once the rotation is down, once Mako has no spells, he's got no more damage. Oh, but Namjae going forward!
Flash away, but Kanekaji can still line up the Zenith Blade. Heal is being popped here, and now that's both of the summoner spells down for Namjae. Up Nemo saying might have been a little too aggressive on my part.
I feel like it was very predictable that Kanekaji should be coming down in just a minute, and Namjae not quite paying attention to how quickly champions can move around the map. Gets punished for it, and that just means that with both those summoner spells down, it is a very tempting target for Lucian Too Sexy to move down. And hey, what do you know? Clearing out the red buff, can go for the Krugs, or can just choose to come down to the bottom lane right away.
I'm curious how far towards level 6 Lucian Too Sexy is. Still level 5. Does not have access to the Cyclone for the knockups to really punish on the Namjae, but knowing that he doesn't have flash, once he burns the Arcane Shift, Lucian Too Sexy might want to close down onto Luxan, and Luxan might be the target here. Flash comes out, a lot of damage has already been expelled. Reld will secure the blow onto Luxan, but a teleport from Very Angry Duck is now going to allow them to turn the tides of battle. Kanekaji on the run. Reld might not be able to make it out alive. A flash over the gravity trap, but it's still a double kill over to Very Angry Duck. Cyan has also teleported to the fray, but cannot turn the tides of battle. It is still Punahou who will be able to walk away victorious.
Oh, the teleport coming in so late, and Mako never coming down, ends up leaving Iolani in the worst of both worlds. Remember, Lucian Too Sexy, not quite level 6, doesn't have access to the ultimate, doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with this, but I do like the target selection to wait for the Black Shield to go down onto Luxon, or excuse me, onto Namjae before they turn onto Luxon. The thing is, as a teleport comes through, you can still teleport to minions. They are so far away at this point. As Cyan, even though they are looking for an opportunity to finish off some of these members, they don't have the damage yet. They aren't blowing up these squishies, and because they are so far away and Mako's not here, they don't have enough members to turn this fight and secure any of these extra kills. And so it's a big lead coming through for Punahou after Iolani try and go for some aggressive plays, and this time they're the ones that have a turn on them.
Solid 2,000 gold lead now for Punahou, almost making it towards 3,000. A couple turret plates have already been taken by Rediclaw in exchange for that teleport that Cyan used to try and even the odds for Iolani. But the fact that they lost out more on advantages there, and it starts to bleed throughout the rest of the map, and it's giving Punahou a solid advantage to start accelerating that lead even further here.
Question is, how are they actually going to be doing it? We're already seeing that Luxon leaving the lane is going to be going towards the top side of the map, but having been spotted, it means that Iolani know that there are not enough members from Punahou to actually pick up this first dragon of the game. So we are going to be seeing a trade as Punahou picking up the Rift Herald, and Iolani going to be grabbing the first dragon, which is the Chemtech, and the second one's going to be a Mountain. So, you know, typically, before, it used to be a 50-50 as to what the next one is going to be. Now it is going to be one of 4 different souls with the addition of Hextech and M-Tech to the game. But as this all goes through, a couple of things we have to pay attention to. One, Very Angry Duck was struggling in CS previously against Mako, and in this game they are still behind. But they pick up 2 kills and 2 assists in the bottom lane, Marafa. This is suddenly a victor that is incredibly accelerated, and we already know how scary Very Angry Duck was towards the end of last game.
Yeah, it just needed a little bit more time to get online after the disastrous double kill that went over to Lucian Too Sexy's Talon in game 1, but because Very Angry Duck is the one that has received the benefit of a little bit extra gold in their pocket. They're going to hit that crown much early on. the Shadow Flame and the Banshee's Veil might even come online just that much sooner. Redclaw summoning the Rift Herald is going to get this last crash in. It won't take down the turret quite yet, but it is now critically low, and Punahou might just send more members to try and look for first break.
Very big dive opportunity, but Lucian looking mid lane. Yoisaki's in the wings. Nothing.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really hard as Caston, right? You don't have a completed item just quite yet. You're not necessarily particularly strong. You're still waiting for things to actually come online. And you don't necessarily want to take a fight if you don't know how many members are actually there. It takes a lot of mana for Mako to try and chase people down. He doesn't have the mana reserves to necessarily do that just quite yet. However, the fact that we haven't seen any more kills come through for the side of Punahou is a good sign for Iolani. They were able to get an objective trade while down fairly substantially during the first dragon. And yes, this turret goes down, but that is just the cost of doing business. And while Sion is still struggling, we also have to know they are still doing better than we saw their predecessor do in Game 1.
Maintaining a smaller CS deficit than Catalyst had to deal with against Redclaw. And also the matchup here seems a little bit more survivable for something like a Camille who has better ways of managing sustain against something like a Mordekaiser who... I'm going to say it, Josh. It is so unfun to play against Mordekaiser sometimes in the top lane.
I mean, top lane is a very punishing lane, even though, I'll make a strong argument that it's not the hardest lane in the game, it is the most punishing. If you make a mistake, you are suddenly going to be in a position where you don't really get to play for quite a long time. And Cyan kind of made a mistake when they went down to the bottom lane and ended up giving over a takedown to the side of Punahou, losing a lot of time up in the top lane, losing a lot of CS and experience, and now we're going to see if they're going to be able to come back. Remember, we said that this lane, this 1v1 interaction between Camille and Redclaw eventually becomes good for Camille. When you're able to sustain all the damage that the Mordekaiser is doing and turn around and do 1,000 true damage in a single auto attack, you're going to be A-okay eventually. But that might, at this point, be 3 or 4 items considering how accelerated Redclaw is compared to Cyan.
Yeah, Riftmaker already completed tier 2 boots as well. You look at Cyan, not only not close to that first item power spike, they don't even have boots. They're walking around barefoot.
It becomes very difficult, right? There's a couple crucial things missing from the inventory of Cyan. That's the first one. No boots, so they don't have a whole lot of movement speed, going to be relying on the hookshot to leave, and unfortunately you cannot leave the Death Realm with hookshot. But the other thing is that they're going to be missing out on any kind of grievous wounds, and so Redclaw is going to be doing a lot of healing of their own. Oh, whoa!
Oh, Lucian Juzexi trying to outplay Yoisaki's movements right there, but popping both instances of the Cyclone. Means that Yoisaki will trade out with their Shadow Soul. That is going to force Lucian to the other side of the jungle where Dragon is about to come up in the next 45 seconds. Redclaw is also trying to steal this blue buff away.
Got it.
They're going to get it secured. And, oh my goodness, not even a 1v2 will phase Redclaw at all. He could win it.
What is a 1v2 when you just send them both to Narnia? You pick one, it's like, I want to fight you first, and then I'm going to fight you after. And when Lucian Too Sexy coming in with no ultimate and half of his health, he's going to be the one that's going to be going into the other world rather quickly. But I also want to look a little bit at this mid lane once again, because Caston is also in a similar spot to Camille. At this point, eventually they're going to be the ones who can run down Very Angry Duck. Mako currently in a spot where this Crown of the Shattered Queen, while it is very, very good against burst champions, it's ironically not very good against champions in this laning situation. Champions that can run you down really effectively. And that's something that Mako can really do, is San should be able to walk out here. Mako just presses Q on Very Angry Duck, and the the passive coming through from Crown of the Shattered Queen has a 40-second cooldown, and Mako's Q is like 7 seconds. So you press it, you wait for your next Q to come up, and then you go for a fight. So it's all about like choosing when to actually take these fights, and I think Mako should definitely be a player who is confident enough and strong enough on this character to understand when he should be avoiding these interactions with Very Angry Duck.
Yeah, Mako is not a traditional assassin where you want to go in and use a full spell rotation, and that's that. Mako can kind of hop in, burst damage, walk out, and then come back in, do the same spell rotation all over again. And the fact that they can kind of proc things at a safe distance and choose when to dip in and out of fights, it makes Kassadin not only very slippery, but also just that much more difficult to really deal with and have a solution for, because if you don't have the proper lockdown to make sure that this Kassadin just does not go on a rampage, things will be crazy. Luxan getting engaged on, but Yoisaki is here for the counter gank that Lucian Too Sexy is going to also try to find an opportunity to get Luxan down. What a flash and a heal from Namje is going to keep the support alive. True Shot Barrage will go slightly wide, but Very Angry Duck is keeping them on the back foot. The Chaos Storm doing a lot of damage, forcing Lucian Too Sexy, and it's the flash! It's not even a flash, it's just an arcane shift forward from Namje. Finds enough damage on Reld, and Punahou are going to be able to find another turret for their spoils.
The crazy thing is it was actually the first strike that allowed him to do the damage there at the end. You saw the little bit of extra come through and the extra gold being available as well. Oh no. No! Too sexy!
No. And look at that. Yoisaki, they both have the sweepers. He's trying to see if he can outplay the clone, but he never gets a chance to pop it because Yoisaki would always know which one would be the real one. Punahou further accelerating this snowball. I think this is the largest gold lead we have seen all series.
Oh yeah, Punahou looking super dominant in this game, and yes, there's still a world where Iolani eventually becomes stronger than Punahou, but every single time one of these kills comes through unanswered, that gets pushed back, 30 minutes, 30 seconds, a whole minute every single time, and it's really going to mean that Iolani have to drag this game out so long. We're also seeing that this is a game with a Cloud Soul coming through, which gives a lot of movement speed every time you are able to pick one up, which means that Iolani won't have a lot of opportunities to run here very soon, because Punahou is going to be the ones running them down. Damn.
Just like that.
This is a good Christian broadcast, Mark. No swearing.
What? I think damn is fine. Like Beaver Dam.
I don't know. Yeah. Okay, Mark. Okay.
Producer K-Tad is counting the quarters in his swear jar right now. It's like, Rafa, you're getting close. Getting close.
Okay, Mako. All right, looks like they're going to be getting Apple. We're seeing hints of what it is that Mako is going to be able to do later on, right? We are going to be getting this Rift Herald going to be coming through, getting dropped here in the mid lane, going to be taking down the structure and creating more space for Punahou. And remember, in the last game, we were talking about how the turret going down from Iolani here was giving Lucian Too Sexy freedom to move around the map, but this time the talent is on the other shoe. Or foot, or team. That's the word.
He's on the other parkour.
Yeah, and that means that they're going to be the ones that are very happy that the map is actually going to be opening up.
Yoisaki, Kanade make a great use of the talent so far, even though only picked up 1 takedown to their name and 5 assists. Goes to show that they have 100% kill participation, so they have been a part of every single fight that is breaking out. Now, Redaclaw does have access to the Death Realm, and now he has chosen his 1v1 target against Cyan. Gonna try to buy as much time as they can by using the Hextech Ultimatum to delay and evade Redaclaw. Cyan gets out. Redaclaw is now in the middle of 4 people. The reinforcements have coming in for Punahou. Yoisaki does not find the blow, though, that needs to be needed to take them down. Lucian Too Sexy finds the double, and Namje might be in a world of hurt. Is gonna have to flash that wall in just a couple seconds. But Mako, does he want to take it? And now Mako will not continue the chase. Oh boy.
3 kills unanswered coming back in for Iolani suddenly mean that this opportunity is coming so much closer. But again, we have to pay attention to the timing of everything that people are doing. This fight happens very shortly before this next dragon is going to be coming up, and that means that a lot of ultimates are going to be missing. I mean, look at how this individual outplay comes in from Cyan. They end up buying a lot of time, even though they miss the ultimate, the Hextech Ultimatum actual timing on there. They are able to create enough space that they are able to leave the fight and come back and get just enough damage down before breaking vision, becoming impossible to hit And it ultimately means that a lot of kills are going to be going over because Sion is able to outplay Red Claw when it actually really matters. And now, so the next dragon comes through, it ends up just going over to Punahou without much of a contest. But because it's only Dragon 2 needed 4 in order to get the soul, it doesn't really change a whole lot about how Iolani went to play. By getting the objective trade earlier on in the game, they push back Punahou's win condition by a full 5 minutes.
You saw in that fight there that even though Cyan still didn't have the greatest time in the laning phase of Rediclaw due to giving up a large advantage, the slipperiness of Camille proves to be a lot more difficult for Punahou, especially this Mordekaiser, to really lock down and get a grasp on versus something like the Shen that was struggling so hard in the 1v1. And you already alluded to this before, this Camille can eventually get to the point where they can solo deal with this Mordekaiser and outlane them. But, you know, what's a 1v1 without a few friends? Now, Rediclaw is going to turn it back into a 1v1, but has now lost a lot of HP. And when they pop out of that Death Realm, they're going to discover there are 5 people.
Wow. I'm honestly really impressed with the way that Iolani is handling this Mordekaiser right now. For the past couple of opportunities, oh, Mako's just going down by himself. I don't know if he wins.
Level 13. Mako sees an Ezreal. Namjae is gonna say hi. True Shot. Okay, no True Shot Barrage quite available yet, but just a lot of damage between the Mystic Shots and the Arcane Shift forward. And they've caught out Kanekaji in rotation. Luxan and Yoisaki getting half of their HP already down. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a kill opportunity here. Yoisaki not even needing the Shadow Assault. They're just gonna be able to walk out scot-free.
Look, gotta say it, that's the second time a very small movement choice coming in from Kanekaji is really going to be hurting them in this game. It's actually been the cause of both of their deaths. One at the very beginning of the game when they flashed in a weird direction and put themselves in the wrong spot relative to the wall, and there, they ended up walking back at a time when they really couldn't afford to and ended up giving over another kill. And Punahou happy to pick that up for themselves. But we're also seeing at the same time that they are able to run around the map in fairly effective ways. We already saw that by layering crowd control, they were delaying the amount of time that Rediclaw had before they were able to use the ultimate and weren't able to get any damage off in the meantime. And it ultimately meant that, as you said, even though they picked Cyan for the 1v1, didn't have enough HP left over when they came out to finish the job. And so Iolani, even though they gave up a couple of big advantages early on, are a little bit closer than I would have expected them to be.
And Namjae. Oh, whoa, Namjae, those are not your friends. Those are enemies. It's a shutdown for Lucian Too Sexy. Gets the Cyclone down, and Luxan is also the other to fall. Meanwhile, Rediclaw is dealing with Kanekaji. I'm assuming with Death Realm cooldown being used here. Sent them to the Shadow Realm. Mako now trying to fight against Yoisaki, has more friends. It's going to send Yoisaki over the wall, try to parkour, but Yoisaki is going to go back in once again. Mako should be able to rift walk away, but it's low on HP, and meanwhile, Rediclaw is still skirmishing successfully, is already taken out Cyan, and Reld and Yoisaki,
the shield!
They're going to have to fight down to the death. Lucian Too Sexy, once again for the reinforcements, is going to be able to even the odds here, but very angry duck throughout the whole Kerbuckle. It is now going to be a teleport coming in. Chaos Storm is going to lock down Lucian Too Sexy, and it's a shutdown that goes over to Very Angry Duck.
Very interesting series of events that came through here, and it ends up being a bit of a wash because the number of takedowns from both teams ends up being very similar. So it ends up meaning that as things come through, because it was a wash, Iolani is a little bit happier with it because it means that the game is going to continue. Another minute left on the next dragon, and we already see Punahou coming into the mid lane. They're going to be pushing out this lane, getting priority here, and creating opportunities that Iolani has to respond to. You need to make sure that this wave doesn't crash into your structures. One, to save a little bit of damage on the structures themselves, but two, so that you are able to walk in and actually have vision. One of the things that these minions do is they see things, right? And when you can see where your opponents are, you can also infer where they are not a lot of the time. And because this is a situation where it is a constant push and pull as the minions go back and forth, when the minions are so far forward, Punahou know that there is nobody likely in a spot that can actually contest the dragon.
We can see clearly now the rain is gone.
The minions are under turret. That's how I remember that song going. Yeah, I was very confused when I was 5 years old.
It was just waiting for your time to get into the world of League of Legends. A True Shot Barrage from Namja is going to throw out some poke against the members of Iolani. They want to be contesting for this dragon. Mako still not at the level 16 mark yet, where Cassidy truly feels like he is online. Full of time, getting dragon down to 700, but that's kind of a nice leash for Punahou. Gonna take it gladly. But Cyan is getting work done, and objective bounties have been secured. Joshi, we got to talk about this.
All right. Okay. So when the game determines that you are sufficiently far behind, it gives objective bounties. And those means that whenever you take down a structure or take down a dragon, rift herald, or a baron, you get a bunch of extra gold for your team. And this is a new addition to the game as of this year. And as you see the first one going through, we also see a fight.
Solar Flare right down on the 2 members before the Black Shield even comes down, so there is no crowd control stiflement. Very Angry Duck in the middle of 4 members, has the flash over the wall. Luxon trying to protect them with a beautiful Dark Binding, is going to lock up Mako, but Mako is now out of that one. Reld will fall as Yoisaki deletes him in an instant, but Cyan has joined the fight, and they now are looking to run down Yoisaki, but can you get this parkour master? I don't think so.
It's going to be pretty darn difficult, and this should be another objective bounty likely to be going over to Iolani as they pick up a 3-for-1 fight. And do my eyes deceive me? I thought I saw 2 stopwatches coming through, but it doesn't look like Very Angry Duck finished the Zonia, so no, that was just my eyes lying a little bit. But hey, this is important. The big thing that you have to pay attention to is after you pick up these takedowns, after you knock the other teams into the respawn timers, you actually need to do something with that time. Getting the kills is nice, and yes, Iolani likes the fact that this game is going to extend by picking up those kills, but you need to find a little bit more than that. Iolani not getting this mid lane turret means that those kills were that's all they were. There's a little bit of extra gold going into your pocket, not a lot of extra gold and more map pressure that would have been than it would have been if they had just decided to barrel down the mid lane and take down the outer turret.
When we're in later stages of the game, the death timers are
okay, that's fine. We're good.
Heart rate jumped up by 20 PPS right there for a quick second.
BPS, holy moly! If your heart rate ever goes up 20 beats per second mark, we're gonna have a quick call to 911.
Okay. Maybe not quite the right number there. I see. This is why I leave the numbers to you, and I see things go boom, and
boom.
Yeah.
Ooh, pretty colors. You must love 4th of July.
Dude, it's my favorite.
It's okay, New Year's is coming up, but we gotta get through Christmas first, this is still our early Christmas present, Rafa, just getting to watch all these high school games, and we are seeing that right now. Remember, we keep alluding to this. Iolani have some strong late game tools between the Caston and the Camille. And we also saw that last game, Punahou was down a pretty significant margin earlier, but they were able to hold on and leverage their superior composition in order to create advantages for themselves. And now Iolani might be the ones that are going to be able to do the same thing. 2 items are coming through for Cyan, which is still an entire item behind what Red Claw has been able to pick up for themselves, but nonetheless is going to be really helpful as you continue to look for opportunities to start winning the 1v1.
There's 4 members grouped up here in the mid lane, but Yoisaki and Very Angry Duck are getting ready for a potential burst pick here. A flash forward, and Bonk is right. Reld is gone. That's 1 primary carry that has been eliminated for the battle. Iolani are going to have to find ways to recover from this one, but Kanekaji, a valuable frontliner, has also been deleted. And the way that Punahou have already just dissuaded and dispersed the members of Iolani. They've isolated them into individual threats, and it's much easier for them to deal with as Yoisaki is just running amok, forcing Cyan all the way to the recluses of their own base, but now Mako might be able to return the favor, and it's a shutdown for the mid laner of Iolani.
Getting that kill is nice, but it's not going to be enough to actually prevent Punahou from going for this Baron buff. Look at the fact that they are going to be trying to do this. Mordekaiser can come over. Mako is very strong.
I don't know if you really want to do this Baron. You don't have jungler, you don't have smite, and the Baron is doing a lot of damage to your backliners right now. Mako could always just benefit by just coming in and sweeping house. They are actually going to burn this down now that they have Red Claw. To tank your foe, he can sustain the hits of this powerful raid boss, and the Baron will be safely secured by Punahou.
I love the call coming out from Punahou to actually go for this fight, and crucially, because the Baron buff gives you faster recalls, they're also going to be back out on the map in time. But Ready Claw not going for the recall. His recall is coming out really, really late without the teleport. I'm going to have to eat my words. They're going to be late to the fight now. I think they should have seen at least one member walk into this brush, which means that it could be really good for them, knowing that they can't actually go through this choke point. But as I say that, the important point, no matter what, is that this dragon is going to be going over to Iolani, and they're the ones potentially looking for a fight.
Chaos Storm, first damage on the Kamikaze, forcing out the Solar Flare, but the support will fall. Reld also cannot run away from the onslaught of Punahou. You just see the movement speed that Yoisaki has access to, and it just gives them all the tools necessary to run down any stragglers of Iolani. And they have to flee all the way to the retreats of their base. This is...
It's not a game.
Could it be really?
I mean, it's going to be tough. It's not impossible for them to actually try and end the game right now. But as we see this fight coming through once again, we're going to have to pay attention to how they actually try and retreat. And it's unclear if they're going to actually retreat or go for the fight. And that's why you see Reld having used the flash right at the beginning of that, because he thought that they were going to fight in the back of the pit. Instead, as they all choose to leave, he has to flash out in a different direction and ends up getting caught in the rotation. But in the picture-in-picture in the lower left, you're seeing two inhibitors already getting picked up by the side of Punahou, and they might be going for a third one. It's not the game entirely, but it might as well be.
No, just great awareness from Punahou. I don't know if they had preemptively set up the minion wave to crash into the mid lane before taking that fight as well, but they have gotten so much value out of this Baron buff off of the back of a dragon that was secured by Iolani. So normally you would think that not being able to find a reverse tempo or a reverse Uno card in this case after Iolani finding ways to get back into this game, especially considering it was an objective bounty gold secure, but it's still a 9,000 gold lead, almost 10,000 for Punahou.
Very, very difficult for Iolani to come back from this position. Not impossible. We are still waiting for Mako to hit level 16, and then it becomes a real problem. So he has got to be close to that benchmark at this point. But I feel like Punahou is a little bit more coordinated in the way that they're actually looking to go for these fights. Their game plan is simpler, and they're a little bit better able to execute on it. And we're also seeing just how much damage is coming out from all the members of Punahou. And unlike last game where Iolani weren't in a position to do anything, this time Punahou have plenty of targets.
Yoisaki, oh, he's so fast. He's flashing forward. Shadow Soul is there. Cyan is going to dodge out a little bit of damage, but it's still not enough. Yoisaki is so lethal on this champion. We might just see some talent priority come their way for Game 3. Little neat thing, Joshi, though. That's a Tactician's Crown on the Ezreal.
Took me a moment to actually figure out what you meant. Yeah, the Crown of the Shattered Queen is available coming through.
Oh, not Tactician. That's the second time I said that this week.
Oh
too much
man,
TFT.
wrong game. Too much TFT, too much Wild Rift coming through. Okay. But we are still in a spot where we do have, with the inhibitors already down, Punahou has 2 of the 3 lanes, creating pressure all on their own, naturally pushing. You already see that one super minion is right up to the Nexus turrets, and Lucian Too Sexy just goes.
2-man knockup from Lucian Too Sexy, but Rediclaw has now separated them into the Death Realm, so no more utility from this Wukong. But as he comes out, it's, oh, okay, you know what? I thought the bullet time was going to do a lot more in that instance, but you're in the face of a Mordekaiser, you're in the face of a Talon. They'll just run their weapons right through you. Cyan, one of the last survivors,
not
doesn't even
one.
get to last that long. Mako will get a recall in, and this Cassidy not even getting a chance to get to the level 16 mark, and I don't think it would. Just did such a great damn job of closing this game out.
Ultimately, it looks like Punahou might just be the better team in this series. We knew that they were going to be the Titans coming through, and now they are 1 game away from locking down the Hawaii High School Athletics Association Championship here with PlayVS. And once again, just crazy damage starting to come through from the jungle in the top lane, and Rediclaw, I don't know if there's going to be anyone who's actually going to be able to deal with him throughout this entire series. We saw that Catalyst tried to do it. ended up getting bullied over and over. We saw that Cyan came through and had a little bit of a better time, but still struggling once again in this side lane. And Ready Claw, absolute dominance from start to finish. And Very Angry Duck, still looking a little bit to shore up the laning phase, but once you get out of that, absolute monster every single time.
Yeah, this Victor, tons of AoE damage. Rediclaw on the Mordekaiser, unstoppable. And then to even add further to the big problem that Iolani have to solve is that Yoisaki, they get their hands on the Talon and they just are causing so much terror throughout the jungle quadrant. And it's going to show that this jungle Talon is going to be a huge priority. It might even be picked up as a ban if Iolani are not able to get their hands on it, or if they think it's worthy enough to be in their own composition. But these are all questions that we're going to be finding out the answer to when we come back for Game 3, potentially our last game, because it is match point for Punahou. And aloha gamers. That's the tweet.
That's the tweet.
Aloha kako. Welcome everyone. We got game 3 match point here for Punahou. And it's going to be quite the long hill to climb up for if you are Iolani. They have shown some moments of greatness, some moments of brilliance, but they haven't found meaningful leads that they can close out the game through. Game 1, they had a little bit of the mid-game in their stride, but this game 2, it was all Punahou's control.
And what we're getting from production and just everybody who's been involved in the Hawaiian scene is this is kind of typical of how Punahou play. They have a very strong mid-game team fight that they're able to kind of fall back on. And while we're really looking at the early game, it's kind of been all their jungler Yoizaki and their top laner Ready Claw. Very Angry Duck, as well as their bottom lane, is really, really good at just having these big opportunities in the mid-game to start shining a little bit more. We are also getting word that Catalyst coming back in for Cyan in the top lane, and hopefully we're going to get a little bit of a different matchup or perhaps a Mordekaiser ban, because the Shen answer unfortunately was not able to hold a candle to what it was that Red Claw was able to do.
But if they want to run a similar strategy, such as having Catalyst on that Shen, by getting rid of the Mordekaiser, maybe another top lane champion that might be in Red Claw's champion pool, that could be a threat to how Iolani want to play their game plan, then that might be the strategy going forward. But if they do so, we have to keep in mind some of the other champions that Iolani have been banning throughout the entire series, and they would have to give them up. I know one of them off the top of my head, it's Jax. So, and if you're fearing about how Red Claw can influence the game, something like a split-pushing Jax that is just beating down your turrets and leaving them in a pile of rubble might not also be the most ideal situation.
It's also really tough to think about the other champions they've been banning. We've been seeing like Irelia, the Fiora was banned, and the Kale, I think, was the other one that we were kind of looking at. Katarina currently getting hovered by Punahou, but it is really scary to play against any of these champions because of how strong of a split push they can really be later on in the game. And Iolani doesn't look like they necessarily have a strong answer, and honestly I kind of don't blame them. Mark and I played in a rec league recently. We're also just like, yeah, no, that top laner, he's got to go. We're gonna take off his 3 best champions every single time, and that's sometimes what you just gotta do. You gotta identify who your opponent's strong members are, and if you can prevent them from being as strong, well, then you can play the game. But sometimes when something like this happens, you gotta make sure you just don't get run over.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you wish you had more than 3 bans during the first part of the draft phase. You're just like, can we just not have that player play? You know,
yeah, maybe we shadow ban them a little bit. You know, can we just agree beforehand that these champions are banned so that we can actually play the game? But no, it is gonna be the Mordekaiser this time coming through. So now the question is, does Punahou want to go for the Jax in the first half of the draft, or they're going to wait a little bit longer to see what they go for? Because Jax is strong, but it does have counter picks.
Oh, there's no way that you're actually walking in this counter arena. I was about to say, it's like, yo, that would have been pretty spicy, and it would have been kind of similar to something that we saw for those that were watching the California high school finals yesterday in La Quinta. After winning their first 2 games in a very dominant fashion, they decided to make the draft super spicy and super interesting, and they were punished for it. So Punahou, though, looks like they are still taking a very solid game plan, prioritizing that talent for them. But Iolani are going to the Viego for the first time.
I think this is a little bit interesting, seeing what we've actually been seeing from Iolani's jungle, simply because Lucian Too Sexy has been going for a number of different things. The Wukong a little bit odd, and the Viego much less popular now than it used to be. While still reasonably strong, it's not necessarily something that's going to necessarily tear up the rift like we saw previously, but it is somewhat resistant to burst, just because you are able to leave with your ultimate. However, the Jhin coming through does mean that we are going to be seeing a bit of a shift in the bottom lane dynamics. It's the other AD carry that was banned by Punahou previously with Misfortune, and now as it does come through, it is going to be very aggressive and looking to get up a lot of picks.
Uh-oh.
Holy crap.
Katarina also locked in, and the Jax, the 1-2 punch. Oh, wow. We're going to have to figure out how we can recover from this, because this is a lot to take in. They see that Jhin, and you know what? Things that you don't really enjoy playing against is one assassin. Well, now try two.
That's super scary. I think the biggest thing that we have to pay attention to is one, the Shen is going to be coming out once again, presumably for Catalyst, and this isn't, you know, the worst thing up against Jax, but it is something that Jax can basically freely fight you most of the time. You have to stat stick him really early. I'm talking at kind of like levels 2 and 3 in order to create enough of an advantage that Jax can't really fight you. As the ban looks to be hidden once again in the actual show, it does mean that this Katarina and Jax combo means that there's a lot of confidence coming in from Punahou. They really want to be aggressive in this, you know, lane setups and really snowball through, and because they're committing so hard to the style, I think Punahou is likely going to be able to succeed, just because it is something that if you don't pick unless you're practiced with it.
Just to give an update, the missing ban is Leona for Iolani, trying to take that away, as that has been it's still a support that when on the front foot, you can find a lot of powerful engages. And Nautilus also being taken away. Luxan not going to be able to have access to either of those two champions. Punahou might be wanting to look to extend down in terms of which champions from the support role can assist in primary engage, because that is really the only thing that Punahou are lacking right now. And it's not easy with assassins to force a pick onto someone if you don't have someone that is kind of holding them still for you when you just unload the full burst.
Yeah, it can be really difficult for a lot of these situations where, you know, you do need to create a lot of space playing up against these assassins in order to keep them safe, and Jhin can play from really far away. That is one of the valuable things that this champion brings, is the ability to shoot from an entire screen away most of the time. However, Iolani looking to fight fire with fire a little bit, potentially opting into a situation where if one of these sides gets ahead, there's no real coming back. And hey, potentially the most Hawaiian champion coming through in Fizz, going to be going for a Fizz Katarina matchup, and I don't think I've ever seen this matchup in competitive play.
Aquatic will be the name of the game for, or Aquatic Aero Acrobatics, I was looking for. You know, just trying to finesse the phrasing in there. Now, wait a minute.
Is that right?
Wait.
Production? Can we get a confirmation?
Wait, is this guy in the Braum? Well, who's the Dragon Laner? Who's the bottom laner? Who's playing Marksman?
Dragon Lane. We are getting confirmation that this is the actual draft coming in from Punahou. So, okay. All right, wow. So I actually am kind of predicting right now, Mark, that this Katarina is going to be going bottom lane, because as somebody who enjoys playing tanks in the mid lane, there are two tanks that I like playing into Fizz. The first one is Galio, that you see. The second one is Sion. And both of them just play up against Fizz and prevent the Fizz from really doing much of anything. Are you resident sleeping over there?
No, I'm just like trying to... you know... I'm in the therapist, you know, office right now, and I'm just trying to like get my grasp on the reality of the situation right now, and that is we're getting a Katarina in the bottom lane. Like,
well, maybe
is this real life?
It might be Galio. You know, it still can be. We're still seeing just like something crazy is coming out from Punahou, and that just says to me that they are feeling very confident in their current spot in the series. And so honestly, I can't really blame them. They've looked really good for 2 games in a row, and even though they were behind fairly significantly in game 1, they were able to really bring it back without a whole lot of contest coming in from Iolani. And now, as it looks like what must be a bunch of comfort champions coming through, should be in a spot where they can probably win this, just because Iolani's composition again is a little bit less coherent than what it is that Punahou have come together with.
There are 2 champions that want to dive and either at least look for burst or for resets, and mainly in this Fizz and Viego, and the Shen can facilitate that thanks to the Sand United shield, and to an extent Soraka can also facilitate that with a good wish save, giving them a bunch of health back. but no one is protecting Soraka, and that is the thing that worries me a little bit, because when you witness powerful compositions using something like a Soraka, it's when you have a huge front line, a bunch of meatballs stacked, all that are just trying to surround and protect the Soraka like a princess, right? And then the Soraka is constantly blessing you with a bunch of heals and rejuvenation stacks, and then the front line is just constantly going to battle and just outlasting the opponents. But it is a completely different take than that. It is more just like, oh, you know, Soraka might be able to give you 1 or 2 heals, and then
they gotta leave.
Yeah, otherwise these 2 assassins from Punahou are gonna be wiping them out.
Normally, when I look at these kind of compositions coming out from, honestly, both teams, so we'll start with Iolani, I tend to call them threat overload. There are too many things that you have to kill, that if any of them are left alive, you end up in really awkward situations, because there's just enough damage even if one of them ends up falling in the middle of the team fight. This is a spot, though, where Punahou tend to be a lot tankier than their counterparts on the Iolani side, meaning that not only do they have enough damage that they can deal out, they're going to be hard to take down, whereas the members of Iolani are much squishier in comparison. So Soraka is going to have to be playing on the razor's edge throughout all these team fights in order to create all of that space for the rest of the team. And the one thing that Soraka does that nobody else really does on the side of Iolani, they can deal with Katarina. They throw down a silence, and Katarina relies on bouncing around during all these team fights, and you can't do that when you're standing in a silence field.
And if they lock you down within the silence field, then you'll be rooted. And then it could be a crowd CC chain that basically is not really fun for the Katarina, because the whole purpose of this champion is to just cause so much disruption and chaos by spinning around and shunpoing here and there, trying to teleport behind people, hit them with the oh my wa Moshinderu, you know, if you catch my drift here. I kind of butchered that a little bit. I was feeling the flow, and then it just...
we got you.
It kind of crashed a little bit.
I feel you.
Now,
I feel you.
Punahou are coming in with a lot of swag and style with this composition that they drafted, and if we've learned anything from this past week, the last time in a team that was 2-0 tried to do this and pull this off, it kind of flopped. And then they had the reality check, and they're like, all right, you know what? We can't just hit them with the disrespect that hard. Punahou, I'm not sure if this is too much disrespect or too much having fun for them that it is going to be impossible for Iolani to be able to deal with. But because we've already illustrated kind of the mismatch of the composition that Iolani have really drafted, there's like 2 halves that want to do the polar opposite, and I think that might leave enough of a window that Punahou, even with their very fun composition, can still exploit.
It's going to be an interesting position, and one of the things that I'm going to have to be looking at that we haven't really looked at, because it's not a champion that we see very often, is the interaction between Braum and Katarina. Remember, a while back, in order to make Katarina a little bit more viable, they added onto her ultimate, every single time you do damage, it gives an on-hit effect. That's why things like the Titanic Hydra are built on this champion. But you know who also has a really cool on-hit effect? Braum. Well, as soon as you just tag anybody, you just go in and spin, and suddenly you have an instant stun on top of the crazy amount of damage you're already doing.
I didn't even think about that. That's nuts. That's so big brain. That is like galaxy expanding levels of IQ. Holy camole. That's some dank tech if I've ever heard it. Man, can you imagine?
I'm not saying it's good, but man, is it fun and something that is going to be taking a lot of people by surprise.
Braum just throws out a winner's biter, is just walking around auto-attacking people. It's like, all right, get in there. And then leave tornado, boom, leave hurricane, boom, 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 and just gets everyone stunned up. Man, that's crazy. That's a way to make a Beyblade actually have utility and crowd control built in it at the same time. Just these champ combo synergies that you would never normally see, and it's because of, you know, these high school teams. You know, they are willing to go beyond and to places where no professional player would ever dare go, and they're willing to throw their championship title on the line just for the entertainment of spectators like us.
We'll see if it's actually good, because even though it's a really cool interaction that not a lot of people necessarily look at all that often, it is still something where you are playing a couple of melee champions into a ranged situation where it's not necessarily always easy for you to get on top of the opponents, and you might get poked down too much before you can actually go in, especially up against the Soraka that they are going to be laning into. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on the side of Punahou, and actually to create some of these situations where they can actually find some of these fights.
Namjae on the Katarina ADC. Katarina bot. Whatever you want to call it. This is a new flavor and a half. We have seen them now pull out Vayne game 1. Not Xayah. Oh my goodness. Ezreal game 2.
Yep.
And now Katarina. So, a little similar to the
natural progression.
Yeah. Yeah. We go from a tumble to a shift to a blink. Actually, Arcane Shift is still a blink. So,
but it's a slow blink.
It is a slow blink. Shumpo, it's like Dragon Ball Z instant transmission, dude. It's just.
I'm a little bit disappointed you didn't catch up on the slow blink.
Oh.
And now that it's okay, that's going to be the last thing we're going to be looking at before we get into Summoner's Rift for Game 3. Triple match point coming in for our Punahou High School. Again, looking to win the Hawaiian High School Athletics Association Championship once again for the school, as they continue to be the dominant powerhouse that they are in Hawaii.
And Yuisaki rolling out the Predator rune, which means they're going blazing fast. They are going to be so darn quick. As soon as they have a target locked on... Oh no, Kanekachi. They don't know.
Oh, they know now.
Oh. You see all the pings? Oh my god! The flash over the wall! They have no idea! It's like, wait, how'd the prop get over here? Kanekachi's gonna try to flash away, but you cannot escape!
One more
on attack, that'll be the lockdown, and first blood will go over to Very Angry Duck.
Man, that is brutal coming through for the side of Punahou. Luxon flashes the wall, and Kanekachi again doesn't flash in the way that they need to. They needed to get over the blue buff wall in order to try and survive that, but the panic and just walking backwards, as you typically would do, ends up leaving them giving over first blood once again in both games 2 and game 3. So Iolani, it's not out of the woods for Punahou just quite yet, but they are still coming in with a big advantage with that first blood going over to Very Angry Duck, now already in a fantastic lane matchup up against EDG Mako.
It is almost poetic that Very Angry Duck is playing Galio with the chicken skin.
Yeah? Yeah, because
like
his name. They're both birds.
Yeah, it's not a duck, but yeah, they're both birds. And especially during the holiday season, if you fry both, it's very delicious too.
Yeah. Oh, Mako.
Level 2.
Giving a little bit of a butt stab right there to Very Angry Duck as he walks away. And there's not a lot of time that Mako's going to have to actually be aggressive up against Very Angry Duck. This lane matchup doesn't generally allow him to, especially once the actual magic damage shield comes through, as it's going to be coming through at level 2, and Very Angry Duck now take a lot of reused damage.
Ooh, and Very Angry Duck very patient with the Shield of Durand. He's able to land the taunt down despite the Playful Trickster being in a moment of invulnerability and intangibility for Mako. Takes a lot of damage out back on the trade. You mentioned it before. This lane for Fizz in particular is very difficult to navigate through. But can we just...
Can we calm down for a sec?
Mako is not in the greatest of spots.
Oh, he goes in!
Oh, the only way out sometimes is forward, but Yuisaki is able to buy enough space and distance, and Mako does not have the cooldowns to escape from Very Angry Duck's grasps here. This is
This is crazy. Punahou is obviously having quite a bit of fun. I know that Mako could have gotten out of that situation if he just chose to leave. You know, Q through the Talon and then just use the Playful Trickster in order to get out. But I respect the idea. He went in. If he had followed the flash from Yoisaki with his own flash, he probably could have gotten the kill there as well. Instead, bringing Lucian Too Sexy into the mid lane or try and turn things around.
Nice root from Lucian Too Sexy. Very angry Duck does not have flash to escape this one.
One more, anything. There he goes. Okay.
Shut down.
Shut down. 2 kills already picked up by Very Angry Duck, means that he's worth a little bit more. And now Kanekaji has to be careful. He has no flash.
Winner's bite. Oh, they're actually picking the target of Rel. The exhaust comes down, and Namjae, it's just a surprising amount of all-in damage that they're able to get out between a Katarina and Braum lane. But can we also mention that Luxon is in the holiday spirit with the Santa Braum skin? I didn't even notice that. And Namjae, you should have access to Slaybell Katarina. Where's the skin synergy, man?
Honestly, at this point, you know, why even pick this champion if you can't get the skins going through? Bonk.
You already see the power of that Equinox from Kanekaji. If you are able to catch Katarina out, the only thing you can do at that point is walk out and away, because you don't want to be aggressing forward when you don't have any abilities to cast.
Especially as a character like Katarina that relies so much on the mobility from the abilities that they can press, becomes very important for them to run around. But look at this, Very Angry Duck hovering towards the bottom side. I'm a little bit surprised they haven't picked up the boots just quite yet. And I'm actually going to have to pay attention to whether or not they chose to go with the magical boots and ends up pushing back their boot timer by a pretty significant amount, because that's typically not how you play with Predator. You typically will grab the boots really, really early so that you can just run into the bottom lane, into the top lane, and just go for all of these ganks. But Very Angry Duck hasn't picked it up just quite yet. Instead, getting the extra damage from the mana provided by Lost Chapter to continue bullying his lane.
Speaking of item component completions, it's a tier 2 boots rush for Yoisaki. Very fast. Pops the Predator boots. Mako, having no flash before, Yoisaki is able to easily close the distance, but cannot in a range for the full burst of proccing all 3 passes. And Catalyst actually is looking for quite an aggressive trade against Red Claw here. Seems that the laning phase is going a little bit better for the Shen this time around.
A little bit better, but we're also noticing that Rediclaw is in a spot where he's threatening to freeze up against Catalyst. If these minions are thinned out a little bit, it's going to be very difficult for Catalyst to walk up, especially now that level 6 is starting to come through for multiple members. Rediclaw is very difficult for Shen to deal with, and even there, having to taunt away despite having a huge minion wave advantage coming in for Catalyst means that it's very, very difficult for Catalyst to do much of anything in this lane. Oh crap, you gotta crash this.
Oh man, this is so difficult for Catalyst. He doesn't have any support quite a while. Catalyst trying to force the fight though between Rediclaw, but because they are Shen, they don't have access to a level 6 ultimate ability that is useful for 1v1 combat. Rediclaw is gonna force the flash out.
We see a little bit of the difference on why Rediclaw is able to bully out so many of these other top laners. He understands the wave mechanic a little bit better than his opponents, and now that he does see Lucian Too Sexy walking through, he's going to be backing away, and it is going to be enough of a wave that it will crash eventually, so Rediclaw will have to teleport back to his own lane in order to make sure that it doesn't crash here very shortly. But that's the kind of thing where Catalyst needs to make sure that those waves are actually going to be crashing, so these kind of situations do not happen. You have to fight in the minion wave, otherwise you're just going to get frozen off, and not being allowed to farm as a Shen is very, very tough.
Luxen going in just as Kanekaji was on slightly the aggressive here. The flash forward. Kanekaji is not going to be able to get out. Stand United will be providing a shield just to make sure that there is no way that this Soraka will go down that easily. Yoisaki is here, making sure that it's a 3-on-3, and Iolani might be able to walk away, but a flash forward, looking for Kanekaji, but they cannot get enough damage down.
If this is being done on purpose by Punahou, I'm going to be incredibly impressed, because what we have to pay attention to is this entire time, normally when a Shen teleports out, you have to...
Under the tower, Mako getting taunted. Ignite might be there, but the Playful Trickster, Mako! Beautiful dive.
finding a solo kill in the mid lane in a super tough matchup, absolutely gorgeous. But at the same time, they're still looking at a spot where Catalyst has not been able to pick up a minion in about 4 minutes, and now he's going to get jumped on.
Catalyst trying to teleport back to lane and stabilize it, but Rediclaw popping the Grandmaster's Might is going to leap strike once again, get a couple bonks in onto Catalyst's head. Catalyst will be able to survive the one-on-one encounter just long enough for Lucian Too Sexy to pick up the Rift Herald. Now is going to make their approach here to Rediclaw. Doesn't have flash available, whereas Lucian Too Sexy does. Wants to go on to tower. The Heartbreaker. Oh, slight miss. Oh no! Disaster! Rediclaw outplays Lucian Too Sexy.
Oh, I'm going to need to see a replay of that one, but I think we saw a bit of a misexecution coming in from Lucian Too Sexy that's going to leave him dead. And now a very angry Duck. We'll see if he leaves this frozen or if he's going to push it right on back out. Looks like he's going to be last hitting it, which will lead a spot where Rediclaw can continue to freeze. Catalyst picked up 2 minions during the last about 2 minutes. And that's going to be in a really rough spot. But at the same time, also seeing Mako starting to come alive in the mid lane, finding a solo kill in, again, a very tough matchup. And the Predator still not coming online for a very angry Duck.
We haven't really seen opportunities for very angry Duck to get out of lane and really impact the rest of the map. But now that they are level 6, they have access to Hero's Entrance. And Yoisaki, oh, that's a yummy amount of damage there. I don't want to take too... Yeah. Also, Catalyst might be in a bad spot. No flash available. The taunt comes out. Oh no, this is a very bad state for the top lane right now.
Very bad. That red buff that Lucian Too Sexy brought over and via his death giving over to Rediclaw makes it impossible for Shen to leave a lot of these fights. And this is a lane matchup that can be very good for Shen up until it's not, right? You are winning until you're losing, and once you start losing, there is no coming back as the Shen from this position. So Catalyst is really going to have to look to impact the rest of the map, but the rest of the map is not doing great as we see Mako jumping in again and going to get jumped off.
No flash available for Mako. Playful Trickster already expended. Has access to the Chum the Waters if they want to look for a turnaround. And Lucian Too Sky is going to join the fight. A beautiful counter gank might be the play that turns this one around. Stand United is also going to come in and give a little bit of an HP shield. Uh-oh, very angry Duck is going to be left to the wolves here. Yoisaki might be able to find a way to escape out of this one and bait them towards Rediclaw, who's now waiting in the wing. Catalyst trying to find this Talon. Now he's going to find a face full of that club. Rediclaw not going to be able to run down Catalyst for lethal here unless they really want to take this chance. Lucian Too Sexy is still within the wings. Might have been a bit of an oversight for the members of Punahou, and this could be a turnaround that is just absolutely necessary for Iolani's chances in this series.
Okay, Iolani coming alive once again. It's potentially a little bit of a overconfidence coming out from Punahou that convinced him to stick around, but it is still a spot that Iolani, now capitalizing on, is going to have control of the map for a little while. And instead of going for the dragon, because Lucian Too Sexy already top lane, going to be just getting a couple of plates right here for his team and recovering some of the experience deficit that Catalyst was already facing. But at the same time, the other side of the map, even though they have a CS lead, it's not a very large one in the bottom lane, and Namjae is going to be going towards one of those more aggressive damage style, or physical damage style Katarina build. It means that these on-hit style kind of things with the Titanic Hydra, very difficult to deal with.
I wonder if these items actually should be building into it, no? It's the Vamp Scepter, and then a pickaxe. So this pickaxe should be turning into a Tiamat.
Potentially. I would not be super surprised if it was just a Ravenous Hydra Rush. Oh, no. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Blade of the Rune King coming through. This is something that tends to be very common on Katarinas just because you are able to do that with the ultimate. Again, it provides on-hit effects.
Nice Everfrost root from Very Angry Duck. Gets a nice amount of burst damage, and Mako forced to use a Playful Trickster. Gonna try to outplay this one, but can't. But thankfully, Lucian Too Sexy is here for the counter gank. Going to be able to equalize the trade. Both of the junglers taking out the other's mid laner opponent. And now, all the CC crowd control from Lucian Too Sexy as Galio now changes back into Viego, looking for another Heartbreaker for the reset. Doesn't even need it, but here comes Rediclaw forcing the flash out of Lucian Too Sexy. It's going to gain enough grounds and distance to get away from the Jax, but Red Claw was ready to turn the tides of battle.
Nice splash coming through from the side of Lucian Too Sexy. Most Viegos would generally kind of focus on trying to pick up the next soul coming through from the Talon, but I also feel like I've seen this movie before. Remember in game 1 when Lucian Too Sexy on the Talon had this massive lead to play with and ended up not necessarily having a whole lot of targets. In this game, he has plenty of good targets if he can actually stay alive long enough to take them down and get the reset. If he knows how to play the Katarina, which admittedly a lot of players don't, it could be incredibly difficult for other players to necessarily deal with him once he gets that first reset. Continues resetting off of all the new abilities that he gets. Every single one of these have very high quality abilities to take.
Current call comes out from Reld. Luxon is going to block every single shot with the Unbreakable Shield and their own body. Lucian Too Sexy was also in the wings, looking to see if Namjae could be another target that he could possess. With both of the bot laners for Luxon and Namjae will be able to make it out alive, but a lot of the dragon pressure has been seceded over to the way of Iolani.
Angry Duck walking over, gonna get the ward down. I would be surprised. Yeah, it's just gonna be a very brief steal attempt as the Q goes out, but not gonna be in time. And now Catalyst, hey, I've seen this before as well. Claw super aggressive, and now with the completed Divine Sunderer, going to be taking a lot of big chunks out of Catalyst and healing while he does so. It's gonna be very dangerous for Shen to even walk up to the wave. And look at this, Claw, every single time Catalyst even thinks about being in experience range, Claw jumps on him, takes a big chunk of that HP, and denies Catalyst any opportunity to go for any of his gold.
Despite the massive snowball that Lucian Too Sexy is currently experiencing right now, the one thing that you can look at for Punahou that they've got going is this Jax for Red Claw. And now we're starting to see why it was banned both times in the games. And it's like, man, but can you really blame Iolani for taking away the Mordekaiser, because that was getting too hard to deal with? And so it has become a game of pick your poison. Do you want to be sent to the death realm, or do you want to be bonked in the head by a stick?
Neither, preferably. Unfortunately, the other options are slashed with a sword, right, by Fiora or Kale, and none of these sound particularly appealing. So it feels like there needs to be an opportunity here for Iolani to still have time to go top lane and use Fizz's incredible roaming ability to try and snowball other lanes besides his own. That's one of the ways that Fizz often wins games, is by going to other places and killing other people's lane opponents. But now, they start to go for this Rift Herald. Lucian Too Sexy is very strong, and hopefully for Iolani, it's going to be enough to actually pick up this objective before Punahou contests.
Very Angry Duck looking for the taunt, though, and they're isolating the Cotton Kaji in the Soraka. Stand United will come in once again. Hero's entrance gives a little bit of space back for Very Angry Duck. The turn around onto Catalyst and the Shen in the back line. They secured the Rift Herald, which they actually stole away from the grasp of Iolani. They had to retreat. They had to make their way away from the front line of Punahou. They're able to fight back now that they have multiple members from Reld and Kanakaji joining the fight once again, but Red Claw is waiting in the wings on the other side of that rift. And now Curtain Call is going to be looking for any stragglers trying to exit the battlefield. Red Claw looking to see if they can disrupt it, with the rest of the members of Iolani ready to back up and defend Reld during the ult.
Nobody fell in that entire interaction. Everybody going to still be standing. And as you said, crazy coming through that Punahou is going to be the ones walking away the Rift Herald. Oh my god, Red Claw, you're strong, but I don't know if you're that strong.
Yeah. Counter-Strike is definitely necessary to survive an onslaught like that, and even then, you do not block out ability damage, only auto attacks. Red Claw trying to see if they were able to stop the mid tower from falling. Unfortunately for Punahou, they were not able to salvage it. First brick gold does go over to the hands of Iolani. But not everything is completely out of the woods here, Josh, because we already know before that this gold lead is nowhere even close to the ones that Punahou were able to manifest in Game 2.
We also have to count turrets ourselves, Rafa. The scoreboard ever since the new season came out is not showing them. So there is currently only a 1 turret, and I had to double check to make sure that that was still first brick, as you said, coming in at 18 or about 17 minutes into the game, which is rather late for a game of League of Legends. But we're also seeing this Rift Herald going down, should be picking up the second turret of the game very shortly afterwards, and giving Red Claw a little bit of that gold. And Red Claw, is the way his champion works, would not be surprised if he was strong enough to actually take this 1v2.
Well, he's just going to wait for Lucian Too Sexy to leave. Going to pursue that one. Meanwhile, whoa! Mako completely deleting Namjae, and now Catalyst is on the run. No flash available. He's going to need one more taunt to get out of range, but the leap strikes are coming in through. The wish from Kanakaji, even on the other side of the map, will be the last saving grace for Catalyst to survive the encounter.
That's the second time that's happened. Red Claw was so sad the first time, looking to actually try and find that solo kill, but just getting bailed out like Wall Street there in the top side of the map because Kanakaji just has the wish and, you know, gives him a little bit of extra HP. And so, with all this coming through, it is going to be a game state which is technically in favor of Iolani, but still very, very difficult to execute on. It's really going to be almost entirely on Mako and Lucian Too Sexy to try and find these opportunities to run down individuals, find a couple of individual outplays up against the crazy amount of damage that they do.
Namjae! Run!
Namjae!
A beautiful pick from Iolani is going to snowball the rest of the assassinations and picks here. Namjae without their Katarina. They're missing out on a ton of AoE and team fight damage and chaos that they can accrue here. This Infernal Dragon should be secured by Iolani. Oh, but a flash over from Yoisaki. A nice attempt, but unfortunately does not get anything.
Very bold coming out from Yoisaki, right? I mean, as the Talon, you would like to have this dragon, but it's not worth giving over your life for, especially at this point in the game, right? You aren't that far behind. You are in a spot where you are still got very strong members in the sides, and Red Claw moving up. Catalyst might be a bit too far forward and going to be face checking. Oh no.
Oh no. Catalyst, run! Run! And there's no wish from Kanakaji this time. Catalyst is able to make enough distance to escape Red Claw's grasp, but Minion Wave being pushed further and further away. We're starting to see remnants of Game 1 where Catalyst on this Shen slowly starting to wither away in terms of being able to hold on to any stability within the top side of the map. And the stronger that Red Claw gets, it's going to be harder and harder for Iolani to hold on to this lead that they have accrued.
I'm also curious what Catalyst's build is at this point, right? The Thornmail does not build into anything that also has a Kindle Gem in it, so it means that Catalyst likely pushing back the completed item and completed mythic item even further back than we were looking at previously, and it does mean that Red Claw is going to continue having a very strong item advantage for the foreseeable future, just because, one, he's very rich, but also because Catalyst is going for an unconventional style of build that ends up dipping into a lot of things, but never finding that really big payoff all at the same time. And it does mean that the Shen very, very reliant once again on trying to make the rest of the team stronger instead of themselves.
Just a matter of time before that Jax just becomes a threat that you can no longer ignore. Iolani are trying to see if they can find enough advantages, though, during that time phase. They're already rotating on over to deal with very angry Duck. Mako looking for one route here and a recall coming in, but it's going to get canceled by Yoisaki as he knows that there's not so friendly people here wanting to beat up on his fried chicken homie, and it's going to make sure that doesn't happen.
Honestly, I'm still looking for this Fizz pick to pay off a little bit more. It feels like Mako isn't quite as confident in the ability to roam on this champion as it oftentimes requires, as Lucian Too Sexy looking to find a couple of picks.
Turn calls there. Luxun is going to try to block every single shot, but the fourth curtain call bullet is going to get the slowdown on Namjae, force the flash out, and a flash chum the water will land. Nice fish there. That's a beautiful catch from the members of Iolani. Two members gone, and this could lead into more.
They're going to be looking at the Baron right now. We have plenty of members coming through, but it's kind of difficult for these members to really contest all on their own. It's going to be on Red Claw to try and do something in this situation. He has the Gallia coming out, waiting for them to actually be close enough, and now Red Claw is going to be going in, has a counter-strike to stay alive for quite a while, and the magic damage shield if very angry Duck chooses to support him.
2,000 on the Baron, but No one is going to get close enough to even contest it or make the steal. Red Claw's finally here, but Counter-Strike has already been burned, and that means Mako can easily deal with him in just an instant. But it's a lot of damage coming out. Red Claw survives the onslaught. Wait a second. Red Claw's still alive. Lucian too sexy. Grabbing the Galio, but finds the Heartbreak. Shutting down Red Claw.
Katarina.
And now Lucian too sexy, but Namjae, can they get their revenge? Revenge of the Katarina, will it happen? But not enough cooldowns. Reld will fall, and Luxen will be the last member standing. But just as I say that, Lucian too sexy is the one that finds the Quadra to end it all.
Overall, a very, very curious situation. I feel like Punahou could have contested that a little bit more effectively, but at the end of the day, they still peel for the Baron buffs off the member of Iolani. Remember that during the beginning of this fight, Red Claw doesn't actually ever get the Galio ultimate. There's never this big knockup nor the shield. Very Angry Duck is actually one who comes in and kind of gets the fight started by taunting up multiple members. Yeah, they pick up the Soraka at the very beginning, but it ultimately doesn't mean a whole lot when you are going up against this Viego who's going to be doing a lot of healing all on his own over and over and over again. And Red Claw just not respecting the amount of damage that the Heartbreaker does at the very end, likely end up cementing their fate, but they're still able to out-team fight really effectively. The only issue is you have this massive, massive Viego who's going to keep resetting and resetting and continue to stay healthy this entire time.
Talk about reset champions. This Katarina wanting to live the world that Lucian too sexy is currently in right now, where it's just rampaging kill after kill. And we now are getting ready to fight over this Infernal Dragon. Curtain Call being used once again, pushing back the members of Punahou into the further crevices of their jungle. Chum the Waters will land. That's going to be a huge knockup, and all the members of Punahou are just scattered. Yoisaki tries to get into the backline with the Shadow Assault, but cannot find enough damage to take out the backline. And look at this Joshi. Kane Kaji will even survive the tell-the-tale. No one drops from Iolani. The ace comes through, and this could be the beginning of their first win.
Starting to look really, really good. It's going to be another dragon, the third one of the game, going over to Iolani. But the thing that I'm noticing about this composition is now that it's gotten to this point where the strong members are the ones that are going to be diving, it makes the composition much easier to play because you know what direction you're going. It's going to always be going forward. State of Fizz, go over to Viego, try and find that first reset so that Viego can go invulnerable during a lot of these team fights. And once you do that first step, you're going to be able to run over everybody individually, just one by one. And that's exactly what Iolani have been doing, and it's been something that's been missing from their gameplay throughout this series thus far, is just an ability to go forward all at once, have a cohesive game plan, and get everybody on the same page. And now Iolani, as you said, are on the verge of taking their first game in this best of 5.
Inhibitor was also taken by Iolani, so now they're going to be... Or no, I lied.
Liar.
Inhibitor was... I thought it was. My eyes lied to me. They're the ones that should be blamed. Probably check out my prescription. But Inhibitor Tower was knocked down by Iolani. No Inhibitor, though, quite yet. So no Super Minions will be barreling down mid lane, and Punahou will not have to deal with the constant pressure from Super Minions just looking to threaten to end the game. But for Iolani, they're quite in a nice spot. 7,000 gold to their name. And while Red Claw has been steadily winning that top side of the map, if Iolani continuously force them to come to plays where Red Claw, not to say that he can 1v5, it's going to be doomed. And now Namjae might be getting caught out here, but Mako trying to turn things around. Stand United is going to give him the relief to get out of that encounter safely. Curtain Call also used a great measure.
Oh, teleport going up towards the top lane. That's going to be an interesting split coming through from Punahou. They know where everybody else is, and with 3 minutes left before the next dragon, Catalyst being left in this isolated 1v1, yeah, you get people underneath the turret for a second, but there's a lot of sustain that Red Claw has already built up for himself between the Divine Sunderer and most of the Blade of the Ruin King. So it's going to be a little bit tough for Catalyst to really do anything with that. But you know, it's not tough for Lucian Too Sexy, 14-1 on this Viego. A massive, massive lead. Has more kills than the entirety of Punho combined all by himself. And level 16 as the jungler.
Man, that's a nice life there. I wish
Yeah.
I was that far ahead in my jungle.
Got a Gargoyle Stone Plate. This guy's never going to die.
And he's got stopwatch as well, just to guarantee it even further. The taunt flash from Catalyst trying to lock him down for their jungler in Lucian Too Sexy to just run them down. I mean, 4 items to practically what was 2.5 doesn't feel very fun for Rediclaw, but it's enough, and the kind of moves that Iolani need to make to start working their way in closing this game out.
Okay, well, it's really, really difficult for all of Punho to deal with this at this point. In about 100 seconds, we're going to see all of Iolani moving over to the Dragon and making sure that they can grab the Infernal Soul, get all the extra damage that comes along with it all at once. And Lucian Too Sexy, I think you might be able to do this, honestly.
Yeah, Lucian Too Sexy, even with the Soraka as well behind them, giving them constant shields and heals. The silence from the Equinox on top of it as well. Hero's Entrance is going to land a knockup, but Lucian Too Sexy dodging it out with the stopwatch. And that curtain call, last bullet, just almost one-shot Yoisaki from full health. I don't know how that is possible, but it's happening, folks. And Iolani might just be able to do it. The thing that we didn't expect coming into this game. This game 1 victory, or the game 3 victory for Iolani, not going to be coming in anytime soon. The Baron will be their prize of choice.
All right, as they move over, it should be something for Iolani to pick this up and then also reset, spend all the gold they just earned, and then go pick up the Infernal Dragon. And that's likely where we're going to be seeing the battle that actually ends game 3. Iolani is able to pick that up as they should be able to. It's going to be this insurmountable lead. They should be able to pick up enough takedowns there in order to actually end the game. And hey, Mark, we're seeing a very different build starting to come out from the side of Catalyst right now. Locket on top lane Shen, completely sacrificing any hope of trying to go for these 1v1s in order to be more effective as a support, in order to get these bigger shields and also create a lot of space for the rest of his team with the damage reduction because of the extra armor that's provided by the actual Waka. And now, look at this, Punho not in a position to contest the Infernal Dragon. It is going to be going over for free, and
no. Luxon, this is not where you want to be. Shum the Waters has landed. Still enough damage, even through a very durable and tanky Braum. Mako has expended so many resources here, but still has access to Zhonya's. And Lucian Too Sexy is waiting just to be able to assist in any reinforcements. This could be a huge kill opportunity here. Yoisaki taken very low, and the Heartbreaker will be the executed all. Rediclaw is trying to get objectives back on the other side of the map, but you got to defend the base. Mood, very angry Duck trying to deal with this. Very fed Viego, not going to be enough. Mako was half HP, but Stand United and the Wish is going to keep them topped off. And Iolani, they will be keeping their series lifelines very much alive as they take home game 3.
There's one way to win against a team that you think is better than you, and right now Punho was showing that they have been better throughout this series, and the easiest way to do it is to up the variance. You picked a couple of assassin characters coming out for the main carries of Iolani, and they both had fantastic games. And when that happens, there's not a lot that your opponents can do when you're just that fed. Crazy stuff coming out from Iolani, and I expect to see Punho return to a bit more of a standard composition now that they've, been bitten once after going for something a little bit less orthodox.
Dude, Lucian Too Sexy went off, like, I think pissed.
Yeah.
They had something to prove. They were ready to slam down the gauntlet after game 2, where Yoisaki on the Talon was just completely causing so much devastation in the pretty much all stages of the game. The assassination and the damage of the burst, almost 100% kill participation from them. And then Lucian Too Sexy turns around and says, all right, yeah, you know what? You can take the Talon. I don't care about that anymore. Talon's old news. It's now all about the Viego, and the way that the Viego was able to just run rampant in those fights. And it feels like we're taking too much credit away from Mako, who also had their moments of brilliance in the mid lane, whether it was solo kills or finding a couple of roams and sneaky push tactic plays on the Namja's Katarina, which, by the way, I don't think we're ever seeing again this series.
I don't think so. I think it was a little bit of a cool experiment this time, but not something we're likely going to be seeing again, just because it's the kind of thing that is not popular, and there's a reason for that. It's very, very difficult to get this champion off the ground, and we never really saw it have any of the cool interactions we kind of talked about. And by the time it was ready to start going for things, well, unfortunately, there was a very large Viego they had to deal with, which was resetting a little bit harder and faster than Katarina could.
Just doing their job, but better. Now, going into our fourth draft of the series, both Punahou and Iolani will be taking the next few minutes to figure out what strategies will be viable and available to them, as this definitely does answer some questions that Punahou might have had about Iolani and their current strength. Well, they now know that they're a team that to not be underestimated by. So, maybe Punahou looking to bring back a more competent and competitive face into Game 4. We'll see how it unfolds after this break. let's figure out if Punahou are going to show us another spicy draft, or if they're going to play for real. You know, we're going to...
Can they not be the same? Are those mutually exclusive?
Well, you know, there's spice, and then there's Katarina Bot, you know? Now, I will say that, you know, while, you know, this is all banter and jokes, the Katarina Bot actually didn't seem like it was, not, you know...
They knew how to play it.
Not effective. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and then the laning phase seemed fine. This Viego pick got way too darn out of control, though, between the Viego and the Fizz. And look at that. Punahou are just like, all right, you know what? You got your snowball pick. The Viego worked out. Cool. Banned. No more.
Banned. Yeah, the thing that you have to always be very careful of when you're playing a game of League of Legends, or just about any game, is trying to understand the difference between what was a good decision and what worked, right? We're seeing a situation here now where Punahou is going away from the Katarina, which was, you know, perhaps not the best decision, and it didn't work. But we also saw that now we're getting put in a situation where Punahou just wants to make sure that there is no good decisions coming in for Iolani. As the Vayne comes through, one of the strongest champions on the patch once again, going to be very difficult for Iolani to try and deal with it, especially since a lot of the AD carries that we've been seeing come out for Iolani, not necessarily the greatest match for Vayne.
Wants to get a range and pelt you down with Silver Bolt blocked passes. However, if you get into an all-in situation and then you're super low on HP and Jin gets to the 4th bullet, oh, that is not a fun time. Now, if Iolani want to go back to the recipes of success, they can look to see if they can get Mako on another assassin that is adept at snowballing. And speaking of adept, Yone is actually neither of those things, but it is pretty cool.
It is something that is going to be a very different style of what we've been seeing so far. It makes me wonder if Cyan is coming back in over Catalyst, as we saw in, you know, even number versus odd number games. It is something that I can definitely see very popular for both the mid lane and the top lane potentially, because the Victor is going to be coming in here at this point. Maybe a much more standard draft coming in for Punahou so far, and I think that makes a lot more sense when you're like, okay, we've had her 5 times. I hope you're not clapping over the Victor, because that's very normal.
Yeah, well, Very Angry Duck did insanely well on the Victor. And so that means that Punahou are putting their best foot forward. They're taking Iolani seriously and no longer disrespecting them. I feel like now Iolani now have to be like, all right, they're putting down their best picks against us. This is where we have to show that Game 3 wasn't just a fluke. We have to be able to come back with stride. And look at this. Okay, I like this. A little bit of Diana Jungle in the flavor of this composition. We're very familiar with this.
Yeah, this is also a combination that makes a lot of sense, and it's something that we haven't played this exact kind of thing, this kind of style. Makes a lot of sense for what Iolani wants to be doing. And yeah, with the Jax not picked up in the first half of the draft, they're still able to ban it away. And I feel like this Diana this Diana Yone combo is very good, because either one can just kind of get a fight started, and then it easily sets up for the other one to come on in and just use their ultimate as well. So it's near guaranteed wombo combo if either of them land their first ultimate.
Moonfall into Fate Sealed, or vice versa. A lot of knockups, a lot of time spent where Punahou will be in the air going, ah, help, help, we're caught, we can't get out. And for Iolani, we're always falling. Iolani have one more ban. Actually, we didn't get to see what the...
We'll find out in a moment when production lets us know what it actually was. But this is definitely something where it is two very obvious styles coming through, as the Camille ban is the final ban coming in for Iolani. And I'm a little bit surprised that the Ornn is the pick here at this point, considering you can guarantee a last pick for the top lane. And you've already seen what is guaranteed to be the support pick coming in from Punahou, which is your other potential counter pick. So I have to wonder if Iolani is going to be going with something a little bit spicy at this point, considering what we've already seen so far in this draft.
I wonder if they were fearing that Punahou would have gone with a tank. I mean, that's because you have a Jin, and a Jin, great into squishies, but it is so damn hard to get through tanks because Jin, not the best marksman at being able to whittle down high health pool targets. And even though it's not an Ornn, a Mundo will achieve a similar job.
I feel like we're looking at another situation where Punahou is reacting fantastically in the draft to the weaknesses that Iolani is showing in their picks. What we are actually learning is that the Dr. Mundo is not Dr. Mundo, but is in fact Nasus. We saw Hubbard for a moment there, which is, you know, even though it's not quite as strong as Dr. Mundo, in my opinion, in the way that they are wanting to play, it is still very difficult for the members of Iolani to actually deal with. It has a great lane matchup into Ornn. It has a great opportunity to run down Jin, and it is super, super strong when Iolani is starting to look for the opportunities of being aggressive.
But now with their final pick, Seraphine has arrived to the center stage, Josh. So now Iolani have multiple AoE crowd control abilities. You can get a ton of wombo combo potential in here. Call of the Forge God knockup, Moonfall, Fate Sealed. You can even layer an Encore on top of it so they're all charmed and just walking helplessly towards you. And so that sets up for the rest of the damage to just fall in nicely without Punahou being able to appropriately respond or react if all of them get caught up in it. Now, Punahou probably are not going to be playing necessarily a committed team fight game, because whenever you have a champion like Nasus, you don't want to be coming up to the 5-on-5s. You want to be splitting. You want to be taking down turrets ASAP.
I think it's going to be an interesting spot, right? Because I've talked about Nasus quite a bit over my career, just because it is a champion that a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about. It's a champion that a lot of people think is like, oh, Nasus scales infinitely, which is true. His Q continues to stack literally infinitely. There is no maximum cap to how much damage your Q can do. However, that doesn't change when the champion is good. The champion is good between level 7 and about 15 in general, just because you are so focused on making sure that you have the stats to not only hit people, but that they can't keep you at bay. And a lot of champions don't have the tools necessary to escape earlier on in the game, and Nasus is able to run you down and just continuously hit you over the head with that cane. And that's a situation that in these kind of games where Diana isn't necessarily online at level 7, where Yone isn't really online at level 7 against a Nasus, and he can just stand and deliver, it can be very difficult for Iolani to try and recognize when their windows are actually strong to fight.
Nasus, while being a giant juggernaut that, as you said, with the power of Wither can slow you down, it's not an ability that doesn't come up, you know, all the time. And if you're able to kite it out and slow him down and keep him at an arm's length, then Nasus can't really do the thing that he wants to do. So Punahou, I am looking through how, once again, Yoisaki and Very Angry Duck can play out this mid game, because last time in game 1 where they had this combo, it didn't get off onto the hottest start, but the mid game fights, once they got to that point, the Ross Kane having so much value, the Victor damage with between the Chaos Storm and the crowd control that you're able to just really disperse the members of Iolani and cause them to not be able to fight as one consistent and concise unit, and it makes things super difficult for Iolani in the first place.
See if Iolani is going to be able to play around it, because as you said, they do have a very, very strong wombo combo. They have a lot of things that can layer on top of each other, whereas Punahou, they don't have that. They want to take these fights and they just kind of want to drag them out for a long period of time. And up against Seraphine, that can still be a tough task. The thing is, though, Iolani, outside of Seraphine, aren't necessarily that great at taking these long, extended fights. Seraphine is kind of propping them up in a lot of ways to actually go for this. But I also see now why it was the last pick. They didn't want to give opportunities for Punahou to pick assassins in order to try and take this one down. So I think this might be the most conceptually interesting game that we had so far at this entire series, and really going to be showing how these two teams execute. We've been seeing big leads coming out for Mako in the mid lane early on in the game, then Very Angry Duck has consistently turned it around. Top lane consistently going in Punho's favor, and the jungle incredibly volatile. If one of them can find the lead, it can be really difficult for the other one to really respond.
And in Kanakaji is also kind of seeing a little bit of a development or a flip of styles. Because the first two games was all about picking engaged supports. Leona, 2 games in a row, trying to layer down CC to help the rest of Iolani's assassins or damage dealers to follow up on the damage for these picks. But now, Kanakaji, Soraka game 3, now Seraphine game 4. Both are enchanters. More are on the backside. They're not the ones playing aggressively, looking to make the plays. This shifts responsibility over to the likes of Catalyst in the top lane if it is them returning to the Ornn for game 4. And maybe shifting up this responsibility has benefited Iolani in terms of communication and how clean their shot calling and who is picking up the fights or who is the ones making the decisions to go forward, because so many fights in game 3 were far more clean than any of the other fights that they had taken in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it comes down to that mindset, right? How easy is your composition to execute? And while it seems straightforward for Iolani, if they don't have a significant lead, it might not be quite as straightforward, because you do need to get all these abilities onto the Vayne and Victor. And if you can't do that, it might not matter because of how resilient the front lines can be for the side of Punho. At the same time, Punho, they have Leona to get these fights started, and against the kind of composition that Iolani is playing, only Leona, not necessarily going to be enough. They're not necessarily going to be looking to get fights started onto the Leona. They're just going to ignore the Leona and go fight the rest of the team. And Leona kind of sits there and is like, wait, guys, please come back. I need to crowd control you.
Notice me, please. I'm trying to do my best. I bonked you in the face with my shield. You're supposed to stay put. You can't just walk away from me.
Stay. Stop. Yeah, it'll be an interesting interplay, right? I actually would not be opposed to seeing a more damage-oriented build from the Leona, something like a Sunfire Cape or this coming through just to do the damage while people are ignoring you, as opposed to what we typically see from Leona, where they get things started, they lock down individual members so the rest of your team can burst them right off the bat. And again, there's a lot of execution that we're going to have to be paying attention to between these two teams, because both their compositions seem straightforward on the face. When you get down to the nitty gritty, the nuance becomes really difficult for these two teams to understand exactly what they need to do in each position.
And off the back of a game 3 victory for Iolani, yes, maybe the composition from was not the most ideal. Momentum is such a key thing, especially for younger, inexperienced teams. Compared to a professional team, they've been through so many situations where they can always take the mental reset and just take each game fresh as it is. But momentum and emotional morale means so much to younger teams, because they'll be feeling great, they'll have confidence restored into them, and knowing that these guys are not immortal, they're not untouchable, they are prone to mistakes and they can be taken advantage of. And it's always nice to give one of your main carries who have been trying to pop off for the prior 2 games finally find that moment, especially when it's Lucian Too Sexy, especially on that Viego performance.
Yeah, and there's a couple things that come to mind. Firstly, quote from Jet: if you're going to be stopping a reverse sweep, it's not generally going to be stopping in game 5. It's almost always going to be stopping in game 4, right? The momentum is real at this level of play. If you can start winning and you can start feeling good about your play, you go for smart plays. You go for things that your opponents might not be expecting you to go for, and just outplaying your opponents. The other thing is, as these series go, guys, it's been 2 hours of gameplay already. We got another one. It's been close to 3.5 hours at this point of gameplay between these two teams. That's a long time to be playing and a long time to stay on the entire time. These players are starting to get tired, and for teams that rely more on higher level macro and coordination, it can be a little bit more difficult for them to maintain that level of play. And it really starts to come down to who has better muscle memory, which team has better instinct, which team has more natural synergy at this part in the series. And we'll see if that's going to be something that's going to be paying in the favor of Iolani, because based on what we saw earlier in the series, not necessarily looking like something that is going to always be going in their favor. Punahou did just drop game 3.
Communication also can be at the subject of falling apart here the longer the series goes on. I mean, we've been in a situation, we've been in best of fives where, the first couple of games, communication, super clear,
Right.
crystal, great. But then you get to game 4 and game 5, and everything is just kind of done on instinct. People start to forget when they're supposed to let the other person know, hey, I'm looking for a pick right here. Look at me, look at this guy. Things just kind of happen. And then whoever can react first to what is happening, or who has the kind of the cognitive awareness that a fight is breaking out, or that they see their teammates making the moves necessary to look for a pick and just kind of recognizing it off of spatial memory and muscle memory, as you've already talked about, then those are the types of teams. The ones that can overcome those will be the ones victorious in a longer series like this.
Yeah, something that a lot of people who don't play this game have to remember is that these players are constantly talking to each other. And when things get hectic, you need to talk the most. But that's also the first thing that goes away when you're tired, is when you are in these high octane situations and you're looking to find individual advantages and try and press this part of the fight. It becomes really hard to have the cognitive overload of not only doing what you need to do in order to win the fight, but also tell your teammates what they need to do to help you do what you need to do. And so that part is one of the first things that end up going in terms of communication, and it is one of the most critical. And that's why we keep talking about these instincts, where if your team have the same instincts about what it is that they want to do at these points of time, it's okay if that communication starts to go, because you were going to do the same thing anyway.
And now we're into the moment of game 4. We already know that at game 3, Punahou had locked themselves in at match point. But Iolani, if they were to take this game, they themselves would be able to match the same favor with a match point of their own. You already alluded to it before. The momentum could be too strong for Punahou to stop if this game were to go the distance. And so it's going to be up to the squad that has been so dominant in the Hawaii scene for so long to put an end to the momentum right here, right now, whereas Iolani could take it all the way.
As we said, if you're going to stop a reverse sweep, tends to happen right now. And so interesting choice coming through from Yoisaki. Normally, Canes like to start on their own Raptors. They're one of the junglers who can do that on its own and allows you to get a faster cycling on all of your actual camps. So it means that even though your first clear isn't necessarily all that much faster, it makes subsequent clears significantly faster. And so now Yoisaki, starting at the red buff, is going to be doing it a little bit healthier than he might otherwise be, just because he has a couple of other friends getting the buff with him, has the red buff for longer and the extra region that goes with him. Now, take on a very aggressive champion, wants to really find some early leads up against a very angry Duck, which he has already consistently done, even on matchups like Caston, where he would normally be expected to get pushed in.
Taking great use of that Soul Unbound ability to get some ranged harass in and match up against the pressure of very angry Duck, because normally, as a melee champion, you are susceptible to poke and harass from ranged auto attacks of a mage, but Mako already getting the shoved in, just showing how well he understands the power of his laning phase as Yone so far. But if he continues pushing up forward and Lucian Too Sexy is not there to back him up, then that is always a gank opportunity for Yoisaki.
And Yoisaki is definitely looking for a lot of these opportunities, right? The Kane, we have to remind people, does need to actually go for some of these fights early on in order to get the orbs necessary to transform into either the blue Kane with the burst or the red Kane with the sustain and the knock-up. And it's going to be an interesting position, right? Because if you go for the red Kane, you're going to be a little bit more survivable up in these, bursting situations. But by taking these fights longer, you are playing into the hands of the Seraphine a little bit more. Whereas if you go for the Blue King, you can more easily kill Rel and Kanekaji, but you're also more susceptible to getting bursted out yourself. So there's a fine line, and most of the time I feel like there's a very obvious choice as to whether Kane wants to go red or blue, but I think this one is actually really going to depend quite heavily on how it is that Yoisaki likes to play.
With the Dark Harvest, I would imagine that that does tend to spell over a Shadow Kane game style. But then again, we have seen Canes who will take Conqueror, go Shadow Kane or Blue Kane, and then they'll take Dark Harvest, and then they'll go Rost. And it's like, what? This doesn't really add up here. But, you know, game plans can always change. If Iolani have a bunch of their melee champions that are getting out of hand and you need the extra survivability from Rost, then that might be what prompts Yoisaki to change up the style going into this game 4.
And look how much faster Yoisaki is actually clearing the jungle. Currently back onto his second rotation of Krugs, whereas Lucian Too Sexy is still waiting for the Gromp to actually respawn. So it does mean that Yoisaki is going to be pretty easily a camp and a half ahead at the very least for the next, good chunk of time. And as both junglers come towards the bottom lane, we're already seeing a fight.
Yeah, Flash was expended by Rel trying to get out of reach of Luxon. Blades End from Yoisaki gets a nice amount of damage, but here comes Lucian Too Sexy. This Diana could be very lethal. A flash forward from Kanekaji looking for the high note to get more damage down. It's going to answer a flash from Yoisaki in response.
Oh, wow. Okay. Catalyst.
Catalyst looking for the solo kill. They got it! Catalyst! First blood goes over to Iolani.
Oh, wow. This is not how this matchup is supposed to go. This is a spot where Red Claw is already showing a little bit of worrying trends in terms of his ability to actually find some of these early game leads. This Ornn is really taking control of this top lane, and it's going to take control for a little while now. Eventually, it does go back into Nasus' favor. For the next several levels, it's going to make it very difficult for Red Claw to really operate in this lane, as Catalyst just has the natural damages to continue doing it.
Dude, base damages on Ornn is no joke. There's a reason why he is called a tank slash mage slash assassin slash fighter. He's everything.
Everything. Bang. Lots of damage.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, and we're also seeing that he's going for the tier, which will eventually build into Thimblewinter, which gives you the shield every time you do any crowd control to your opponents on a cooldown. But now, he's going to be finding out Yoisaki, but Yoisaki is like, okay, goodbye. And that's something that, again, we're going to have to check in every now and then, is how far ahead is Yoisaki in terms of CS? How many camps ahead of Lucian Too Sexy is he going to be when all is said and done? Because now, as Red Claw starts to go back at level 6, has a lot of damage and a lot of extra HP, but he hasn't necessarily had the time to necessarily heal up. And with Lucian Too Sexy here, he is in a very dangerous position.
Lucian Too Sexy doesn't have access to Moonfall, but Red Claw gonna pop the Spirit of the Sands. Call of the Forge God is available. Tries to flash out the knockup, but still gets caught up by it. But Yoisaki is here.
Shot.
Can they turn the tide of battle? Umbral Trespass is available. Should be enough damage. Blades End gonna miss out on here. Catalyst trying to zone them off.
No way.
And it just might be enough that Lucian Too Sexy gets away because Yoisaki has to come back and make sure that Red Claw does not fall.
3 flashes, and still everybody's alive at the end. Yoisaki barely missing a couple of abilities, and Catalyst overestimating his damage going up against Red Claw. But crucial things are happening. 1, Catalyst is going to be actually crashing this wave underneath the turret, and Red Claw is going to be missing out on some of that experience. But 2, teleport is still available for Catalyst, so even if he were to back right now, would still have an opportunity to teleport back to the lane. But as Ornn, he doesn't need to back unless he's trying to refill on his potions.
That is the Ornn privilege. You got to craft your items from the shop just in the convenience of your own lane. So,
Very DIY.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. And the fact that he was able to start the tier as well has already given him a larger mana pool to work with and the increased mana regeneration throughout the laning phase. So it's not like he is in a need because he has the health necessary to stay in lane. So he can just constantly keep Red Claw busy.
if you can do that, that's going to be incredibly helpful throughout this entire thing. And Rediclaw, I mean, we're starting to see it. We said level 7. I said that's when Nasus starts becoming really strong. And look at the damage he is now able to do. And it might take a lot of players by surprise to look at it and be like, hey, hold on. I'm Orin. I just got a kill. I got a solo kill on this guy already. Why is he suddenly beating me? Well, it's because when the champion is strong. He's not strong for the first couple of levels. He doesn't have enough stats. His Qs aren't doing enough damage. But now that he's building towards a Divine Sunder, it's going to become a lot more difficult for Catalyst. And the fact that Catalyst doesn't have another item, because we have a very good idea of how much gold Ornn has because he converts it into items very regularly, does mean that Rediclaw is going to be very happy with this position for a little while longer, just because he also has natural sustain built into his kit.
Gold lead is pretty much dead even across both teams, though, and apart from the first dragon of the game, not many objectives have been secured by Iolani or Punahou. Mako is here. Lucian Too Sexy also arrived to the party. Catalyst setting it up. That's the wombo that we were alluding to during the draft phase. And man, oh man, that is too much for Rediclaw to handle.
I was wondering there because it did look like Mako was going to be leaving. Oh boy, Lucian.
And he's right on top of the gravity trap. Chaos Storm, one more tick. Oh, but the shield.
Oh, you rocked the wrong way.
And here comes Yoisaki. Blades in. Not going to reach it. A flash immediately from Mako is going to be able to get himself alive. But Catalyst will have to give their life over. It's a double kill over to Very Angry Duck. And we have seen this story before.
Yeah, remember what we were saying, Very Angry Duck, he consistently forgets how to CS in the first couple minutes of the game, but after that, he suddenly becomes a monster, and at 10 minutes, now starting to come online as is Victor. 2 kills already coming through, and should be able to start fighting up against Mako very soon. But also, a quick piece of advice to anybody playing against Victor, Victor's Chaos Storm gets slower the farther away it is from him. So if you start walking towards him, Chaos Storm is going to get faster as it follows you. If you walk away, then it's going to get slower as it goes away from Victor. So a small bit of a misplay there, walking back towards the Victor, ends up giving over a kill that Very Angry Duck might not have otherwise been taken.
Gold lead still somewhat even across the board, despite Punahou pulling slightly ahead. And Rediclaw, as you've already alluded to, is starting to ramp up in damage, getting more stacks on that Siphon Strike. Iolani want to play towards the top side of the map, where Rediclaw is still relatively weak when multiple members are on top of them. And securing this Rift Herald will give them the opportunity to crash open for more plates before the 14-minute mark. Maybe even break open a turret and try and accelerate the game pace, because they do not, once again, want to let the game go too late.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because neither team, it's not obvious which... Oh, okay, hold on. We'll get back to that.
Catalyst is very slow, thanks to the Wither. Call of the Force God is going to be used here. Gets the knockup down. Rediclaw still has another Siphon Strike to get in, but Lucian Too Sexy. Oh, he's sending him to the sky, all right. Moonfall, that's a dead dog.
Super dead, and now Lucian Too Sexy is going to continue crashing. They have a Rift Herald here. Potentially not the most value you could have gotten with it, but hey, any value is good at this point. Keeping Rediclaw down 0-3 on this Nasus is pretty darn good. It should mean that Catalyst is going to be stronger during a big chunk of the power spike Rediclaw is naturally going to have just playing this champion. But it is getting traded on the other side of the map, and now we're getting another Infernal Soul this game, which both teams really like. They both do a lot of damage.
Oh, look at that. Soul Unbound brings Mako right back to where Yoisaki wants to be, getting more stacks to ramp up that form change. Now, that is a melee form, and if Yoisaki wants the Ross, then that's cool. But based on the items that we're seeing in the, the item build, definitely wants to work their way towards the Shadow Assassin form, which is Blue Cane, because you will then have the burst damage to reliably take out things like Reld and Kanekaji in the backline.
Interesting play coming through. I mean, I don't know if this kills him.
He should be fine.
Yeah.
Dude, Crown is broken.
Crown is very good. But it's also something where I feel like Mako should have been able to play around that, right? The crown is very telegraphed when it's up. You know exactly when he doesn't have the burst reduction available, and Mako just going very aggressive when he knows that Very Angry Duck is going to be able to resist most of the damage that is going to be coming through. So Mako ends up not doing a whole lot, and we know he plays around it well.
Yoisaki right into the backlines. Moonfall is going to try to buy some time here, but Curtain Call cannot get the full duration out because there's literally a cane that is just reaping right through their faces, and Kanakaji will be taken down by Namjae before Reld is able to answer and respond back. Looks like another kill will go over to Reld, and a Curtain Call, actually, he never even popped in the first place. That was my mistake. Yoisaki, can he get off?
Wow, right on the edge, but once again, the game remains in a very even state between these two teams. We were wondering how these two teams are going to be executing, but you know, a lot of small things happening during this fight, including just the damage that is getting put out by Namjae without any items, looking very, very scary, and he played it really well. And while Luxon's, you know, zonies here was a little bit cute in order to buy a little bit of extra time and try and buy some space, unfortunately, Reld didn't have to reload just quite yet. So at the end of it, when everybody is equal, it does mean that we're going to be marching on towards these team fights that we were alluding to that are going to be super, super complicated.
Oh, this is rude. Okay. I thought Mako and Catalyst were legit about to park it here and wait for Red Claw to make the long walk back top lane just to ambush him again.
I love doing that. Okay.
Oh, speaking of ambush, Very Angry Duck has found Lucian too sexy. Moonfall's there, but that's not going to be enough to escape their grasp. Very Angry Duck now 3-0.
Yeah, Very Angry Duck is coming up big right when Red Claw is having potentially his worst game of the series thus far, right? It becomes very difficult for Nasus to interact if they fall too far behind, but when Victor is this accelerated, it might not matter. The Diana is very rapidly becoming an ult claw where they just go in for that little bit of damage at the beginning and to set up for all the other crowd control ultimates that the rest of Iolani are actually going to provide. I feel like we're going to get our first taste of the complexity of these team fights here in about 90 seconds as the next Infernal Dragon spawns, because both teams should be feeling pretty good about their chances to actually take this fight, and we'll get to see which of them is actually going to perform better.
Iolani still have some strong counter components and some core pieces that they have been able to make up.
Oh boy. Top lane.
Lock it.
Yep. Again.
Catalyst is just, you know, Catalyst, I know that the past couple of times facing against Red Claw has been difficult, but, you know, you're doing a lot better this time around. You don't need to cheap out for a budget item. Splurge a little bit. Treat yourself. A Frostfire Gauntlet would have been nice. But now Red Claw doing a lot of damage here. Moonfall and all the crowd control might be enough, but Red Claw is not going down as easily this time around. Very Angry Duck with the teleport roam. He is zooming. Phase Rush truly hitting different right now. It's a double kill for Very Angry Duck. And Mako is here, but the Soul Inbound has already been used, so he's going to go back to that spot right there. Mako does find the kill and the counter blow. And Yoisaki, does he have enough damage? This is Shadow Form game doing a lot of his... Oh, but it's the lifesteal. Where did that damage come from? He just exploded.
Yeah, that's the power coming through from Nasus, right? Even though he was 0-3 at the beginning of this whole fight, picking up all those assists and the stacks comes out really big. But now, Yoisaki is the only one for his team at this dragon, and teleport is available for Catalyst, but not for Red Claw. And I don't think that Iolani recognized that this dragon is actually being done. There wasn't really a spot for them to see Yoisaki as they move down, and Luxon shifting over and clearing this ward might be their only clue, and we're just getting the call off from Yoisaki. No, I'm good. We're going to pick up this dragon all on our own, and just the fact that Diana, 2 weeks still, showing off big wins coming in for
And yet, despite these back and forth blows, Joshi, we're still at a pretty even gold state for both of these squads.
Yeah. And again, it is a spot where we are going to have to pay attention to how people are going to be executing, but I feel like this Victor being really, really big paints a target on his back. right? It suddenly becomes a situation of like, did we catch Victor in the wombo combo? If yes, great, we win, because Victor's going to be just gone, not going to be able to do any damage. If we didn't, then suddenly it looks like Punahou is going to win because Victor is going to be doing incredible amount. And hey, Nass is very strong right now.
Oh, look at this wombo. Oh my goodness, Fate Seal
Got him.
off the Searing Forge into the Moonfall. That's a knockup combo that just sends Yoisaki back to the fountain. But Rediclaw is looking for revenge for every single time that those members of Iolani had paid a visit to the top lane. But now can you deal with all 5 of them? Reld and Kanakaji looking to burn through everything that Rediclaw had in store, and they take down the big dog.
Yeah, we're seeing hints once again of the strengths of both teams coming through because Mako missed the ultimate on Very Angry Duck. Very Angry Duck survives that fight, does enough damage that he is still a credible threat through the whole thing. But at the same time, they almost bursted him without it. Right? It's a situation where if you can be just a little bit more accurate with some of these ultimates, suddenly everything becomes very hard winning for Iolani, and you have to play for Very Angry Duck to actually keep himself alive. Iolani also rotating multiple people up ends up rewarding them with the mid lane turret, which appears to be the second turret of the game after the first one was picked up a while back. That's going to be opening up the map quite a bit. It's going to be making Punahou's job a lot more difficult as they try and rotate and find opportunities to pick up turrets for themselves.
I think this is our closest game yet of the series. We have, by the time we normally get to the 20-minute mark, one of the teams has usually pulled ahead, even of a small amount, at least a distinct amount. But it's just a matter of a few hundred gold difference, which just goes to show how close these teams are really keeping each other on their toes. And Yoisaki making a visit towards the top side of the map in case that Rediclaw was going to be goon squatted again. Doesn't find anything. Making this recall, and I imagine plans to be shifting attention towards the bottom side of the map.
Oh. Oh.
Wait.
What?
I was about to say, well, now Luxon is there just ready to pounce right on top of Mako, who had extended super far forward. The Soul Unbound and Fate Sealed used, but Namjae has to be able to kite away from Lucian. Sexy, a Crescent Blade will catch him even before going down. I say that, Luxon is not enough damage. It's just CC, but Yoisaki will be the one that cleans it all up.
Again, even trades coming through every single time between Punahou and Iolani. And the big thing, again, you know, how are you playing around these really strong members? We're going to get a replay as Very Angry Duck walks aggressively, but Mako, these ultimates are super, super crucial. If he finds that, they probably actually win this fight, but Mako ends up going down a little bit too early just because he doesn't have the damage. Namjae stays alive. If he had dodged one more Q coming up, would have lived and also saved the life of Luxon, but because things are super, super chaotic, it's very, very unclear how people are supposed to focus in these fights. You have to be playing all on the same instincts all the time.
Very Angry Duck trying to take advantage of downtime. Oh god, Rel thought that he could catch the smoke here, but Very Angry Duck instantly makes him regret that choice. But now that he can back up all the way, look for the curtain call bullets. Thankfully, Luxon is there to block the last one from connecting. Namjae gonna get caught by this deadly flourish. Remember, no flash from the prior exchange, and Lucian Too Sexy just easily follows up with a moonfall there. And Luxon trying to just do their best to have protected the AD carry from falling, but he's got nowhere to run when you're a Leona. But you already see the rest of the map trying to react in the appropriate way by looking for turret damage to trade back with.
And we're also seeing right at the same time, these kills are happening at the most important time, right before this dragon spawns. Punahou was threatening to start chaining these dragons together and rapidly approaching the Infernal Soul, but if it goes right on back to Iolani, then it becomes much more difficult for Punahou to get to that Dragon Soul. And now, if Punahou can get some kind of miracle steal here, it's going to be absolutely insane. But Very Angry Duck not going to be able to get in range in time, and Yoisaki not interested in actually trading. So their turret goes down. We are continuing to see trade back and forth. And not only is this the most conceptually interesting game, it's also the closest game between these two teams this entire series.
A little NASA stack check at 418 last time we saw him, as he finally took down that first tier turret in top lane. Very Angry Duck is going to look to do the same thing. And we're starting to see a little adaptation. Almost a... what's the term in American football? The, where you, like, improvise.
Why are you asking me? Oh, an audible?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
The audible being that normally at the beginning they were very confident in their mid-game team fights and just forcing fights, whether they're 4-on-4s or 3-on-3s or 5-on-5s. But now they're taking the split push route, saying, you know what? There's a lot of crowd control that we have to deal with from Iolani, even though our fighting has been really crisp in the past games.
Huh?
Well, now a flash gravity trap trying to just catch the slowdown for the lockdown. Chaos Storm is not going to do enough to catch out Kanakaji, and you know, that was pretty ambitious.
Yeah, I'm a little bit happy that it didn't work, because if it did work, it's just, he's just too strong, right? At that point, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't even have to go for good plays at that point. But hey, look at this. They're finding one, and they're just gone.
As soon as one CC root connects, the rest can easily follow up. College Forge Guard only finds... Oh, but Encore's going to get through two people. The double root as well. Redclaw taking a lot of damage right on top of this gravity well. Can he buy enough time and soak up all the damage necessary? Namjae in a 1v1 with Lucian too sexy. Popping the shield bow. Dodging out on the deadly flourish, but Reld is getting right into the face of them to find the killing blow onto Namjae. And Redclaw will also fall to Mako. Very Angry Duck cannot save it all.
This is a really big punish on a couple of mistakes coming in for Punahou, right? The first one being Very Angry Duck's incredibly ambitious and very angry play shortly before, where he blows his flash and his ultimate in order to try and find a very difficult play. And then Yoisaki moving forward, just gets bursted out all on his own. And so as we start to see this replay fast forward, think about how this fight might have gone if there was a Chaos Storm brewing on top of the gravity field. Suddenly, lots of these members are way lower than they would otherwise be, but because there's just no damage provided on top of it, there's not a whole lot that Punahou can really execute on in this fight. And so it does mean that Iolani going to be grabbing the Baron for themselves. They're going to be grabbing a first real lead of this entire game, and suddenly are poised to take us to a game 5.
Kind of strange when we looked at the end of game 2. If we were to tell us back then that Iolani would be in the position to bring us the full distance for a game 5. But the way that they have come together throughout multiple strings of skirmishes and successful picks, and as soon as one root connects, the rest can line up easily and follow up. And that is the beauty of a composition that Iolani have drafted, when there's so much wombo potential, so much follow-up that is just readily able to layer on top. 2 dragons apiece, though, so neither have a distinct advantage when it comes to being able to hit Infernal Soul first, but this is the first time we've seen a gold lead this entire game.
And it's not even that large of a gold lead. The biggest thing is still going to be how these compositions are scaling, right? Warren scales incredibly well, because not only does he provide free gold to the rest of his team at level 14, you know, he's given 1,000 gold to himself and 1,000 effective gold over to Mako. But the other thing is, every time he builds one of these items, he becomes tankier himself. Every item he's built adds a percentage to how tanky he is, up to an effective, I think it's 35 extra HP, armor, and magic resist. Very Angry Duck shouldn't die here. It's still rather annoying that his Crown of the Shattered Queen is destroyed.
And then Lucian Too Sexy is just making a little visit switcheroo here. You know, I'm not sure how much that really accomplished, because no damage really occurred on a Very Angry Duck. And Curtain Call will not be available for the aftermath of a potential fight around this dragon, so potential opportunity for Punahou.
There is a very narrow window where Very Angry Duck will have his Crown of the Shattered Queen active up once again, as they are starting to come over for this potential fight. So maybe it does something, but it doesn't look like Punahou are necessarily going to be moving the way to actually contest this. But Catalyst can't be here. Whoa, he misses?
Mako misses the Fate Sealed. Encore will still make its mark and keep them rooted down. So the dragon will still be secured by Lucian Too Sexy. That puts him on Infernal Soul point. But I know, Josh. It seemed a little dicey there for Iolani.
It did, but they end up coming away with the prizes. They don't lose anything, and they grab a dragon, and now Namjae up here. Catalyst shouldn't know that this is going on, but look at this. Already Iolani responding to the fight, and oh, what is Namjae going to do? Just leaving. Bye. Good luck. Esports.
It's one of those moments where, like, you know, if one person shows up, maybe, but because 3 people showed up at the same time, he's like,
nah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this recall.
Just sees those, darn son. Where'd you find these? That didn't work. I just really wanted to say it.
You know, I respect it. I know the feeling. I also find opportunities
gotta
where
go for it.
Yeah, you just gotta throw it out, and if it doesn't land, you know, oh well. You can just see the next one that can.
Like Aloha what is it? Kako?
Aloha Kako. Yeah.
Cool. Alright, we did it. We threw it in there. You're welcome, K-Chad. Anyway.
Whee!
So, the game is kind of stalling out again. Ornn, we know, gets very, very strong. Seraphine continues to get strong, but Vayne and Victor are also big threats. And the thing that we do have to remember is, no, Nasus is not a late-game champion, but he eventually, yeah, at this point, he's kind of fallen off for a little while, but eventually he does become a threat again. He will eventually stack infinitely. That probably won't really happen for another, like, at least 10-15 minutes of gameplay in this game. But it is something where he becomes a really big threat because he starts being able to threaten to one-shot people. And right now, Rediclaw, he's not particularly farmed at this point. At 30 minutes with less than 200 farm, he's not even the highest on his team. But he is still in a spot where he is still a relevant split push threat and is going to continue being threatening to Ornn for the next several months.
And remember, Ornn has a very budget build. Locket, Anathema's Chains, and Thimblewinter. Maybe Thimblewinter is probably the most expensive item that he has on his build. But everything else, you would normally expect on something like a support that doesn't get that much income. So, Catalyst, very well knowing, or very well accepting that their role is mainly to facilitate and support the rest of their squad. But, you know, huge props to Catalyst. This is the best performance we've seen so far this entire series.
Yeah, solo killing his lane opponent, looking much better than what we saw previously after running away from Rediclaw and the Mordekaiser and the Jax. But very different game coming through, and with the Baron spawning here very shortly, we're seeing Iolani starting to go for opportunities to clear out all of the vision that Puno have gone for, but they're going to be leaving quite a bit of this up. And hey, I also want to give props real quick to Iolani for building the good items on Seraphine.
Hell yeah.
Shirelius.
Chemtech Putrefier?
Yeah, Chemtech Putrefier. This item is broken, by the way. If you are playing an Enchanter and you aren't building this item, you don't know what you're doing, man. It's good every single game, even if they don't have any sustain.
Oh my goodness, are they... They saw Lucian Too Sexy trying to clear the minion wave over the other side of the map. They're trying to burn this down ASAP with Nasus on his stacks. It's already 6k health. Lucian Too Sexy is nowhere near it. They could be able to do it. Encores comes out. They just need to get... Ooh, the smite was a little too early on that one, but it's okay. They secured the Baron. Puno now have to get out of this battle. They're already losing multiple members here. Yoisaki trying to get onto the backline. Reld, Umbral Trespass will give him the assassination potential possible, but Reld still flashes away. Blades End only hits Kanakaji, but the Baron that they took, it's all for nothing because they got aced.
Okay, I don't think the game should end here, but it's going to be very, very close. Remember, Very Angry Duck was trying to hit people, but he was only hitting front lane, and now as they tank things up, they're going to be making sure that as much of the minion wave stays alive as possible. There's 30 seconds left before most of the members of come back alive. But as we see this, going to get burned down, they end up trying to find this big wombo combo, and while they don't find the duck, they do find Namjae, and look at that. Looks like Iolani's going to be backing away. They want to make sure that they can pick up the dragon that's going to be spawning very, very shortly. And Very Angry Duck tries to get back into it, but he's still forced so far back. And Yoisaki leaves so many members on slivers of health. They're not able to clean up the fight, not able to do a whole lot to keep themselves in.
It just seems like Punahou are starting to get nervous here, and understandably so. Off of the back of that Baron call, already 2-3 members have been bursted out and caught out. And there's an argument where you should have just scrambled for the hills and tried to save the Baron, salvage it for themselves, and be able to look to defend the push coming afterwards. But they wanted to take the fight. They thought that there was still an opportunity to look for targets in the backline when they were all scattered about. It doesn't work out for them. They lose the Baron. Iolani picks up the Infernal Soul after eliminating the inhibitor tower, as well as the inhibitor as well. And this is somehow only a 3,000 gold lead, but I have to imagine that Iolani are far more closer to bringing this to a Game 5 than Punahou ending the series and taking home the W.
Have to agree. I also, Mark, I don't like talking about items very much. There are very few situations where I think that there are objectively better items, but I do have to bring up one right now. Namjae going with the rapid fire cannon. I actually just don't know what this item does over the 3 other Zeal items he could have picked. Runin's also not particularly good on Vayne, but it is something where you got to be very careful on what you're building, where every little bit that you go for matters. And now Iolani, I think they're strong enough. They don't need to pick up the other inhibitors. Those are a waste of time. Who needs any of the bot lane turrets? We are strong enough to just go for this fight, and they're currently corralling the members of Punahou into their own base. And oh my gosh, that damage coming through, absolutely shredding the front line of Punahou. But Iolani recognizing, okay, well now our turrets are crashing, or our waves are crashing. Maybe now is a time that we should go and make sure we pick up all these other things.
Normally, it is hard for Jhin to take down tanks. But when he's got 4 items, and he has the Lord Dominic's regards, then tanks are somewhat easier to deal with as this Jhin. He's able to shred half HP off of Luxon off of the final curtain call bullet. They're going to be looking to defend this bottom wave push. No curtain call available for another 40 seconds, but Iolani are in position to potentially look for a dive. Namjae has to defend the mid wave that is coming in, so they could force a 5-on-4 right now. Lucian Too Sexy might have chosen to engage a little too wrong, but call the fortune into Fade Seal, the beautiful Wombo! This is gonna be it, Joshi! Iolani! They have potentially done it! Ending it through this medium wave, through mid wave. It's only 2 members left to defend the base. But this looks like a Game 5 in the making.
Situation where we have to look back at the very beginning of the game. Namjae not necessarily finding these opportunities necessary. A couple of small misplays in the mid game, giving too much over Iolani. This should still be very difficult for Punahou to defend. They're going to do their best.
Now Reld is just making his way through. A flash forward. Yoisaki trying to throw everything that they can. A last-ditch effort. Namjae trying to trade his life as well, but that is it. Iolani, through thick and thin, they will be going the distance, and we are going to the Game 5 in this best of 5.
Catalyst has finally found his footing, Mark. Later into the series, he's starting to look better and better, right? That top lane has been all about Punahou all the time. They've consistently been dominating through that position. It's earned them a couple of their wins. However, suddenly, when he's not able to do nearly as much, he's going to be struggling. And Catalyst, with the supportive style, ends up coming through and really shining and setting up for the rest of the team. I love the change we've been seeing from Iolani, and we got a Game 5 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and this was a far more competitive composition from the likes of Punahou as well. Something that they had won with already in the series. It was tried, tested, and true. And the fact that Iolani have been able to take down that very composition and overcome it, then this goes to show that they are playing for real and they can match up to some of the best that Punahou have to offer. So when we go to this Game 5, folks, this is going to be everything on the line. Both of these teams are potentially, at least Iolani, they are hitting their full stride in momentum and everything, and it's up to Punahou to see if they can recover that. When we come back from this break, it will be the end of this series on the horizon. We're going to game 5, Josh.
We're doing it.
Holy moly. Iolani, they are bringing us the full distance. See, that's... Wait, what happened, Josh? What happened?
It's gotten too intense over here, Mark. I already just knocked out my lights, but we're gonna be a-okay. Give me just 1 second, but I'm just so excited at this point because we are getting news right now from our production that okay, we're good. We're good.
We gotta restabilize, refocus up. Okay.
We are all good. Knock things over a little bit, but that's just because we are in game 5. And if Iolani win here, they're only going to be the 3rd school in Hawaiian history to win League of Legends in the state after Moanalua and Punahou. And I think this is a situation where, with the momentum behind them, I'm actually starting to favor Iolani at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen reverse sweeps happen many a time in the history of esports. The momentum buff is too powerful. And when you have an Iolani who are surging and able to beat one of the better, if not the best showing that Punahou was able to have through a majority, their core pieces being on things like Vayne for Nomje, Very Angry Duck on the Victor, Yosaki on the Kane. When you knock down the best core pieces, then oh no. I mean, Punahou have to really dig deep to figure out a solution to stop a surging and momentum high Iolani right now.
I think it's honestly kind of incredible what we've been seeing in terms of the pressure that Iolani is now putting onto the champion pools, and the Viego coming through once again for Lucian through Zexy, and that's going to be really important for their ability to try and play around a very obvious carry threat. Victor going over to Duck once again, as well as the Jhin getting picked up by Punahou. The big question that Punahou is going to have to answer is, can they win on things that are not the top lane's Mordekaiser? Are they going to be able to win on anything else? Because they need to find something with Mordekaiser taken off the table. They tried Jax, it didn't work. They tried the Nasus, it didn't work. They need to try and find something to turn things around and continue to put Catalyst back in an uncomfortable position.
Redaclaw will more than likely be showing us a new top laner that can try and replicate some of the success that they found with the Mordekaiser and how much pressure they absorbed and just forced from Iolani to bring over. And I was about to say, before the Camille gets banned during the second phase, this is a top laner that is a little bit more self-sufficient, has great sustain, and by once again taking away the Shen, I'm curious to see if they're going to take away the Ornn as well.
The Ornn isn't quite as threatening up against the Camille as the Malphite tends to be, and I don't know if that's going to be something that it is going to be in Catalyst's champion pool, but it is something that makes a lot of sense. Now, we are also seeing composition coming out from Iolani that isn't necessarily all going to be trying to do the same thing. You have Misfortune, you have Lux, both of these very strong backlaners, but they are going to be doing things in very different ways. You have Misfortune who wants to be doing damage in, it's a burst, but it's a slow burst. Whereas Lux just trying to blow somebody up instantly. They both do it from a very long range away. At the same time, Viego needs to go in looking to burst on a single target so that he can reset and then roll out the rest of the fight. That's really good with Lux, not always necessarily going to be interacting well with the way that Misfortune wants to play. So it's 3 individual pieces that are all individually strong, but aren't necessarily going to be doing the same thing that they need to when team fights actually start coming around.
Punahou, once again, limited on support engage options. The Leona and the Nautilus taken away from Luxan. Last time, we saw a Braum come out trying to supply a little bit of that engaged potential. And this is okay.
Interesting. I think it's really curious to see this coming out at this point in the event, especially when there's still lots of junglers available, and you know that this jungle is likely going to get picked. This is something that I feel like has been a bit of a weakness coming through for a lot of teams, is they aren't necessarily thinking about what do I need to pick here? What am I trying to show? Last time we saw a Seraphine trying to be hidden, and so I don't know what kind of jungler you could possibly pick here that would have a
Mastery.
really hard counter picks. That's true. Okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. As a very specific pick, a very common boosting strategy, Eric plus Master Yi, you want to try and make sure that there's not a lot of crowd control on the other team. However, it'd be really difficult playing Master Yi into Soraka because you know exactly where he's going to be popping out of the alpha strikes, and if he comes out and is instantly silenced, not easy to necessarily do anything because you're just going to get rooted immediately afterwards.
Well, Yuisaki, let's see it. What is the jungle counter pick, the R5 special that will save it all? And, maybe after seeing something like a Soraka and Ornn, if it was something super, super creative out of the box, it's not looking that hot anymore. But a Xin Zhao still benefits off of the Lethal Temple changes, is a great duelist, and can have the flexibility of transitioning either into just a solid team fighter that absorbs a lot of damage, dives the backline, tries to threaten, or if you are paired with something like a Taric, you can survive and sustain for a long period of time, and you can really out-sustain a lot of other fighters and damage dealers.
Yeah, I think Punho's composition is really interesting to look at because it is very conditionally and artificially tanky, right? You don't really have any of these members that are actually going to be able to withstand a lot of the brunt that is coming out from Iolani if they're, in a vacuum, right? You have Taric, who provides a lot of invulnerability, but he needs to live. The targets that he has his ultimate on need to live for a couple seconds before it actually has any benefit. Xin Zhao has invulnerability, but only if you are outside of a certain circle. If you're inside the circle, then he's going to be taking the same amount of damage as he would against anything else. And so that means that Ornn and Viego are going to be doing normal damage to him. So Punho, again, going to be coming out with a composition that is not the easiest thing in the world to play, but is very, very strong if executed properly. Whereas Iolani, they have a lot of individually strong tools that they need to prove to us they can play cohesively. When they've found their wins, it's because they have had very straightforward compositions to play. Assassins go brr. You have a lot of opportunities to just press all of your R buttons at the same time. This composition is neither of those, and they're really going to have to show they have something new up their sleeve.
I mean, this is the moment to do it, Joshi. There's no more last chances. They had a 2-game lead, and Punho, the third game, we can argue whether if they were really giving their all to close out the series, or if they were doing a little experimentation. But game 4, I have no doubts that they definitely were feeling the tension, and they were feeling very nervous about the game going forward to a game 5. And they tried to throw out some of their best picks, and it wasn't enough to stop Iolani. They have to stop him right now, or this will be the first time that we have seen a third team take the Grand Finals championship title for the state of Hawaii.
Punho, the most storied high school League of Legends team in Hawaii, on the verge right now of dropping this Game 5 to Iolani, and there's so much momentum going in favor of Iolani. I think a lot of people were looking at Punho at this point and just saying, oh yeah, this tournament is probably over. Punho has been so strong for so long. I know a lot of people that I had been hearing from were saying this is probably going to be a 3-0. It's probably going to be fairly quick. Punho, just even if they're behind, just somehow win every single team fight. But that hasn't been the story that we've been looking at tonight. And Iolani trying to come on back. Catalyst just coming off the best game of the series for his top lane play. And this time, he's on a pick that, is going to be a bit of a skill matchup going up against the Camille. And if that's something where he can continue to stay on top, it's going to be a fantastic game for Iolani.
This is so crazy that we have managed to get this far into the series. Iolani on the cusp of bringing a reverse sweep. It would mean so much to this school and this program after talking to our producer, K-Tad, about how much resources, how much effort they pulled into making this program the best they could this year. If it profited off and was able to be enough to net them their first championship title, to make them the third team to ever take a title in Hawaii, oh man, can you imagine the elation and the celebration that would be underway for Iolani? And I wonder if other schools would even look to take inspiration from them and ask, how'd you guys do it? What's the secret sauce? You know, what has been cooking up over there? What type of infrastructure did you guys set up to make this happen?
Well, every success story starts with his players, and we have been seeing a big surge from a lot of them so far. Mako having a good series, just back and forth, just always able to find these leads on his own. He's consistently pushed Very Angry Duck into uncomfortable positions. The bottom lane, we've been seeing them have a lot of opportunities to try and create pressure for themselves, and a lot of times they've also just been making sure that Mako and their jungler Yoisaki just have the tools necessary to be very, very aggressive. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to really showcase what they're going to be doing, because they are going to be playing Miss Fortune Soraka, a couple of ranged characters, into Tarek, who doesn't necessarily have easy ways to get fights started on.
It's gotta just walk up and hit him with the Dazzle, man. But
Dazzle,
you know, paired with the Jin, nice.
nice.
I saw that. Jin and Tarek, not necessarily a lane that we are all that familiar with in terms of, you know, tried and practiced duo combos, but the true power of Tarek comes after the laning phase, when you're able to link them up with things like the Xin Zhao or the Camille, who can have easier access to get on top of the backline, and then you set up for the linked up Dazzle stun. And in fact, I want to see if there's opportunities to either get Tarek out of lane early, to look for roams to link up with Xin Zhao, or if there's just incentivization to bring the Xin Zhao towards the bottom lane and try and shut down this Soraka, shut down this Misfortune from getting too far ahead. Because then you can start looking for opportunities to just get this Xin Zhao to just really just cause a lot of chaos in the early game, because that is something that Xin Zhao is super good at doing.
Yeah, it's also something where Xin Zhao, you know, when I saw it coming out as R5, you know, as the last pick of the entire draft and the last pick in the entire series, I was like, oh man, the best jungler in the patch. Coming through once again. You know, I guess that's a pretty good secret. Is like, let's just play good characters over and over again. And the Xin Zhao coming through is going to be very, very strong. I really like having people go through and just bring out all kinds of different strengths. And I feel like the Xin Zhao creates a very natural win condition for the rest of the team, that he can either run over the game on his own if he finds some early advantages, or can kind of fall back and make sure that the rest of his team can have a lot of success with it.
Other thing about Xin Zhao, just lethal temple changes benefit him so much, because then he gets the extended bonus range. And that's the thing about Xin Zhao, is that, like, it's usually difficult for him to get on top of people in the first place, but ever since the buff changes to how his wind becomes lightning and audacious charge work just a few patches ago, on top of the fact that lethal tempo giving him the extended range, there's so many tools for him to still be able to continue fighting people, because he is one of the prime examples of a champion that just stat checks you. If you try to fight melee one-on-one with him, it is very hard to beat him in the early stages. And if he's ahead, it's very hard to just beat him at all in a 1v1.
Very true. I mean, he's very straightforward. He likes to do a lot of damage. A lot of champions can't interact with him. And there's a fair number of ranged champions that he's going to be going up against, right? The Misfortune and the Lugs he can kind of ignore during a lot of these fights if he's not entirely isolated on his own. So I feel like it's going to be a very, very crucial champion for them to actually be playing throughout this last game. It seems well timed, and I think it's a priority for them to make sure that Xin Zhao finds some early leads. And as you said, you know, it can either be Tarek roaming with the Xin Zhao, or it can be Xin Zhao coming towards the Tarek. Both of these seem very natural and great ways to find some early advantages.
Just get the... All right, let's start coming up with a title for the Tarek Xin Zhao duo.
Title.
Yeah, just like a name for the combination of these two. Like I can't. Tarao? No, that's not.
Twitch chat, if you can come up with something.
Lightning Dazzle. Bam.
Dazzle Lightning.
Dazzle Lightning.
Dazzle becomes lightning.
Oh! See? Now we're on to something.
All right, well, we'll see how much of that we're actually going to be getting. We do see Catalyst going with the classic Ornn build of refillable potion. You don't necessarily need to buy a Doran's item at the very beginning. One, because you can't upgrade them into anything, but two, because you get the refillable potion, and then after taking typically 2 minions or just waiting long enough, you can just buy your Doran shield later, and now you have a refillable potion.
Dude, he's vibing.
That's Ornn. Sounds
yeah. Like. I was just appreciating that Catalyst is feeling the vibes right now. I mean, once you solo killed your opponent that has been really doing you in for the past 3 games, you gotta feel some type of way, man.
Oh yeah.
Good vibes.
Oh yeah. Good vibes. Really starting to feel themselves a little bit more. And the big thing that I'm curious about is we've been seeing a lot of bot side starts, a lot of very standard things coming out from both junglers, and I think this might be the first time that either team has deviated from that, as Iolani is going to be sending Lucian too sexy to start on the blue buff by themselves, looking to either avoid where Yoisaki has been going, or potentially trying to big brain him and maybe meet him at the red.
Very angry Duck, just getting a little bit of a slap in the face by Lucian Singularity. I want to see how Red Claw is able to find his footing back. Because on the Nasus, it is more of a situational character where you can kind of snowball. But as you said, it is conditionally strong. And we never got a chance to see Red Claw take advantage of that window. And I think credit over to Iolani for really just taking advantage of that, as Red Claw, level 2 power spike, getting a lot of damage down on Catalyst.
You have to remember that Camille not necessarily known for their early game strength, but the other thing is Ornn is definitely not known for being strong at all in the first couple of levels. Levels 1 and 2 are not Ornn's strong suit. Sometimes you can take W and bully people around or a little bit of damage, but right now Red Claw just abusing the fact that he has control over when engagements happen and using them to just go for these quick trades and then backing out. So good stuff already coming out from Red Claw, and we'll have to see how Catalyst is able to respond to this later on. Oh, look at this. Looks on mid lane.
Look at that! The roams out of lane! The Razzle Dazzle stun! It will land and force Mako to flash. Yeah. Dude, this is the power of getting Tarek out of lane. I didn't think it would be this early, but, I'm really enjoying that Punahou. When their back's against the wall, they are looking to try anything to catch Iolani off guard.
Oh, for sure. And the big thing here is Mako had a big lead in game 1 in this matchup in the Lux versus Victor, and it allowed them to find a pretty significant kill advantage over Very Angry Duck. Then Very Angry Duck became very, very strong later on in the game. And this is a situation where, again, the Lux doesn't have a lot of great targets going up against the side of Punahou, right? Jhin is really the only one that is going to be easy to burst out because there's going to be the Shattered Queen. Luxon is going to be tanky enough. Yoisaki has the ultimate to guarantee that he takes no damage. And then Red Claw might be burstable, but is likely going for a Divine Sunderer style build in order to have enough damage up against something like an Ornn, and thereby it just becomes difficult to burst on their own.
And look at the wave that is pushing into Red Claw right now. The fact that he's able to aggress so nicely. And Yoisaki coming over here, making sure that if Lucian Too Sexy was on this side of the map, it would be a little dangerous for Red Claw to try and hold this. But Catalyst still has Flash available, but if Yoisaki can burn just even that Summoner spell, it would be great. And here comes the punish. Catalyst is going to get the Searing Charge down. Oh!
Nice.
Red Claw! Claw predicts the flash from Catalyst. Hook, line, and sinker on the hook shot. That's Verse Blood.
I also love the way that Yoisaki actually played that as well, not using the E too early, making sure that he waits for the flash to come out from Catalyst. Both of these guys playing this super cleanly, and at the very end, it ends up resulting in an easy first blood going over to Yoisaki, quickly accelerating the Xinjiao. Looks like it's going to get traded on the opposite side of the map as the Dragon going to be going over to Yeo Long, so equalizing a little bit, and if they get more of these Dragons, it is obviously win condition when they start building towards whichever solve we're going to see.
Just taking advantage of that pressure, Yoisaki pushed on the top side of the map, knowing that there wouldn't be an answer or response through the bottom side. We're not going to get a Mountain or Ocean Soul. So that's 50% chance of getting one of the new Dragon Souls, Chemtech Soul or Hextech Soul. And please, my Christmas wish is that we get Hextech map just so we can get Portal Gaming.
True, you gotta start thinking with portals. Alright, Catalyst here as well though. Still in a very awkward spot. We saw this earlier in the series when Rediclaw was able to create incredibly difficult freezes for Catalyst to deal with. And this one isn't going to fully freeze. It will eventually push back, but not if Catalyst does that.
He has level 6. He waits out for the Searing Charge and now uses the Hextech Ultimatum. Catalyst is going to be losing out on a lot of health from that trade.
The crucial thing, it looks like a very small thing, but Catalyst actually killing that extra minion means that this is going to be frozen for a good extra bit of time, right? Because it really matters how long these cannon minions actually survive for a lot of these freezes. And now we're seeing that because Rediclaw over pushed the issue, now going to be having the wave push out once again. But if he had just waited and not drawn that minion aggro, that wave would have been completely frozen away from Catalyst. And now Yoisaki and Lucian Too Sexy, let's look for the Scuttle.
They want to fight it. I think that smite went over to Yoisaki. They claimed it, but the final spark is going to come through. No Call of the Forge God available, but Catalyst is going to get a nice knock-up with that Searing Charge. And now Very Angry Duck has to be on the run, but Rediclaw could be coming in with the hook shot. No flash available for Mako, and he's super far extended. This should be a kill for Rediclaw, and Very Angry Duck is the one that secures it.
Okay, well, that's another situation where not having flash ends up coming back to bite people. This time, it was both Yoisaki and Mako. Both of them started going for this fight. Neither of them had flash by the time it actually started, and it ends up meaning that they are going to be going down because they cannot leave. It still is going to be a fairly even game. Small lead coming out for Punahou right now, and again, we haven't necessarily been spending as much time looking at the ball in this entire series, but we get the first dazzle.
Razzle dazzle him. Not going to be a kill quite yet, but they're still opening up, and Luxon can just corral them right into the curtain call. Last bullet, not going to threaten Reld's life. Lucian Too Sexy here in the wings, and Luxon might have been staying a little too overextended. The dazzle will connect, but Heartbreaker is definitely available, and even the damage from Reld's bullet time will be enough to take him down.
All right, that's going to be the first time that I think we've necessarily seen, like, what was mostly a 2v2 kill coming through, but still it results in Lucian Too Sexy coming down, getting an assist. And so both junglers now starting to get a little accelerated. A couple of kills going across the game. We're seeing one to top lane for Catalyst, one in bottom lane for Reld, and then one for Yoisaki, one for Very Angry Duck. So both teams have different power points to start playing around. Both teams have spots where flashes are going to be down for a little while longer. But as I say that, Yoisaki is going to be coming back up.
See both Divine Sunderers in the making for Rediclaw and Yoisaki. Huge one-item wake-ups. Rediclaw can definitely take this power to... What's up?
Every single time we look top lane, Rediclaw is threatening to freeze. Every single time. Ooh, big damage. But every single time we look top lane, if Rediclaw is threatening to freeze, it's a big question of how Catalyst is going to end up dealing with it. And this time it might be Lucian Too Sexy coming up to help out his top laner, and Yoisaki is already here.
Lucian Too Sexy is going to have the advantage of being able to get the jump on Yoisaki first. He has to use the Audacious Charge to try and buy some distance, popping the Pressing Guard.
Oh,
Rediclaw Uh-oh, has to flash away. Searing Charge only lands the knock up onto one. Yoisaki has to go back in. That's the only way out. But a flashback out might be enough, but it's the flash return from Catalyst that picks him up.
I remember that conversation we were having at the beginning of Game 4 about communication. Do you want to go in? When do you actually want to take these fights? Red Claw thought that they were about to brawl it out, but Yoisaki clearly made the call, no, 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 I don't want this. And then as soon as Red Claw had thrown out the hook shot, starts coming in, and suddenly no longer has that to leave for the fight and ends up paying for those sins. Well, excuse me, Yoisaki ends up paying for the sins regardless of whose they were. But that little bit of miscommunication not coming through at a crucial time ended up giving over another kill to Catalyst.
Yoisaki now down 2 deaths in the early game. It does slow down the pace of how well this Xin Zhao can accelerate. Whereas Lucian Too Sexy, no kills for them, but 3 assists, 100% kill participation so far, meaning they have been in control of the majority of the fights that they are successful with for Iolani. Gold State even. Dragons up for Iolani. This time, it is going to be Yoisaki that gets first dibs on this dragon. So the dragons will be even as well.
Very, very even game once again. So we're going to have to see how these two teams end up playing through the rest of the game. Remember, by having Catalyst on the Ornn once again, they have this massive, massive late game advantage that they can kind of rely on just because he gives so much extra gold to his team as well as becomes incredibly tanky. But Yoisaki, excuse me, Lucian Too Sexy going to be backing away at this point, choosing not to actually drop the Rift Herald up top lane. Does mean that we're not going to necessarily see the same kind of early aggression that we would typically see coming up.
These are quite tense on the Rift here, Joshi. And even though there hasn't been many kills, the stakes that are on the line for both of these schools is probably the most deafening silence that is on the Rift right now. Both of these teams are taking that in mind. With one team, they have been a team that has dominated this region and this state for so long that if they were to give it up now, to give up their throne, it would be heartbreaking for them. But for Iolani, it could be the start of something new, a revolution to be one of the new teams that takes the crown. And this is how it starts. Making this gank down on top of Luxon. A heartbreak from Lucian Too Sexy. But a curtain call could be the response to set things up for a great return. Teleport coming in from Very Angry Duck. Tries to round off one. They have to run away from Mako. But now it's another teleport that's coming in from Rediclaw. The Equinox is going to silence any attempts to make the counter play. But Rediclaw still pulls it off with a hook shot. Gets the stun down on Mako, but now has to walk away out safely. A lot of damage coming out from response. So close, such low HP bars for Luxon and Rediclaw, but everyone from Punahou make it out alive.
Mako suddenly in a spot where we are out of laning phase. He's no longer bullying Very Angry Duck, and it is a situation where Very Angry Duck flashing forward with a slow isn't responding with a flash from Mako, and I know he had it available. He could have gotten out of that, but it is going to be one of those things that as the series gets later and later, small mistakes start creeping into our play, and it matters when they happen, who's feeling good. And remember, momentum coming in was on Iolani's side. They won the last 2 games, whereas Punahou suddenly, is it a little bit of desperation perhaps that's causing Very Angry Duck to go for that flash play, or is it just the kind of play that we know he's been able to make this entire time? Because we saw it happen in Game 4 where he went for it, and unfortunately it didn't work.
This is what happens in Game 5 situations, Joshi. Things start tensing up. Every action is just as important as next. Rediclaw still going for advantages here, but the slipperiness of the hookshot might be enough to escape this one. Lucian Too Sexy still has access to Heartbreaker. Actually, it's off cooldown. Oh no! Catalyst wanting to make the dive work out, but Rediclaw dodges out on it, and this could be even further disaster for Iolani. Kanekaji a little too far forward, no flash available, and it's easy pickings for Yoisaki to clean up.
Oh no, so many unforced errors coming out from Iolani right as you're approaching the finish line. The top lane dive coming from Catalyst, the lack of flash coming from Mako starting to come out in favor of Kunaho, and they're going to be in a huge position to try and capitalize on this because Rediclaw, the player that has been so key to their victories, suddenly is super accelerated. 2 kills, 2 assists, and now as they push off Reld, not even going to be having to take the turret, and we're going to get Yoisaki on the action.
Super easy to pick up for Yoisaki. No flash, no heal available for Reld. Yoisaki gonna immediately pop the Crescent Guard. Gonna need a little bit more help to get out of this one alive. Mako has made the roam on over. Very Angry Duck is too far away to join on this fight. And Luxon might try to give their life, but I don't know if that really ended up helping Yoisaki. Can he make his way over there? Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Rediclaw on the 1v1 against Lucian 2 seconds. They win it out! Yoisaki is still playing handball right now, could keep away as long as they can. That's proving of far too much time for Iolani to deal with. They finally take him down, but for what do they leave it with? Because Very Angry Duck just walks up and blows up Mako.
I didn't know ducks were ambush predators, Mark, but here they are finding yet another victim. Very Angry Duck going to be crashing a wave here in the mid lane without response. And in this entire time, we saw Rediclaw find not only a lot of pressure top lane and continue to build up the CS advantage, but also a big 1v1. And honestly, through this entire thing, big props to Yoisaki for being able to stay alive for so long, wasting so much of their opponent's time. And even as we start seeing, you know, Yoisaki trying to go for some kind of crazy outplays with this flash, it, you know, it just buys a couple of extra seconds. He was never getting out of this as long as Iolani was playing reasonably well. But he was able to create a lot of space this entire time, and every single second the Catalyst is here is a second the Catalyst is not top lane farming and preventing damage to the structure.
And then the cherry on top for them, Mako
Bonk.
thinking that finally they take down this Xin Zhao, and they're walking back to lane, and then just
Can't
forgetting
wait
that.
to farm some minions.
Oh wait,
Oh wait,
he's back. The duck is back. Yoisaki gonna get caught out here by Lucian Too Sexy. A deadly flourish though might root him up, but it's a lot of healing back from Kanekaji that assists Lucian Too Sexy being able to take down Yoisaki in the exchange. Punaho, they are experiencing some stumbles as well as Iolani are looking to restabilize.
Yeah, the big thing to remember here is even though Yoisaki has given up 4 kills, that doesn't make him weaker. That just makes the opponent stronger, right? So he's still going to be doing just fine against members like Kanekaji, who isn't necessarily going to be super accelerated. It also is going to be okay up against Reld because Reld isn't necessarily super accelerated either. It will make him a lot weaker against people like Lucian Too Sexy and Catalyst because they are suddenly ahead of the curve, even farther ahead than Yoisaki.
Kanekaji, Dazzle into Deadly Flourish. They're popping the Cosmic Radiance so they can go forward for this all in. The Gale Force is not going to be enough damage to take down Kanekaji, not even needing the Wish to survive the onslaught. But Very Angry Duck is now here as Chaos Storm available. They might be backing off this turret, but they're calling in the reinforcements from Mako, another helping hand.
But it backs away. Kanekaji going low once again, and Luxon and Namjae have, you know, been very close a couple of times to finding these 2v2 kills, but they are coming up short just a little bit. And the big thing right now is now that Lucian Too Sexy is known to be on the bottom side of the map, they are also going to be giving Yoisaki time to be hitting this Rift Herald and going to continue giving them opportunities to balloon their lead with, I believe, no turrets currently having gone down. Yeah, everything is still standing. Oh, excuse me, the mid lane did go down. Well, it will still get them an opportunity to take probably the top lane turret here relatively soon, coming out from Punaho as Endless gets shoved in, and Yoisaki just barreling straight for top lane, knowing exactly what he wants to do this way.
We're unlocking Rediclaw. That is the goal here. Mid turret had already been taken, so this will further open up the top side of the map and make that jungle quadrant not as safe for Iolani to be able to retreat to whenever things go wrong. Soon, Punaho will be able to push their line of vision further into the quadrant. and make it so that it is easier for them to collapse through into any of the side lanes or the mid lane through that part of the map.
That's just what happens as the turrets fall, right? It becomes easier to walk into your opponent's side of the jungle. It becomes harder to walk past the river unless you have a good idea of where everybody is. And the thing is that makes it dangerous for Catalyst is, yes, his turret is down, but a lot of the map is still kind of defaulting to going to a laning phase, right? You have a lot of people moving down towards the bottom side. The duos have a shift to mid, and look how far he is away from his turret.
Dude, Catalyst is really not having a good time anymore. 2 levels down, but we got more action on the bottom side of the map. Luxon is going to get routed off here. Catalyst will not be able to escape. And much similar in the games 1 and 2, where Catalyst was starting to fall down, and Redclaw is building up an insurmountable lead through the top lane. At some point, Iolani are going to have to respond. Right now, that answer is going to be through the bottom side of the map, where Redclaw, taking that advantage, is going to be teleporting in to save the day through the bottom side of the map. Kanakaji will get blown up by a beautiful tactical precision from Redclaw, and Reld and Mako. I don't know if they can stay under this tower. No longer, this is a safe place.
It's going to be very difficult for them to do much, but Luxon ends up going down at the beginning of that play as well. Not going to be a recipient of any of that gold. And I'm curious, are they going to be trying to stay on the map, or will they end up resetting in time for the Dragon? Remember, you have about 40 seconds. Like, by the time there is 40 seconds left for a respawn timer, you want to get your back in order to make sure that you are going to be at the victim on time. A big stun ends up going through here. You can see this fight a little bit for the first time, and this is kind of where we think about that, right? Luxon just getting forced in the corner, not having a whole lot, tries to buy time, just like Yosaki did previously. Not going to be doing anything else. And the last thing we got to look at is very Angry Duck being very hard to kill, right? Already has the kind of strategy, not going to take any damage, really moving too sexy, and that's just Diego trying to find something desperate.
And knowing that they were able to find the pop-offs in Game 3 with that Viego pick, not finding the same success in this game, Iolani are going to have to dig deep if they want to pull this one back. It's a 4,000 gold lead for Punahou right now. Third Dragon on the line. Call of the Forge God is available. Catalyst will get the knockup down on Redclaw, but now they are looking for the re-engage thanks to the Cosmic Radiance. Hextech Ultimatum locking down Lucian Too Sexy, looking for the Heartbreaker answer. It's a shutdown onto Redclaw. Can Lucian Too Sexy turn around now that he is playing as the Camille, but has to use the Heartbreaker to disengage? But meanwhile, very Angry Duck, and suddenly Namjay are the only members left alive. Right in the heart of that bullet time, very Angry Duck has to flash away, and somehow Iolani managed to keep all 5 members alive. A flash forward from Catalyst gets the clap down. Very Angry Duck will fall.
The equalizer coming right back for Iolani. This game was starting to get out of hand, and Punahou was looking to take it in Game 5, but let's take a look at how Redclaw actually plays during this fight, right? Because he's been so crucial. He is very accelerated. He's going to be the one looking to find some assassination. He goes in, but he actually misses the stun. And in all this chaos, he's just missing a couple of these teams. He auto-attacks the wrong members there. He hits Catalyst, who has a lot of HP. Never find Lucian Too Sexy at the end of this. And Yosaki and Luxon don't necessarily do a lot of extra damage. They're just getting ripped to shreds trying to walk in everybody else. And very Angry Duck tries to find something at the end, but there's just too much HP being provided by this Soraka. There needs to be some grievous wounds in order to try and reduce the amount of healing she's able to put out.
Yeah, Kanakaji, low-key the MVP of that fight, keeping everyone topped off from the brink of death. Multiple rejuvenations, multiple healings coming through, and making sure to distance themselves away from any threats of Punahou that were brute forcing their way through the likes of Catalyst and Lucian Too Sexy. And I feel like for Punahou, the next fight that they take, a 5-on-5, they have to shift their attention. If you're going to try to be taking down the frontline members, you know it's going to be all for naught if you don't have anyone that is checking the Soraka in the backline. If you stop the life battery, you will be able to stop the heart of this team.
We'll see what they can do about that, because it's the situation where a lot of people, you know, again, mistakes start being made. Some people stop thinking about grievous wounds this late in, but the biggest thing that, you know, Rafa and I play on teams together sometimes, and one of the things that we have a conversation about at the beginning of every game is, all right, which one of us is going to be the primary grievous wounds carrier? Who's going to be the one who's going to be stopping any healing on their team? And the typical answer is, well, whoever applies it best. Normally, if you have an enchanter, somebody builds Chemtech Future Fire, calls it a day. Taric can kind of do that, but he doesn't actually apply all that effectively simply because he's not healing a lot of people most of the time. In this game, it actually is supposed to be the victor because he's just hitting the most members at any given time because he's hitting them with AoEs.
It's going to be quite a while because they opted in for the Cosmic Drive after the Crown, and they have this, what is it, pendant? I think the item is called something pendant. It's the one that builds into Banshees afterwards.
We're also getting important news from production. Oh, it's done. Okay, Waka ends up coming through, but well, Iolani would actually be the 4th team to win. We forgot about Roosevelt.
Oh, Roosevelt.
Yeah, they got a win in one of the seasons where our informant was not involved, but that's okay. We still love him anyway.
They lacked some critical information. Well, apologies. Apologies. Didn't want to disrespect Roosevelt, but
still, they already have there's a Jhin in the game. There's been a Jhin in a couple of these games, right? You know, 4th one is the best one.
There you go. There you go. Iolani, the stakes still remain. Whether it's the 3rd or 4th, it's still trying to take down a team that has been so dominant in the state of Hawaii for so long, and then becoming one of the few teams to join the ranks of those to have a championship title. That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. You just got to become a Pokemon master. You don't have to stay there. You just have to say you've done it. As we start looking right now with a minute left on the next dragon, this is going to be likely one of the most important fights of the entire series, right? Simply because both teams are now at a spot where they can look for some of these big fights. And the big difference that I've been seeing so far is how effective Puno has been with their front line. Whereas Iolani has been very effective. Ornn, his job is very simple and very straightforward. You just go forward and you're like, okay, I'm going to stand here.
Rediclaw just mixed the hook shot. This should set up for an easy. Woohoo! But Rediclaw flashing forward using the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge out on that pick. That could have been beautiful for Iolani. It forces a teleport from a very angry Duck to also respond. But now this will create a numbers opportunity for Iolani because most of the strongest members are now on the top side of the map, whereas Iolani still have players like Reld and Kanakaji.
That's teleport.
3-on-3, and they have the teleport coming in as well. So it's going to be a 4-on-4. Very angry Duck is back. Gravity Trap will zone off the rest of the frontline members, but Rediclaw trying to force a teleport of his own takes a lot of damage on the entry. Namjae popping the curtain call, trying to catch members out while on the retreat. That's not enough damage to really make them reconsider this dragon fight. They can still heal up with the Soraka.
Rediclaw has healed up. He has gone back to base, but as they go back, it is going to be secured here by Iolani, giving them their 3rd of 4, and the fight we were expecting never materializes. It ends up being, yet again, a neutral situation between the two teams where one team just able to walk away with the prize, getting into the chicken coop, as it were, and now we are going to continue seeing this Ornn scaling up, and that's one of the things that we haven't necessarily looked at quite as much, right? The job of the front line of Iolani is incredibly easy. Ornn stands in front and says, hit me, hit me. Whereas Punahou have to kind of cycle who their front line is going to be unless they're going to be invulnerable coming in from Luxon's ultimate. But that, the one time we saw them try and go for that, didn't pan out.
Can't fight front to back when you're Punahou because the front line will just be too damn hard to kill when you've got a Soraka in the back line constantly healing them up. You have to find ways to flank and get through the back line when the front line are already committed to one direction. This is such a difficult game state for both teams in many different ways. When it comes to the split push, Iolani still haven't found a way to successfully deal with Rediclaw. When it comes to the team fights, Punahou are scrambling to find a successful fight that actually goes their way.
I feel like Punahou, like you said, you already kind of brought up the way that they're supposed to do it. They're supposed to do it by having Yoisaki or Rediclaw find a flank. and actually getting the fight started that way. We saw a flank try and come through from Ready Claw, but he didn't have flash, didn't have his ultimate available, wasn't really able to find his way into the fight, and it just meant that he got turned on and almost bursted out super quickly, but ends up surviving that one. Now, the fact that we're kind of splitting into a split push style of game with very Angry Duck continuing to farm on the bottom side of the map, a 70 CS lead opening up the top for Ready Claw, and the duo lanes sitting mid lane just kind of means that as it currently stands, the farming situation is definitely in favor of Punahou. The way that they are allocating their resources to the Victor, the Camille, and the Jin all at the same time is a little bit better, whereas Reld and Mako sharing some of this gold and experience, which means that they're going to be a little bit behind their counterparts if this continues for a lot longer.
And that's always something that we have had in our teams kind of struggle with, is both the mid lane. you want to try and split up the farm between your mid laner and your bottom laner, because otherwise they will be slightly held back in terms of experience and gold when they have to split it down 50-50. Rediclaw might be caught out here, but Catalyst, as he takes over the blast on the wall, suddenly realizes that not quite the numbers advantage that they thought they had. So we're back to a stalemate. The Cold War resumes here.
Again, very tense. It feels like neither team is willing to be the one to make the play, because they don't want to be the one that makes a mistake that ends up losing the grand finals all at once. And it's a huge opportunity for both of them to kind of go and actually like try and find some sneaky plays as they both wait for the dragon. But we're getting a little bit more history about the teams. We've been seeing a lot of Moana Lua and Punahou over the past couple of years. The only other teams that have even made the finals have been Roosevelt and, I'm going to mess this up, Kalaheo as the other teams that have actually been able to come through. Going to be the 6th team to even make it to the finals and potentially a 4th to take a win.
Well, as you can see on your screen, we're on a technical pause at the moment. We'll be trying to see if we can resolve it as soon as possible. Obviously, not only it is a tense situation for the students, but potentially a tense situation for their computers. So hopefully nothing is overheated or becomes a technical difficulty that becomes too much to resolve, and we should be back in the game as soon as we can.
Also, apologies to anybody who happens to be on the East Coast, because it is 3 a.m. for you guys at this point. So even here on the West Coast, you know, starting to get a little bit late. It's past my bedtime, that's for sure, but you got to be here to make sure the League of Legends is going to be exciting for everyone. And I think we've definitely made it there with Game 5, but we also got to paint a picture of what our players are feeling. We've already talked about the stakes coming through. Iolani looking to find their first opportunity to take down the reigning champs, whereas Punahou trying to defend their championship from spring 2021. That said, this pause is going to wreak havoc on the mental of these different players, right? You're so focused on trying to ride your momentum. You're so focused on trying to eke out the last bit of energy and that focus that you have after playing for 4 or 5 hours at this point. And when you have to put a pause on that and tell yourself you're going to be coming back in a couple of minutes, absolutely brutal to try and fix.
Oh, yeah. No, brutal is the correct word. I thought, you know, there could have been a way to exemplify that differently. Nah, brutal is correct, because then you're just so focused, you're so zoned in, and then when you have to take a step back, but it's not quite the game end, it's not the series end, and you're not mentally prepared to be in a limbo state where you have to wait. So many times we've seen even professional players, when they've had to go through a long technical pause, or they had to go through a state where they're just waiting on stage and they have to keep themselves like still in the zone, or reminding themselves, okay, what are our win cons? You know, what's our current game state?
Okay.
And, you know, is just one of those things that, unfortunately, these players are going to have to be tested on how well they can keep their composure even on the 5th, or I should say the 12th hour, literally.
Yeah. The other thing I kind of want to look at this point is why we're actually paused. So, for people who are watching, the bug that has occurred was Ornn was attempting to upgrade one of Viego's items. And because Viego is a cool champion who changes his identity and
Haha.
changes what items he has at different points in the game, it makes it can sometimes break, and Ornn can no longer upgrade items. And honestly, it's going to create a little bit of a shadow on this game, kind of regardless of who wins, because it does mean that Iolani's ability to just play this game out to a really late state is reduced because they are going to be missing some of that extra gold. They're going to be missing some of that extra tankiness from their Ornn. He would normally be a lot harder to kill once he's able to upgrade all of these items. And ultimately, this game has gone on for so long, it's hard to imagine that we will see anything other than an unpause from my perspective. But it is a situation where it sucks that it happens in Game 5.
Yeah.
Man. It's so
And-
rough
and-
for both teams.
And it's so deep into Game 5 as well. I'm pretty sure we're at the 25-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken. Something along those lines. People have 2.5 items. So, and we're almost at the point where, like, the game could be decided in a couple more fights, where a fight around the Baron Pit is what gives one team the tools to start taking a majority of the structures down around the base, opens up the inhibitors, allows for super minion pressure, and for then this to happen, oh man. Because on the one hand, a bug like that doesn't seem resolvable, but on the other hand, it sucks to be in that state, to plainly state it, you know? And understandably, I think, you know, TOs are trying to do the best job to figure out what would be the most fair solution, but also the quickest one to implement in this case.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting situation, right? Being a player in, you know, in these long games, because you know, just for context, again, Rafa and I, we played in a rec league fairly recently. It's just something who formerly good players who are now washed are just trying to relive some of our glory days, right? But the big thing that we have to remember is we had a couple of awkward situations in our playoffs as well, where one series, Rafa and one of our other players just wasn't able to make it. And we had to play with 2 subs, and it's just like, well, is this really a win, right? Like, were we the same team? And you know, there's an interesting question there. And then we've also had other situations where in our last game, in our Game 5, it started off with a pause, right?
Oh,
Multiple people potentially looking at disconnection issues right off the bat, and everybody was just sitting there like, no, please, we can't end the series on a situation where we are going to find one team that wins, you know, when neither team is playing at full strength. So it's just a situation where both teams are going to have to really look at it and trust with what the referees end up deciding.
well, normally, at this point, once we've exhausted a majority of our talking points, we wouldn't even attempt to break the fourth wall. You know, we would try to look for another one, but it is very late, and it is Game 5. So you know what, Josh? We're going to play 20 questions because I have decided so. So, and if you would like to participate at home, you know, just keep your answers down. And if you guess right, you know, you guess right. If you don't, well, it's okay. You know, we are basically just awaiting a decision for the referee. So,
all right, sounds good.
It is League of Legends themed. So,
okay,
go ahead, start asking your questions.
Wait. All right, I'm only allowed to ask yes or no questions.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And then
don't worry,
the other. Thank God. The other thing is, are you going to tell me what is it? Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
No, it's League of Legends themed.
Okay, all right. It's already an error enough. Okay, is it a champion?
Yes.
Okay, is it human?
No.
No. Is it male?
Yes.
Is it a Yordle?
No.
Oh man. not human, but it's a male. Is it from the Shadow Isles?
No.
No. Oh man. Non-human male champions that are not from the Shadow Isles. Did I ask if it was a Yordle?
Yes. You already did.
I did ask?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not a Yordle.
And it's not a Yordle. Hold on. I'm gonna look up a list of champions real quick.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
List?
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh,
whoa.
fine. What?
Champion, male, non-Yordle, not
Non-human.
human, not from Shadow Isles.
Are they Vastaya?
No.
No. Are they a mineral?
No.
No. You paused. Oh, okay. So the teams have been instructed that they will be playing. Okay. There aren't that many champions left. My first guess is, are they a god? Or demigod?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Are they animal inspired?
Yes.
Is it Volibear?
No.
Is it Ornn?
No.
What? You think they're a demigod. And you said it was animal inspired?
Yes. You know, on the demigod part, let's just say unknown,
Unknown. Okay.
but definitely animal inspired.
Oh boy. Are they a light color?
Half of their body, I guess.
Half of their body is a light color?
Gee.
Are they friendly?
No.
No. Am I at 18 or 13?
This is 13.
Okay. Oh boy. Now I'm trying to think. Because I'm starting to think of like weird evil characters. Is this character defined by their ultimate in game?
Nah.
Not really.
No.
Oh man. See, I was thinking it was Fatal Six for a moment. Don't think it would be Shaco. Half light colored. Does anybody on Rex play this character?
Depends on what I play, but you know.
Oh, so it's something you play.
No.
No.
And I'll take that. That's
Okay.
16.
Oh man. Is it a jungler?
Nope.
Oh no. That's not good. That's really not good. Okay. All right. Apparently I've run out of time.
Is it mid laner? Is it top lane? If you had said top lane, it would have been a yes. And the reason why it's like, because you don't really play Renekton in our team.
Oh.
But, you know.
Okay.
But I know you actually can play Renekton really well. We just never got the opportunity to force Nidalee Renekton compositions this past season.
Fair. Yeah, I guess the demigod question kind of threw me off because you know the whole Shuriman Ascended thing. There's a whole like lore thing going on there. But anyway, we're back into the game. It looks like we are back in. The only question I have for production is: did the bug get resolved, or is the bug still in place where Ornn cannot upgrade items? But beyond that, it looks like we are kind of back in a spot where we are continuing to play from where we left off, and with 20 seconds left on the Dragon, that should be the major spot that we are going to be looking at.
Punahou, let's see if they have the means necessary and the right tactics to take this battle into their own. Iolani, they are on soul point, but they're not the first ones into the pit, and they have no vision currently. The control ward has covered all vision out. Blue ward is going to spot them in the back line.
Yeah, no flanks coming through, and Catalyst looks to be chunked. He's also standing really far back in order to get his ult off.
They're trying to burn it down. Spinal Spark. It's actually Reld that secures the Infernal for them, and Iolani might be able to mark their way forward. Namja trying to pop the Curtain Call, but they have to immediately cancel it because everyone is just advancing far forward. Rediclaw already eliminated. It's a triple for Reld. Iolani through it all. No bugs. It doesn't even matter. They pick up the win in the fight, and now they're making their way towards the Baron.
They burst out Luxon before he can even get his ultimate off at this point. There is nothing that he was able to do in that entire team fight, and now as we start to look at the rest of this fight, there's a really tough position with the Infernal Dragon already going over to Iolani. We are well on the way to finding our fourth potential winner here at PlayVS for the Hawaiian region as they finally equalize up the gold. They take the Infernal Soul, they take the Baron. As we go through this replay, just look at how effectively they're able to burst out Luxon and the rest of the front line. There is no opportunity for them to really run or even go for this fight because they weren't able to find a flank.
Everyone is just taking the front-to-back team fight right here. So Rediclaw doesn't get a chance to be empowered whatsoever. And you already called it out. Luxon does not get a chance to pop the Cosmic Radiance before all the CC and the damage comes in. So then Iolani just have a field day being able to run through this choke point and just take out the remaining members.
This is what we said earlier on, right? As you start to get later in the series, you want to play easier and easier compositions to execute because it becomes harder and harder to play this composition. I think Punahou's composition is super strong, but we have to accept the fact that it is a difficult composition to play. You have to get all of your artificial tankiness available to you, or you're not going to be nearly as effective. And Punahou are punished for their inability to execute on that, as Iolani, again, as we said, super powerful this entire time. Now Ornn is going to continue building up a situation where he can push with the help of the Baron minions, and the rest of his team with Infernal Soul suddenly going to be bursting out multiple nerds. But that said, Punahou, if they execute one of these fights correctly, if they get Xin Zhao's ultimate to be effective, if they get Luxon's ultimate to be effective, they can still win these team fights.
The cold lead is still even. But with things like an Infernal Soul secured for Iolani, high burst damage champions like this Misfortune and the Lux provide so much poke and so much threat to the members of Punahou whenever they are now trying to defend against the siege with the Baron buff available for them. And that is the next move on the playlist for these guys as they are making their way down the mid lane. Careful though, Mako and Rel don't quite have their front line. Whoa! Oh! I take that back. Go pop off, King. Do what you want to do.
Do what you want to do. And Mark, we also got to level one more criticism at Punahou. Nobody has grievous wounds against Soraka. They're still getting the full value of their healing, and we'll see if Rediclaw can get this one.
Lucian to Sky, too sexy. Thanks to a
too
wish.
Sexy.
Oh my goodness. No grievous wounds in the matchup either. Lucian too sexy is able to win the 1v1. And this could be it. That's it. Another member gone, and Luxan, very angry Duck, and Yoisaki will not be able to withstand and hold the front line of Iolani. They are marching their ways down. down, and they will join the ranks of the other 3 schools in Hawaii to ever take a title within the Hawaii High School Athletics Association. Iolani are your champions!
But finally coming through. It's been a long, hard-fought battle. They were down 2 games, and they were able to find the reverse sweep against the most dominant team Hawaii has ever seen. Punahou falls here as Iolani finally raises the crown, coming back in an incredible fashion. And just games 4 and 5, those were the only games I saw. I would have had no question that they were going to be winning this series whatsoever. Something came alive later on in them in the later half of the series and ends up winning them not just the series, but the entire state.
The momentum swing after game 3, it just gave them enough confidence and enough belief that they knew that Punahou was not an untouchable team. They could bleed. And they proved that once in game 4. You kind of gave us a little bit of a foreshadow to this ultimate ending, that if you cannot stop the reverse sweep in game 4, it is over by the time it gets to game 5. And even Red Claw had moments to potentially still swing it around in their favor for Punahou. The split push was getting once again to the point where Catalyst could not hold it by themselves. Even bringing over Mako to turn around a 1v2, it wasn't still able enough to be enough to stop Red Claw through thick and thin. But the team fights, the healing power, the synergy, the coordination in those choke points around the Dragon fights is what proved to be the ultimate victor moment for Iolani.
Yeah, and I want to give a special props, right? You know, we've talked a lot about how impactful Lucian Too Sexy has been during this entire series. We've already seen how effective Mako has been. The bottom lane starting to come alive in the last game, but Catalyst, his first game is, you know, in game 3, looked a little bit miserable, but in games 4 and 5, absolutely destroying his opponent, absolutely dismantling Red Claw in some cases entirely by himself. And I think that really needs to be praised, that that mental kind of resiliency that you see at this level of play is not something that you come across very often. He found the champion he needed to play in the Ornn, and they were able to find 2 wins off of it. So fantastic stuff across the entire side for Iolani, as everybody's had an opportunity to shine.
Yeah, even Kanekaji can also, both that bottom lane duo finding their kind of switch as well to go from more aggressive playmaking to play the back. I'm going to buff up the entire team, keep everyone alive with clutch heals and clutch shields. I'm at a loss for words. I can't believe we just witnessed probably one of the few, if not only, reverse sweep within any of these play versus finals that we've seen throughout the entire fall season of 2021. But it was a blast, and you know, we went the distance. We had a bug coming in for the pause, but nothing could stop Iolani from taking what they so rightfully desired and rightfully earned. Congratulations to you guys once again, and thank you all for tuning in to this amazing grand finals. Hopefully see you next time. Joshi, again, thank you so much for joining me here tomorrow. If you are still watching more Play Versus, we have an early bird. It's going to be at 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Smacks will be back. You don't want to miss it. Until then, folks, have a good night.